after ng tournament format, tama ba? Sorry, medyo napuputol yung mic medyo. Okay. Language yan. Hindi ba standings this tournament format? Yeah, I mean, sabi kasi ni Fluffy, languages and format daw. Diba language standings format? Language standings format.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking to placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever made. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind.
Yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey. I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order. It's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. Yeah. 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 Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse. The rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency.
The heart of the world beats in me, it beats on beat as we breathe deep, oxygen from trees feed, gift in our gift, this right here, proof we exist, mind state is gravity, the way it uplifts, across seas swift, water quench thirst, there's a shift, set sail like shit to find other lands, the motherland, sun is planned, with the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing, the earth's a rising, realizing, global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really needed a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
They drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's Effie from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 at every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You knew my slimes, it came from the bottom to top. Taking the finest, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give him something to say now. Got him stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, these don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude, sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
5 days filled with headshots, aim duels, and phenomenal use of utility. 5 days of teamwork and sportsmanship. 5 days. And that was only the beginning. This is week number 2 of VCT Stage 2 Challengers Philippines. Slow and steady wins the race for some over here, but for others, it's all about the win and nothing but the win. Let's talk about here over at the Updraft. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am your host, Likeable, and it is week number 2 of VCT Stage 2 Challengers Philippines. We took a few days off now, but I'm more than ready to see some action over here. And I'm sure that the panelists that we have over here, Fluffy and G10, you guys are just as excited as I am, right?
For sure. I mean, it's an exciting week. It's the second week for our group stages, meaning it's very important for a lot of teams. It's their last chance to secure their spot into the playoffs. You know, a lot can still change, but it really is the time for all the teams to step up this week.
Absolutely.
And,
absolutely.
Oh, there you go. Because
Sorry,
of that, let's take... Yes, of course. I know that the excitement is there. And because of that, let's take a trip down memory lane and look at some of the highlights that happened from last time. Naos gave us a glimpse of their innovativeness, and we were hoping that it was the return of the Kings. And as much as we all love an underdog story, Fluffy, I'm sure you were cheering for Oasis the entire time.
Yeah, of course. You know, you gotta stick to where the heart is, and for me, that is Oasis Gaming. They really showed their newfound discipline this stage, which is great, but that did not stop them from taking the L against Team Secret, which is also another team that is showing how strong they are. Back to form, it seems, with that bootcamp buff and other things. That team, along with Action PH, Bren, Esports, a lot of contenders this week who are in the lead, but like I said earlier, it's not necessarily secured for the end of the week, so there's a lot more exciting matches to come, and with that, we're going to find out who will really make it to the end for the playoffs.
Now, of course, on the screen is Bren versus Alpha. This is an incredibly heated match, G10, inside and outside of the game. But as we can see here, the duels are just insane. So what can you say about Bren versus Alpha?
Well, this match in particular, it was such a heart stopper, man. There was a little bit of flaming that happened, but you know, it's all in good fun. The teams did make up with each other. The players concerned were completely good with it afterwards, and you know, you just can't help sometimes. You know, when you're getting a little bit too riled up, when a lot matters, when a lot is on the rope for that competition. And you saw Alpha Esports Pro doing a little bit of face cam BM. But you know, it's all in good fun. This time though, another series from last time was APH versus RRQ, which was quite the banger of a series as well. Now, quite a lot of action here in the Doctor getting that 3. The Doctor has just been, I think, a very, very consistent and constant presence there for his team, and a very, very good pickup for APH.
It's been incredibly insane, as you just said. I could not breathe this entire game. This was the game that was just so tight-knit. These teams, you know, I don't think that I could ever find a team just as evenly matched as these two, as we saw throughout that entire series. But anyway, everything that we just witnessed, of course, would not have been possible if it weren't for the help of our sponsors. So let's take this opportunity to formally thank them. First off, we would like to thank PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with Riot Games, for bringing the Valorant Champions Tour here in the Philippines. The VCT Challengers PH Stage 2 tournament is also sanctioned and overseen by the Games and Amusements Board.
Right, and secondly, we would also like to thank our official sponsors. VCT Stage 2 Philippines Challengers is organized by Globe at Home. Fiber strong, family strong with the new G Fiber, only $20.99 on Globe at Home. Game with speeds to up to 150 Mbps, mabilis na, unlimited internet pa. To learn more, go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadband.
And finally, VCT 2022 is brought to you by the Asus Republic of Gamers. Get the powerful ROG Strix Scar series powered up by the latest 12th generation Intel Core i9 processor to help you unleash the legend inside. No holds barred performance with a crisp QHD 240Hz esports ready display and improved intelligent cooling design with liquid metal. The ROG Strix Scar is the only choice for the best competitive advantage in any esports title. Go to ph.rog.gg/ROGXVCT 2022 for more information about the ROG Strix Scar series.
There you have it, folks. Super thanks to our sponsors out there. Now, there is somebody that's been bugging me over here. I think this little girl over here would like to greet the casters that we're gonna be having later on. So for those who don't know, we do have a separate broadcast for different languages. We've got a broadcast for English and of course for Filipino, which you can find on Twitch, Facebook, and on YouTube. So my dear child, say hello to Black and Blue and Dax for the English broadcast, and of course Ray and Terror for the Tagalog broadcast. There we go. She's just so energetic. I think that she can feel the hype that we're all feeling from the upcoming games. But because of this, let's also take a look at the tournament format. Again, with week number 1 done, a lot has changed. In fact, moving on to week number 2 is where it gets really rough. Crucial matches up ahead as we get to determine which teams will be proceeding to the playoffs and get the most out of $30,000 US.
Absolutely, and it is the second week of groups, the last chance, as Fluffy said, for all of our teams before the playoffs. Just to let you guys be reminded, only 6 teams are going to be making it from the group stages to the playoffs, so only 2 teams will be eliminated, but there are a few teams that are in contention for that. And it is going to be a little bit of a doozy for them to try to get back into playoffs contention. A lot of stories are developing here after just the first week.
Oh my god, yes. If we take a look back at time and just check out all of the stories that we were able to get from week number 1, it's just insane. And we're not even done yet. I don't think we're even at the halfway point at this level, because it's just the beginning of week number 2. And matches are just about to get even more heated up. And because of this, let's take a look at the team standings.
Oh, yeah.
As we know, Team Secret is sitting pretty at the top, but G10, the outcome of their match today will determine if they'll be at the same spot as Action PH, since this will be their 4th match.
Yeah, so the thing is, right, we have 2 matches today. We have Alpha Esports Pro versus Oasis and Team Secret versus Bren Esports. Now, as you can see, guys, from our standings, the bottom 2 teams, or bottom 3 teams are RQ, South Build, and Naos. They are the ones in danger. Team Secret and Bren, though, that match is going to be very telling, because from there, if Team Secret loses, which is a very, very big if, and Bren Esports does go 3-1, then there will be a 3-way tie for first place, which, if either whoever wins in Alpha Esports Pro versus Oasis Gaming will also be 3-1, there could potentially be a 4-way tie for first place here after today.
Right, and to add to what G10 was saying, if you look at the standings right now, like I think what Dax mentioned last week, it looks more akin to what people expected VCTPH to turn out during the first stage. And now moving on to the second, it looks like it is more on that form, because the teams are actually more to form. Aside from talking about the upper end of the scale, for me, it's a lot of pressure put on some of the teams are on the bottom end. Currently, even though everything can change, there are some teams at risk more than others. So teams like NOWS, SB, RR2, it's their time to really step up this week and show that they are contenders for the VCT.
And I think that that's what they came out here to do. And because of this, I think that it's time for us to also take a look at the match schedule. Oh my god, I'm getting tongue-tied over here. It's just been an intense recap so far. But yeah, let's take a look at the match schedule so that we'll have an idea of how the matches will progress today and how that will be further affecting these team standings. So first off, it is Alpha Esports Pro and Oasis Gaming. They're at the same spot right now, with both of them having a 2-1 on the scoreboard, as we just saw. Fluffy, how tight-knit do you think the games will be?
For the first game, Alpha Esports Pro versus Oasis Gaming, I think that it's going to be a big firefight between both teams. It's going to be really close. I think it's going to swing 2-1 either way, because these are two teams that are both very explosive at times, so they can play pretty disciplined. And it really will rely on that jet diff that I know G10 always likes. Because if GN or Marquee, whichever duelist, pops off, the other team has a lot of problems to deal with. So it's more about stopping that momentum early on and transitioning to a better late game within the round. That way they can secure the win. For the second game, we have Team Secret versus Bren Esports later on today. Team Secret, of course, back to form, bootcamp buff, all that. They're currently standing as the top-rated team for our bracket, but Bren Esports is not far behind. Bren is also a team that has shown a lot of potential, and more than just potential from the previous stages, they are actually acting upon it. Small changes like with the addition of Symbol. I think that they're a pretty good contender for one of the top spots.
Now for the second game at G10, I'm sure this is a match you're also looking forward to. It's what we like to call the old Bren versus the new Bren. Dare I say the millennial Bren versus the Gen Z Bren?
Oh, okay. All right. If you want to go there, then yeah, I'd say that's a very fair assumption. I mean, Team Secret, if you guys were not aware, if you guys weren't as glued to the VCTPH scene last year as you were this year, well, Bren Esports, at the time, their roster was able to qualify for Masters Berlin, but weren't able to go due to some unfortunate visa issues. And then Team Secret went in and said, hey, what's up? Can we have your roster? And then they acquired the Bren roster. That is now what is currently Team Secret. And Bren was able to pick up a whole new roster. So they are mainly younger players. I'm not sure if any one of them is actually older than 25 or something. So yeah, they could be the Zoomer Bren versus the old millennial Bren that's,
I was nervous that you were gonna call them boomers. I'm glad you didn't. I'm glad.
Oh no.
Wow.
That's South Build.
Oh,
okay.
Oh my, that wasn't for me. That was from G10 South Built fans. Anyway, we're getting way too ahead of ourselves. We're gonna be going on to a quick break, but when we return, it is Alpha Esports Pro versus Oasis Gaming.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate. These problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from me. All of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't
Welcome back to VCT Stage 2 Challengers Philippines. It feels like we're just warming up after that 2-day break, but I'm pretty sure that the teams out here are already heated up. Fluffy, you know, I was expecting that you'd be wearing your Oasis jersey today, not gonna lie.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't blame you either.
You know, I mean, okay, we're not trying to say that Fluffy is biased, but I do feel like, okay, look at him laughing right now. Anyway, you know, I don't want to dilly-dally for too long. I want to hop in straight into these heated matches. So for the first team, it's a team that does not fake. It is Alpha Esports Pro. G10. This is Alpha Esports Pro, the star-studded cast.
Yeah.
And looking at the players that they've got over here, I want you to tell me more about these stars, starting with the shining star that we've all come to love in this stage, Jin819.
Absolutely. Jin and Insanity have been, you know, they have been the backbone of this team. That's why they were put in this squad. But I would dare say that in the last week, Jin has really been stepping up. In their last match alone, I think he was overall the top statted player in that one. Jin Sanity, of course, is very close behind, but Jin did do, you know, most of the carrying there. There is, I think, a bigger focus now on Jin as well, at least from the other teams. Kind of splitting it between him and Gian now, because he has been doing a lot of work carrying the team, clutching, and Alpha at this point, they are looking just as good as Oasis. And the last time those two met, actually, Oasis was at their very tip-top form, and Oasis did win both of those matches. So Alpha Esports Pro, they're looking to get some revenge here today. So they also won against Bren, which was in and of itself a little bit of an upset with the double duelist setups that Jin and Gian were fond of running. It seems to be a very strong comp for them, and only this match will be able to tell if it's as consistent as it is strong.
Right, and I think I have to agree with G10 there. You know, Alpha Esports Pro, they're really showing us that fiery determination for the comeback, for that a little slow Series 1 spark, which they had early on, but it's quickly shaping up to be an infernal cascade with consistent back-to-back victories falling soon after. They look like they have the momentum they need going into this week, into this game, for the superstar team to really shine.
Ooh, but let's see if the opponent that they have is going to be the one that breaks the momentum that this team has. Let's take a closer look at Fluffy's pride and joy, Oasis Gaming. There you have it, folks. Oh, sorry, wrong multiverse once again. Let's take a look at Oasis Gaming, ladies and gentlemen. Here on our screens are the players of this team. Fluffy, I would love to hear you at least try to not give a biased opinion on your ex-coaches.
Right, well, you know, after everything, I am still a panelist first over a coach, and Oasis Gaming will always be in my heart. But objectively speaking, Oasis Gaming has really bursted out the gates since day one of this tournament, but quickly they were humbled by the tactical terrors of Team Secret's fate on split. But soon after, the team has proven now to really show that they are champions, because now is truly the time to be an Oasis fan when they had that 2-1 reverse sweep against now Esports. It really shows that they are the type of team that has that discipline built up, yet they still have that potential to explode mid-round with plays by Marquee. But all of these are all enabled by the stability they have for having Ripper and Coco and the like. And there are some players we haven't seen, such as Courtesy, who hasn't played yet. We saw in the Team Secret game previously that their 6-man Jeremy was playing in as that initiator role, so maybe in a similar fashion we can see him today. But the players are very competent in their own right, and it's still gonna end up being, I think, an aim battle between both. But knowing the team, players on the opposing team will not be able to sleep soundly, because with duelists such as Wild Oreo knocking at the door of their boot camp this morning, sometimes even breaking the handle of that door with the right support of his team, it might be a challenge for Alpha Esports Pro, but they also show that they're very competent and have stopped these aim-heavy teams before, such as APH.
All right, so I'm not gonna say, we don't want to say that Fluffy's biased towards Oasis Gaming, but I don't think you're ever
Not
gonna
at
see
all.
him. I don't think you're ever gonna see him, predicting against Oasis or saying that they're doing badly on the panel, which I think, may be fair depending on how they take this matchup versus Alpha Esports, because they are looking to get their 3rd win in a row against this team.
And with everything that you guys just said, I'm excited to see how these players will fare in a head-to-head matchup. So let's take a look at the players that we have featured over here, which is none other than Marky and GN Sanity. It is the battle of the Jets over here. Fluffy, let's start with you. What do the numbers on the board say?
Well, statistically, they're both great players, very similar in statistics. They are the type of players that, with the right support from both their teams, really have the strength to carry on the momentum and end the rounds quickly. You see rounds from GN Sanity and Marky, you sometimes even getting an ace or almost ace, just completely destroying the defenses, or even sometimes as a defender, the opposing team. They really have that. Both teams, I think, have that C mentality / player comfort that generally favors trades over utilities in situations. We've seen it change recently in VCTPH Stage 2, but I'm expecting that change not to be so soon for these two teams. So, although there are a lot of tactics involved, landing your shot is also equally as important.
Yes, of course. And as we can see with the stats here, these guys just don't miss. Well, they do from time to time, but compared to the average gamer like me, it seems impossible to keep up on their level. But is there anything that you'd like to add, G10?
Yeah, just a little bit of, GN Sanity and Marky. They are both kind of the star power of their respective teams, kind of the clutch hitters. So I do think that there will be a lot of focus levied onto both of these players from the opposite teams, just to keep them from absolutely going mad. In GN Sanity, we've seen him do multiple 3-4Ks in just this stage alone for clutching. And Marky, he does have a little bit of a penchant of being in places where people maybe not expect him to be coming from. So I want to see if AE is going to be able to stop that. But either than that, both of these players, they are going to be definitely on Duelist. I don't see either of them, maybe Marky going on the Chamber, but it's just going to be a very big head-to-head between the two of two.
I completely agree. And where we'll find this? We're about to find out, rather, where the duels are gonna take place as we move on to our map veto. So I'm excited to find out where the matches are gonna take place. But G10, where do you think what maps do you think are going to be shown today?
That is a good question. Oasis, they do have a pretty decent breeze. They may come up with that. I think they're pretty good on everything except perhaps Fracture, maybe. Alpha Esports, though, I don't think that they're going to be bringing out Haven. Maybe, that may not be something to find. Will be the first ban out here. Oasis, they will have first pick as well. I don't think Ascent is going to be making it out here unless they really want to go for, a very aim duel heavy game as either the second map for AEP or the decider map. No, it's just going to be banned out by Alpha Esports Pro.
We're gonna be moving on to the map selection. Fluffy, what do you think the boys from Oasis are gonna pick?
Well, recently we've seen them play very strongly on Icebox and Haven. They kind of have a shaky split as exposed by Team Secret, and as we mentioned previously, the whole series for the group stages being a best of one round robin for all the teams. Having a game like that shown already shows other teams that, oh, maybe this is weak for them. So no surprise there. Haven is locked in for the first pick of Oasis Gaming. And, with these map bans, if you get the first pick from experience, I find that although you are strong on the map, it's still a big advantage to give the opponent the side pick. And as we see next, we have Alpha Esports Pro selecting Icebox, a game that's also very it's a very aim-heavy map, Icebox, and there's a lot of different compositions you can run. Other teams have chosen to run no Duelist. I'll be surprised if any of these two teams do that because they have very strong Duelists. Icebox, no surprise, it's a map. Haven is also a very strong map for both teams. I think the third map, if they had to pick from Oasis, would be the Breeze, which is also a map that they've had a lot of success this stage on compared to last stage. But no, they are banning up the split actually, so the Breeze is still open for them later on.
I think these are two very decent maps for Alpha Esports to go with that double Duelist setup. Icebox, it has those a lot of angles. Oh, fracture bans, so that will be probably Breeze, making it through as a decider, right?
Yep, I think the last map, it will be confirmed to be Breeze, a map that it's smart for Alpha Esports Pro to lead them into this situation with the map bans because these are the three maps that they've already seen Oasis play in. So going from week to week, having that 4-day break on a team level, like pro team perspective, it gives you a lot of time to do your research and learn about the opposing teams. And this week is something I'd like to add about this week is you can put more anti-stratting rather than the first week where you would mainly focus on yourselves because you didn't know what to expect. Now that you have more expectations, you can react and set up a bit better against certain teams. I think a key factor in general for this level of Valorant play is not only playing your game, but learning how to play against specific teams because that's the purpose of a league.
There we go, guys. We've got Haven, Icebox, and Breeze. I do have to ask though, Fluffy, why is it that most of these teams, or at least in this series, they've all picked defense first?
I feel like there's a lot of different reasons depending on the team. Some teams have a specific setup that they have in mind already in place, so maybe something they practice. Sometimes it's just a comfort, depending on the map. Except for I think Split, which is very defensive sided, generally speaking. Although the stats may weigh a bit to the left or to the right for which side is better, generally it's easier to adapt and come back when you start on defense because you're reacting and you're learning more about the enemy team and how they play. So when you move to attack, you can kind of guess their habits.
I agree. And another thing that you can do if you are starting defense is prepare for your attacker's side by, as you said, getting the tendencies and kind of reading your opponent. It's especially, I think, very useful in Haven where AEP or Alpha Esports Pro is going to be defense first, and as we know, they have a very, very strong attacker side. Basically in any map, so that could be something that they want to leave later on in the game for when it's been a little bit Oasis maybe running out of steam, and then Alpha Esports they take the game and take Oasis by the throat by just bursting onto sites all the time. That could be one of those factors, but Oasis, I think defense is the right call for them for the next two maps as well. Because
of this, G10, what is your prediction? How close do you think the games are going to be, and what is going to be the turnout for you?
Oh man, this match is going to be a little bit of a doozy. I know I say that about every single match, but it is VCT. These are all bangers of matches, no boring ones over here, especially between two teams that are so well matched, Oasis and Alpha Esports Pro. I think that Oasis, if they don't take Haven, it's going to be a 2-1 for Alpha Esports on Breeze. But if Oasis does get that Haven, I do think that they have a stronger icebox and they might just go 2-0. So, you know, I want to make it a little bit interesting. I want to see if the curse is still in effect. So we're going to go with Alpha Esports Pro 2-1.
Ooh, Fluffy. Need I ask, Fluffy? Do I really need to ask? But I will. I still will. But I would like to know how close you think the games are going to be.
I think at the end of it, Oasis will come out on top, but I don't think it'll be the cleanest of games, if I'm being very honest. It all comes down to AMG and Sanity. You know, if he gets rolling, Oasis does have that habit of cracking and leaving some gaps in their game plan from time to time. The same can be said for Marky, but I feel like it's more apparent on the Oasis side. I weirdly feel like if they lose the Haven map, that they can win on a 1-2, similar to what they did in the previous series. But because to their credit, AAP has a very strong Haven and Icebox as well.
Score reveal, Fluffy. I'm not letting you get away with this.
I think it's gonna be 2-1 Oasis.
Okay.
That's my bet.
So it's a 2-1 for these boys. I'm excited to see how the games will progress throughout this day. We've seen the match schedule. We've introduced the first teams for the first series, and I can't wait. So with that, let's pass it over to our casters so we can begin with the games.
Well, we've been halfway done with our journey group stage. It's time to start with the other half. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to VCTPH Week 2, Day number 1. My name is Dax here with Black and Blue like usual, and looking pretty energetic today using coffee as milk with his cereal, and I had an even better idea for that. But come on, Nico, this is looking incredible because Alpha Esports versus Oasis Gaming. This series was a series to watch out for last year in VCT Stage 3 especially. And the last time these two faced off on the VCT stage was in Haven, and we remember the stats, the magic, and the shirt that came with it. It was an Oasis 13-0 decimation of Alpha Esports then. Oh, my friend. I cannot hear you, my friend, but it is okay. We will be able to hear his lovely voice very, very soon. But honestly, when you look at Alpha Esports versus Oasis Gaming now, though, you can really see that they have that penchant to be on the attacking side. Alpha, just absolutely oppressive with the double duelist duo. In the meantime, on the other side, for Oasis Gaming, their executions have been strong, and really, Black and Blue, your thoughts were cut off now. Let's hear them loud and clear here.
Well, first of all, you were touching upon my cereal choices, and I was just looking for, maybe shortcuts to get really, into the game here, but there can not be any shortcuts, especially for Alpha Esports Pro Dex, who we've said, they've matched up twice in the past before. They did it in Stage 2, they did it in Stage 3, so these two teams definitely have that history going back against them, but time and time again, they have yet to win a single map versus the Oasis squad. You talked about Oasis completely decimating the opposition when it came into Haven map number 2 during Stage 3 last year, and yeah, 13-0, so what else is there to say? Very different roster, and now they have some new key components to that team of theirs, namely being Jin, really.
Yeah, and just to really hammer on the point of the game, guys, Oasis made a shirt about it. I have that shirt hanging right now, number 1
Flex
out of
it.
the limited edition. Casual flex maybe later on, but no, really, because we're going to be putting away those old clothes from yesteryear, because you mentioned the newest factor of the Alpha Esports brand, and it is Jin. He has been incredible, of course, in Vietnam scene, but he has done even better to sync up with Alpha Esports and the rest of the crew. And really, the rosters last year are pretty completely the same now for both Alpha and Oasis. There have been those evolutions. If we talk about G and Santi and Jin on one side, I do believe Wild Oreo and Marquee are the contenders on the other. And as we're going to be getting these compositions, is that a fade on G and Sanity? Pinoy Jet no more, Pinoy Fade yes in, and it's Kin on the Jet this time. What a composition brought out by Alpha.
Wow, this is really throwing, you know, a pipe in that spoke of theirs. I'm not too sure how Oasis is going to be able to flex around this. Now, composition-wise, yes, no Sovas on either side, and they both really have basically almost the exact same thing, barring the control. The real difference is what they got, you know, on their initiators in Sky and the Fade, which aren't necessarily too different, I think, when in terms of where exactly you place them in the composition, but the way that the composition will play around that can be vastly different. You know, with Sky, a lot of her information gathering is a bit more for what you can prepare for later, wherein on Fade, it's directly acted upon. Now, that's not entirely, you know, globally true, because you can kind of flex in and out of both ideas when playing with a Fade or with a Sky, but man, this is a totally different look, and I love that the fact that they're bringing it out here versus Oasis, a team that they have yet to even, you know, best in a single map.
The wild composition in the first place. I do remember way back early on into the year in community tournaments, Alpha Esports were experimenting on those Astra Breach compositions, but this time they have decided to go still with the Astra in her slightly neuter state right now. They do have that Killjoy also that they used to run a lot back then in the Batman days, so it's really interesting. But I have to keep an eye out, and I think everyone has to keep an eye out on Gian Santi on that Fade, because before he was known to be that Pinoy chip, he was making those strides in NA as a central main, especially against Cypher with all those clips back then, right? But this is one of the few times we actually see him on a very different role, this initiator, and I kind of have to ask you, Black and Blue, you work of course with players directly, what is usually that mentality shifting from one role to the other, especially in this case, from Duelist role to Initiator? What has to be the adjustments in terms of the individual player's philosophy?
Well, there can be really two types of players, right? Ones that can flex in and out without really having much problem, but the others who also might, on the opposite end of things, on the flip side of the coin, might kind of bring those tendencies that they might have on other agents into a new role. And so you might see like someone who typically plays Duelist now move over to a Sentinel, be a bit too forward than you might expect from a Sentinel or a controller in that case. In this case, well, I do think Fade is a bit more of a natural switch up from what Gian Santi usually does play, so it shouldn't be too difficult for him, and we know that he is just as capable of being an amazing player. So round number 1 starting off here, Oasis on the attack, and I'm really curious to see how much effect this Fade will have really, because Dax, we've seen time over that we've seen many Fades here in the VCTPH, but we haven't necessarily felt too much impact from those Fades even if they win the map.
Yeah, there are times where it does a lot, but it's not as much as you'd expect, especially from a new agent. Now then, Marky setting up the tailwind, change the first to fall over onto the window, and you can see Alpha Esports already looking to go for the rotation. Coco, though, watching the flank as per usual. The alarm bot now will say hello to Jin, forces the dash on away. The Jet will retreat, but the chase is on, courtesy of Oasis Gaming. He's over onto the corner, though, gets peeked, but Jin with the takedown onto one. Make that 2, the control is cruel from Chris M, and Marky will get the frag in response, but it's 3v3 and a nice trap by Alpha.
Okay, 3v3 though, so at least able to equalize the odds here. Jin doing his job before going on down. Great pick here coming from Marky, even though he was paranoid from that. Coco, doesn't matter what haunt comes his way, it's all gonna be left on Chris M, who can't even find the kill. Wild Oreo gets it, and Oasis start opening the round, rather the map here with an opening round. And let me correct myself real quick, Dax. You know, I'm not saying that there wasn't too much effect from the Fades that we have seen in the past week, but it wasn't anything directly like noticeable as, you know, just at the forefront of it. So there were a lot of things that you might see off screen, but nothing necessarily that we saw like it just changed the entire tide of the war in, you know, a split second.
I think the only map we've had here that really showed off the immense value the Fade brings is Split so far. The outings we've had on, I believe, Bind and Ascent was okay, right? And I'm agreed with your camp. We hype up the Fade because it's new and all, but we're looking at especially what it can bring as an agent. And for me, Gian Santi on this Fade right now means that he might have that tendency to just go all in with the utilities, but right now he can't get anything in here, as Envy will get the takedown. Coco is there as well. Vandal already in the hands of Marky. Oasis putting up quite an arsenal here for the second round, and the spike's gonna get planted, but at least a takedown here from Alpha Esports. post plant right now. High ground being taken here by Jin, and he does have that experience playing the Jet, but right now he gets no experience in the PH scene because Wild Warrior gonna shut him down. Backline right now. For Sim, gonna get spotted. Guiding Light is there. Wild Warrior flashing himself rather than the opposition, and there you go. He breaks door handles and he breaks faces. Oasis now up by 2.
Good opening rounds here from Oasis. Can they string it to a third, though, is the question. You can see that, with this comp that they have, it really is about going hidden hard and going ham, but they still do have, like Killjoy, to really keep things locked down. And in that case, Oasis are one of those teams that when they see an opening and when it's given to them, they're really going to barge their way on in, breaching real quick and easy into whatever, space is given to them. And looking to see more of that here in this round, considering especially the fact that they just got Spectre. So as long as they can close the gap, things can be much more doable for the Marquee. Fending Gian off, but Gian's able to fall back after that opening pick. Great frag from him.
Yeah, Jin's the one who got the Astra in there. A game of headaches down to the sewers. And Alpha Esports now looking to utilize their rifles to the best degree. Thing is, though, I'm looking at the map pool that we have here, and in all honesty, both sides are good at these maps. But I think technically Alpha has an advantage for the map pool as a whole because these maps can enable their style of play, and really their style of play is a little bit more constricted than Oasis's, which more execute heavy, right, when they use utilities for those sites. So giving Alpha Esports basically a chance even if the playground gonna be effective, and there you have it. Case in point, give them the guns and they will go for glory. It's flawless here for Alpha Esports, and that's exactly what I'm saying. Alpha will get chances here on Haven, on Icebox, and Breeze later on to frag out of nowhere.
The fact that Alpha do so many of these kind of, you'd think it's like lack of discipline, but really it's just playing on proper off timings that they're doing. Like Jin here, going for the repeat on sewers when he's been found out, going to continue past that molly, past that nano swarm there on the B site, when normally teams would kind of expect that not to be the case. And that's really why Alpha Esports have been throwing so many teams off. You see them when they take the site, they even push all the way deep into CT on the attacking side, and those type of things have been really getting them proper opportune moments to capitalize on.
Well, I'm just happy for Alpha. History will not repeat itself. He finally got a point on the board. And that is now old news by this point. It's time to see what this new Alpha versus new Oasis can really do. It does seem like the gun style will be out and about. But Oasis, you're going to be checking out especially where the Sky and Breach are stationed here, Nico, because it's not really where Marky's gonna go or where Coco's gonna go. It's where Envy and Wild Oreo are there for the setup, and we've seen time and time again. To get to these sites, the flashes are absolutely brilliant. Here we go, though. I believe that was the season. Really get the latch on anyone. Prowler also chasing after Marky there. But Alpha, they got a whiff. But what's going on? Oasis was on the outside, but since we have the alarm, but since we have the setup, Oasis and Alpha just know how each other play on a map like this.
Haven. Well, a map for them to pull this fade out, especially. So much info gathering you can get with that Hondaverse, but at the same time, so much other utility it brings you. Silva can get the same exact type of information, maybe a bit more, but the fact that they have this fade and the fact that Marky's able to punish that actually and Giansanity be the first one to go down looks and bodes a lot better here for the Oasis squad this time around. Not able to get overgrown, healed back up to full HP. And Chris M finds Marky on the back there on the gong. He rings those bells while Oreo having his Trailblazer out, and Envy finds two, one with utility, one with a gun, and this round is done. Jing the God, last one left alive, 3v1 post plant. Unless he pulls out a hat trick and a half here, this should be Oasis extending their lead back up to 2.
Yeah, I don't really blame Giansanity for pushing forward like that, right? He already used his intel. He knows he's the one who can peek. Marky just had no fear. But I think this is now where the concern really settles in for Alpha Esports, especially for Gian, because we know how incredible his jet can be. But he is enabled by that jet's mobility, right? Those utilities coincide with his playstyle. Now he's just going in as dry as possible, besides intel, of course. And it does become a bit of a problem for someone who has to shift from one role to the other. And we point this out because he usually is the one who has that immediate impact into a game, right? Him and Jin should be there side and side on the scoreboard. But as he's playing more of a supporting role right now, it does feel like the Fate is struggling to figure out to find these angles after the intel. So Oasis taking advantage of those situations. Yet again, you have Invi able to cover with things like the aftershock, things like the fault line. And never expect Oasis Gaming to not have a gun looking at your face unless they're still moving forward. When they have the setup, when they have the intel, they're going at it yet again. And speaking of it though, it's a brawl over to C-Long, Rolling Thunder to cancel out the initial engage with the Blade Storm. Jin has back on away. Are you Ryu in the suicidal pocket? A one-way mission perhaps into the cubby. Let's see if Alpha can get a quick surprise.
And, you know, Dex, the only other time we've seen Alpha not play a double duelist composition, they lost that map quite heavily. That was on Ascent versus Bren Esports. 2-13, they did go down. And so, the statistics and history doesn't really bode too well for Alpha when they don't play that double duelist, and that's been true for pretty much the entirety of their inception, ever since last year. So, I'm really curious to see how this Fate will really come on in. Although, on Ascent, as I talked about, yeah, it's not double duelist, but they had the KO, they had the chamber, so might as well, right?
I mean, it's a little closer, but I think really it's just how comfortable really will Alpha be? Because we talk about how strong they are mechanically, and especially once we had these talks before the group stage even started, Alpha is the heat check to all the opposition, but what if they're the ones who can't really get heated on up? What if they're ones they're feeling the frigid weights and the cold really that settles in at night? Then that might be a problem here for Alpha, but still a lot of rounds to work with, and concerns are clear, but there you go, the shots are even clearer. Wipe up the fog, it's Alpha coming in. Jin able to get two, Coco Doe, even in the shade, he still gets a takedown, but Alpha Esports now, they play it perfectly. They reeled back, they didn't overheat in the first engage, and they still had Jin for the second. The Blade Store comes in clutch, and the rest of the utilities follow suit, and Alpha looking to prove everyone wrong here.
Well, Chris M just, you know, blindly walking out there from the smoke all the way to the back of the site makes me wonder, why didn't Oasis have a man marking that there? Maybe from the garage entrance, there should be automatically one person there, but then again, that's what Alpha is so good at, playing with those off timings, playing with, you know, very unorthodox peaks and pushes that really catch the opposition off guard. You saw Oasis, they thought they had the site firmly in hand, but Chris M and Jin had something else to say. You in the back of the site there, didn't even have any idea that he was getting pushed, so they cut the lead back down to a single round, but can they tie it up on here? Very doable, but oh man, look at all the utility being dumped here in Oasis. They are struggling to get out of the A lobby.
How the hell do we get out of here? Stuck in the corners right now. The reception won't let up the stairs because we're not wearing any pants, and G and Sandy is wearing the pants in the clash. Marky goes down. Big pickup there for Alpha Esports to stop before it even starts. And really, without that jet right now here for the side of Oasis, someone else needs to step on up. My money right now has to be Wild Oreo to be the one to lead the Oasis to the road towards a site. But then again, high ground right now for Jin. He still has the Cloudburst for the disengaged operator also. And Alpha right now, if they can make an aggressive play work like that and back on the way, it's a lot better than usual here for Alpha Esports, because we've been talking about it. Single duelist, lots of utilities here for Alpha right now.
We haven't really seen Alpha, you know, play that super util heavy game. It's not something they're known for, but that doesn't mean they're not going to be capable to adapt to it. The flash is left on Wild Oreo. 10 seconds before that gets back up to speed. We're going to see a full retake here coming from the Alpha Esports side. Oh, this lockdown is going to be a problem. They still do have Aftershock. Actually, yes, they do. To destroy that, but I'm not too sure if it's going to come out in the right time. Wild Oreo does get a kill here. Flashes himself out, able to bail out of the situation. Gets another kill on Ryu. That is huge. And here comes Nightfall.
Nightfall does come, but it might be Daybreak here for Oasis. The Invi will also break the phrase of first step there. Jin and Sandy on the high ground. Coco keeping cool. Now Ching, the only one left, and Ching is the real Killjoy God right now. Alpha Esports comes in clutch when they need to the most. And we are all tied up. You can always rely on this guy to ball out. He is Ching, and he is just hitting those things.
ROG clutch here coming from Ching the God. Definitely plays worthy of the deity himself. They tie up the scoreline, Dax, and this is, you know, immediately a lot closer than the last time we've seen these two face up against each other. Chris M find that huge kill, and even though we saw Wild Oreo find two huge important picks to try and, you know, equalize the playing field, sometimes it comes down to big-time players making big huge plays, and in that case, that was a huge play coming from Ching the God.
Yeah, don't sense yourself, man. I know what you look for and you cannot lie. But the thing is, Alpha Esports comes with a big time play. But you can see that if you look back at some of the other highlights Alpha has, it's not as clear cut, right? It's not as clean, and it's just so much more space being given by this utility-based composition, which allows Alpha a bit more room to breathe, a bit more room for error, and a bit more room to take advantage of the angle. So now, Alpha, they used to just rely on their raw talent to bail them out of those situations. Now they have the steps, you know, they have the Lego pieces to build that giant Millennium Falcon that your dad won't let you touch and put it in your own garage these years later. But I'm not trying to telegraph my own intentions as we telegraph that Marky wants to bring the parcel towards B. Side of the Insanity though, with one with two. Those are pistols on the other side. It's easy here for Alpha Esports Pro. And they're looking pretty professional on the clean up to give them a 5-star service. After, of course, the hotel checkout, because you gotta check out Alpha right now. 3 kills on the board for G Insanity, and it's the lead here for AE.
Well, at least, you know, Coco's able to get one before going down, but still, very clean eco round from AE, taking that lead, and this is really good, especially on the defensive side. Good timeout here called by Oasis Gaming, I do believe. I mean, it's a proper time for that. You've lost the lead, momentum heavily going in the way now of Alpha Esports. Cut that down just a bit, get a bit of a breather here, and find some way to come on back. For the meantime, you know, what I've been seeing from the Fade in general here in the VCTPH is not necessarily, you know, how they use it to set up an execute or set up a retake, but more just how effective it can be in a scramble. It's basically like you have a bunch of boombots running at you, you have so many kind of utility to just keep you in place and really find information where you're placed. And having that be a thing in a scramble in the mid-fight when the mosh pit is circling around, that's when it is so deadly and so difficult to deal with. And really, teams like Alpha Esports Pro, I do think that Fade in general does really kind of benefit from their style of play. And when they include it into their composition, it can be something that, especially with a little bit of refinement, could be, I guess, one of the keys to them really finding their success that has eluded them for the past year.
I mean, we've had lots of Fade debates right now, and I just want to have one hot take before we get back started. I really think Fade should only have one Brawler.
What?
Like instead of 2. Like the Seeker, right?
Oh.
Their little Seeker. I think she should only have one in the future.
I
I don't know, that's why I'm...
Possibly.
I don't know. It's because it's just crazy tanky and
One on
everything,
cooldown,
too.
how about that?
Yeah, maybe. It's just really oppressive to be able to toss it like that. But speaking of oppression, there you go. The impression is made on Marky. He even tries to go for the jump, but Jin will still hit it and gets another one. Knuckle Sanchez with the short. He gets the rifle now in hand, pushing forward. Jin again, looking as great as he can be. And the nightfall comes. It's Jin going for it. For Ryu and Ching are the ones who get the kills there in the end. But you can see the chain of events going in favor of Alpha yet again. And the god himself, Jin, juggling around between an AWP, a shorty, and a Vandal. It's just different every single time the Jet hook is close.
Man, Jin has such a great, you know, kind of ear for things, and especially his instincts are always on point when to push as soon as that burst stops from Coco, because he knows Coco's not going to mag dump, and there's going to be, you know, that small bit of hesitation after he sprays. He uses that timing to his advantage. Envy, fortunately here for Oasis, only able to find one, and Oasis still have not been able to get themselves going after that timeout. Marky really taking as much space as he can. Good cloud burst to keep them at bay, but he has to be careful of the flash maybe waiting at the other end of things. He gets that kill, and again, Insanity still somehow locked down to be placed potentially. Marky's still knocked down, able to fend himself off, and Gin gets that kill, but Envy quick on the trade. 3v4 right now, weapons advantage from the side of Alpha. Quick trade as well, coming from Wild Oreo. Still 2v3. They do have the man advantage, but what can they really do with a bunch of SMGs?
Nice adjustment though from Oasis. They canceled the plant towards B side after Marky got that kill. They knew they could rush it, and you could see it there. The tailwind punish later on, but Ching with the thing on the Coco. That's a good take down here for the side of Alpha. And Chris M, his influence has been felt all throughout. Great gravity a while ago for the zone. Now then, it's 2v2 and a pinch being made here by Alpha Esports and Oasis Gaming respectively. Well then, space now created by Alpha. It's time here for Ripper to try and come in from behind, but he has been exposed. Cosmic Divide comes into play. Someone needs to peek. Wild Oreo with the guy like Chris M decides to go for the defuse, but in the silence, it will be deafening here for Oasis as Alpha Esports are the ones with library cards, and they shush Oasis down. This should be enough time for the defuse and even more time to build up this lead.
You know, I really like this composition coming from Alpha Esports, especially with the fact that they still keep an Astra on there. Now, one might wonder, you know, Astra, maybe a bit archaic now. Is it time to play the Omen, especially with the seemingly aggressive composition that he might have, right? You got that Fade, you got that Breach, and you got the Jet, but you see the backline here of Alpha. You see that they still have that Astra and Killjoy to really lock things down, to give them some semblance of control when things go haywire. And that Cosmic Divide came in huge in that round. Without that Cosmic Divide, things could have gone very different there for Alpha, maybe in Oasis's way. And the fact that you have such global influence on so many of these agents that they have, it really does help them kind of lock down the entire map, especially with a huge map like this with 3 lanes at Breach. Plus Astra plus Killjoy kind of composition they have gives them so much to work with on such a huge playground.
Yeah, Chrism is like that quiet friend that you don't need to talk to too much. You guys know your friends, and he'll bail you out in a pinch, no question asked. And that's exactly what's happened. We remember all the way back into those A rounds wherein Jin has to back on the way and he gets covered by the gravity well. Case in point a while ago to allow Ryu to even get 1 more kill. Then you add in Ching to the collection, who's fragging out right now. Alpha Esports looks good when Ching is able to go for the takedowns, but the backline right now has been broken. The spine crack here of Alpha Esports, and you can see they're paralyzed in fear because Oasis has gotten rid of everyone they needed to at the start of the round. Infield ready with the kill onto Ryu. All left to Jin now. We've seen him gone nuclear before here towards Seaside with the Reyna. Can he do it with the Jet this time? Up in hand, blades are used, but he might have to consider to back on the way. No highlights for you this time, good sir. It's Oasis getting rid of prime targets at prime times.
1v4, yeah, this round is done.
Yeah,
Great
done.
job by Oasis to come back after they really were struggling early on the past few rounds and keep themselves in the game to get to 6-4. Really get some, you know, a bit more to work with moving forward, and especially since their economy has been in shambles. Huge round for them to win. Could be a sign of them maybe starting to read things, but still, there is a bunch of momentum in Alpha Esports Pro's pocket. That's not something you're going to let go too easily.
Oasis, I think the question right now for the half is, are they prepared for Alpha enough once it gets a little bit scrappier later on? Because these guys obviously has looked for expectations for a double duelist to come in, for the absolute chaos, and you can really see that's how they try to take these kind of fights. But then they realize that, okay, Alpha's playing the hang back, playing a really effective game to just try and keep safe and sound the backline that they need, and now they get the right hit at the right time towards that C site. But can they find again and again, you know, players like the Astra, players like the Killjoy? Well, we'll find out. As Alpha right now gonna be playing a bit more aggressive. Jin is there, but Ryu catches Envy to start things off. That's a great start here for Alpha.
Well, that is really going to hurt a lot of their initiating power. To lose that bridge, to lose your main initiator, man, it's going to be so much more difficult to get themselves within the site. Wild Oreo, though, fortunately for him, finds so much information off of that. Sees where all out of this Killjoy utility is going to be placed, so they deny at least the most important Nano Swarm from all of that. Flash on out to keep him at bay, but that leaves him... Okay, he now has that flash. Just one, though, to contend with compared to Alpha, who have so much more utility to come back with. It's going to be a lot more difficult for Oasis to hold on in the previous rounds. Here comes Gin on the swing, not expecting him there, and they're just completely shredding him on down. Coco did such an ample job of keeping him at bay, but in the end, numbers advantage, utility especially working out in Alpha's favor, and they secure the advantageous half.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Last round before the switch.
Handle the scrap. Seems like it's not the case because this is just so smooth. But Alpha Esports, they come in, they get Jin on the off angle, and immediately as it happens, Jin just mows everyone down from the side. 3 for the Jet, 3 rounds now the gap. And Oasis, they're taking a back really of the 2 facets of Alpha Esports. It's a 2-phase approach. You have the utility side, you have the engagement side here from Alpha. And this is looking to be prime Alpha Esports right now that they finally brought out against Oasis Gaming. Were they just waiting for this specific matchup to come to exact their revenge on Oasis Gaming? Is it a tale of retribution for our lunchtime fanfare? Because today, man, it's such a heavy day of games. You have Team Secret versus Bren after that. The Bren multiverse looking to collide just like the multiverse of madness in Tears now. But no spoilers here. Wild Oreo have it back on the way. He's the only one without a rifle here for the side of Oasis. And you can see that Oasis is just crawling right now with their pace.
Maybe it should be someone else taking that fight, considering he's the only one without rifles. But contact has been made here towards Garage. Oh, they have to try and flush out Chris M here towards C-Long. If Chris M stays alive, which he doesn't, that's huge here for Ripper to find. And Marky gets a spam through the smoke as well. Ching going down. But we've seen Alpha come back from these type of rounds. Nightfall ensues. Still, Marky in the back of the site. They know that he typically does play this position, and so be very careful what he's doing right now.
Prowler's got stuck because of the position of the Jet. And here we go with Dash on in. Jin going to find off the Marky, but Marky still gets the collision course off the Jin. And for Oasis, that will be as flawless as the eye can see. Well executed towards that C site, and I'm really not a fan of that all-in cubby corner if you're the controller player. It's just so dangerous. You want to have those smokes later on into the fights, and as soon as again Oasis gets rid of the Astra, life gets so much easier for them. So 7-5 right now. Alpha Esports had that sudden Kris Kringle, right? There's like Secret Santa, this is now your gift, I did not expect this, and this is the competition that we get from them. They have shown absolute strides in making space for themselves, for Jin, and then vice versa when you see the retreat. But Oasis, of course, they have found adjustments on the fly. I think the only problem right now for Oasis is because Alpha can switch between two different tracks of mind right now. Oasis needs to get that read, especially that now that they're on the defense, of what Alpha will bring to this half.
I guess, you know, when you look at how a lot of controllers like to play, and they kind of feel like, okay, this typically a controller, especially on the C side, like an Astra might be forced into that position where they have to try and make a play, they have to really anchor things down. In that case, it can be a tempting idea to go for, you know, those type of committed positions, but we call those positions committed positions for good reason. You're committed to the fight, you're committed for the kill, but you're also committed to going down soon after, and those are things that you talked about, Dax. Who knows, maybe the utility of Chris M here, that the Astra, smokers in general, could have helped so much more if things went the other way. Now, if you got the kill on Ripper and maybe, you know, stayed alive for a bit, then who knows, we could be saying a very different story. We could be saying, hey, that was a really good risk here, but I don't know, typically it just does kind of bode not too well for the retaking team to lose your controller early on, especially. But at the very least, Oasis here, they get that 5th round, but they are going to the defensive side, which isn't typically the favored side here, but I do think when in terms of Haven, you can play really well on either side. It really will come down to how Oasis will lock things down. Now, they have Coco still on that Killjoy. One of the few maps, maybe, that she hasn't entirely, maybe not entirely, but to some extent, gone out of fashion. And for especially a player like him, who has had really defining plays, it does bode well. But Jin, finding that kill in the Marquee from that range with the Frenzy, what on earth?
Look, A is for Alpha and A is for Attack. Alpha Attack looking to be stellar so far through the tournament. And you can see Jin and Marky just having a bit of an ego battle there towards that C side, which Alpha is able to get that victory from. Now then, towards A we go with Ching. We also have Wild Oreo playing from the Link. And he's just trying to get that sideline here towards short. And Wild Oreo can cover enough, protect himself. Finds 2 even. Some great value here so far from this guy. Chris M, though, or at least makes the trades happen, but it's 3v3 right now. And the Frenzies versus the Classics will full auto beat the free gun. So, both line first, start things off. Coco, also helping hand with the turret. Indy waiting for the timing to drop down. Right behind Ching and gets a snipe. Drop assassination at its finest. Join the Brotherhood here, Indy, because you have proven you can get the drop down. But Chris drops the fools right in front of him, and it's Chris M who will be automatic with the clutch shot after shot for ROG. There you go. Alpha Esports will take it.
Man, oh man. Alpha still winning out in the end there. I thought that was a round going towards Oasis potentially, but Envy, even with all the kills he gets, Chris M coming in huge. I don't even know how he does it. Gets his last 3 kills that he needed. And that was all he had to do, man. Right click after right click. 4 kills for the man. And Chris M says, this is our land. Alpha Esports Pro looking as dominant as ever. And this is potentially the best that they have ever been.
I guess he's Chris M in the streets, man. That's just it. That was gangsta. That was just so dirty there from Chris M. Beautiful pop shots, and well, pop goes the Marky. He's down yet again at the start of the round. Ryu ready with a stellar punish, and well, Coco and Ripper actually fight back. So Oasis Gaming right now, big pickoffs towards the middle. This will force Alpha to actually go towards one of the sides and see, case in point C here. But Oasis can actually scrounge a gun or two, and Coco has a Spectre right now. So this is an interesting call by Alpha Esports. Insanity, he's trying to make a play towards spawn, but now he's a little stuck here, and it will only work if Oasis doesn't really check that corner, and there you go. Insanity, nice movement onto the inside, and the infiltration becomes the isolation. Wild Order goes down, now he has to deal with 2. Ripper on the board, but Ryu comes in big with the peek, and Trisem is there again to end the round for Alpha. Well played by Alpha Esports, this time so much more well executed on the off angle. And it's 9-5. That could have been a lot worse, really, for Alpha, even though Oasis was just on the eco.
Looking a bit dangerous there for a moment, Dax, but hey, they're able to bail themselves out of it. A great heads up by Insanity to position himself here. Fortunately, no one coming from that CT spawn, and Ryu right in the perfect spot to help him on out and get the trade, and that he does. 9-5. This round, if it isn't won by Oasis, and we could be looking at the quick map number 1 in the favor of Alpha Esports. Now there is one more bye round after this if Oasis loses, but at that point you're pretty much facing match point. It's going to be very difficult for them to win. They get the free plant off of this, but there is utility for them to retake. Oh, look at this though. King, he's waiting here in the window. Not able to find the kill. He whips the shot. And that gives Wild Oreo and the rest of Oasis a sliver of hope.
Yeah, a little heartbreak here. I wish King was the one who had the Spectre there just for that play. But here we have it. Wild Order right now. He needs to get 3. He's looking for more. The Prowler, though, going for the target. Ryu gets the mode down. They line up for him. And just because of that, we're going to make some more lines drawn on this map. Photographer, sneaky dab. Because there you go. The Ring of Fire with the Rolling Thunder. Are you Ryu? Are you serious? Can you catch it? Yes, he does. He is true to his name and true to his name. Are you going to win this? Yes, you are! The ROG clutch for Ryu!
They're winning every single clutch here right now, Alpha Esports, and that's why you kind of have to offset yourself a bit. Don't be directly in the same line on the, same kind of angle that they might be holding. Stay to the side a bit. If you're trying to go in defuse within the smoke, stay on that same axis. You're gonna get found, and Ryu, all he had to do was tap at that spike, calm, cool, and collected. Had, a second left to go before that defuse came off, and still finding the clutch in easy fashion, using his utility to the best ability. And man, oh man, Oasis, they're in the danger zone right now.
I'm gonna give you a slight chuckle here real quick. Insanity bought Fragul. But this is actually a really good sign for Alpha Esports, in all honesty. Insanity has done so much work with the supporting role right now with the Fade. And not only that, Ryu stepping up, Ching stepping up, Chris and being crucial to the standards and to the plays. This is the best Alpha Esports that you can get right now. But Wild Oreo will best in. Ching will keep turret there up top. Bot line comes on in, a little too ambitious here from Alpha Esports. So Oasis, at the very least in these eco rounds, make it very dicey. But the job is not done. Things are looking good here for Alpha Esports. Yes, things have been looking fine with really the team stepping on up. But they can't really let go of the gas pedal during these kinds of rounds. Coco, though, he still gets the takedown! I thought Insanity saw his shoulder! Nice, and well, Ryu, it's all up to him yet again. He answered the questions a while ago. Are you gonna clutch it a while? Maybe not this time. Not this time, says Coco. Oasis, they find a gap, a chink in the armor, and for Alpha Esports, they thought that was their break. Instead, they get broken.
They've made those eco rounds very, very close twice before, at least dicey for Alpha, and on the third time, at the very least,
that's a charm.
They charm it, definitely so. Oasis, slow crawl for comeback potential here. And look at this. Pretty much every single ultimate that they've got is either an orb or two away from them getting it, and this could be where Oasis kind of come back in the late game, but they're gonna have to win this gun round, especially without much, at least ultimates to work with, but that isn't going to be a problem. Both of these seem very close to having full util, really, and that's not going to bode well for Oasis if Alpha get it first, but they do have a slight advantage in that case. Alpha, they are looking like, and this is not a knock on them, but they have never before looked like a team to beat, but now they do. And that's a scary, scary thought for a lot of the teams here who maybe thought that, you know, especially after the lower bracket open qualifier run here from Alpha, that wouldn't be the case, but man, they're proving everybody wrong, and they're such a formidable looking team right now.
I mean, there was always that hype from last year, especially one good run back in Stage 2, Stage 3, I don't even remember anymore, but you gotta remember this Alpha Esports Squadron, they have really hunkered down in terms of their preparation. Only now support structure comes in for them, but this is a problem because that was a well-played Golden Thunder. He gets killed. Here comes Chris M. Moving forward to 32 right now. Envy. He made waves ripple towards that A side. Now he's got it. Chris M. Names of Alpha Esports, man. They will forever be remembered for this game because Chris M at the very end does it again for the team. And that was just so dicey for Alpha because Oasis had a well-placed Thunder. They were getting pushed by Reach and Cole, but they answered with the crossfire. Answered by holding themselves together, keeping everything still collated. And now they're 2 away from taking Haven.
And we saw there that, you know, Gian Sandy, he was stuck on a nanostorm. He was melting. I'm even surprised he didn't die to it. And the problem there with Oasis, I think, felt like, and as you said, waves, man. Waves is what they relied upon. There's a first wave and a second wave, but no, you have to hit the site all together as one entire tidal surge. And that just never came here for the Oasis' squad. The fact that they kind of staggered themselves going on in 2 separate waves did really mean that Alpha were able to, you know, isolate and consolidate whatever was coming their way. Now Oasis forced on an eco, playing at match point. Ching blind here in the corner, but Chris M has got his back. He has been such a reliable piece of this puzzle that Alpha keep on proposing towards any opposition that they've got. And he's always been that backline to really plug in whichever holes are left open. Ching gets a kill, finds a third in the round, and Alpha have taken match point 12-6. What a dominating map this time around.
Yeah, it was stellar read from Alpha Esports, knowing especially in Eco State, Oasis isn't going to come from the front. They're going to come from behind and look to find those backstabs as much as possible against the likes of Ching and Chris M. And they anticipated that. They were watching out for the corner. They pushed in here. Sure, he's going to get flashed a little bit, but it doesn't matter because Chris M is ready for the crossfire. One enemy so well played right now by Alpha Esports. They know their opponent. They know that they can make this composition work. And this is that kind of game where you show to everyone else that Alpha Esports Pro isn't just the G Insanity show. Because for, you know, anyone who rides that hype from last year, they will just be saying, oh, that's a G and Friends team. It's always just him doing the work. But this is where really Alpha Esports have proven that they've stuck with each other for good reason. That they've added these kind of amazing players to complement their playstyle. And for a squad that came into VCT this stage without that support structure and now making those strides with a little bit of help in that instance, it's incredible to really see Alpha Esports Pro look like a professional team. And that's what we want to have here in VCTPH. Oasis, though, still 6 rounds. And a last hurrah, a last gasp. The operator, well, it's a make-or-break moment for Oasis. Might as well go for the all-in, too.
Oasis, they're not, you know, out of anything just yet. No matter what happens in this series. They made top 4 last stage during stage 1, but things could be very different now, especially with a new contender seemingly on their shores in Alpha Esports Pro. Here comes out all that Nightfall, and there isn't much that, you know, Oasis can do to try and fend this off. They're going to have to play the retake. Here comes a lockdown as well, especially on the site. It's only going to be Jin waiting here, trying to find the off timing, but he has to bail on out because the lockdown's about to expire, and he's going to get caught in it. So that's going to slow them down for the meantime. realizing here Oasis, there isn't much for them to really try and pounce on just yet, and that makes them kind of spread back out, really looking if Alpha are going to rotate, but no, they're going to commit to this site once more.
Guiding Light comes into the skies. There we go, though, with the C's. Jin already back on site. His hands looking to kill the opposition as soon as possible. Trailblazer, though, chomps at the spike. The fault line comes in from the side of Oasis. Here we go, though, with Jin going for the hold himself. He got out of shit with a takedown, but Oasis Gaming, they get knocked off! Prism will get the catch up, but wow, finds the line, that's 5-2 there. All left now, the Ching versus Marky and Coco. The world looking at Ching to see if he can wrap this one up. Lockdown, though, will be destroyed. Time ticking on the other side. Covering fire necessary here for the side of Oasis. Now the push, and Coco will get the takedown. Do they have enough time? Seems like that's the case. So Oasis, they live to fight this day of all days into another round. 12-7, but it's really heart-wracking right now for the Oasis fanfare.
Yeah, that was dicey, especially with Marky having to push up there with an operator in his hands. Could have switched out for a rifle, but, you know, with the timings, the pressure, you're not too sure if this guy's going to peek or not. It's understandable, but it just makes things so much more gut-wrenching. And Oasis, they're going to have to make a hell of a comeback. 6 rounds straight, that's the first, just to tie things up and push us into overtime. But man, this is a difficult ask for even the Oasis squad, but we know that they can do it. We know that they're a capable team. But Alpha have been looking so on point right now. Insanity spots Marky out. Marky doesn't go for the shot. Instead, opts to try and fall back, realizing that there could be a bit more around that corner than he could be, well, really ready to receive. And here comes Jin, the rest of Alpha Esports Pro, taking that garage position. They're going to be parked on in here. And Marky doesn't even have the shot. Jin! 2 huge frags to find him. And this could be the end of map number 1. A third for Jin. The 4th goes to Ryu. And this is done. Oasis 1v5 in Wild Oreo's hands. And it might be slipping away.
Planted. Feel it. The grasp has been let go. And this is a statement by Alpha Esports Pro. They say here to Oasis as Wild Oreo will get the takedown. You can keep the stats. You can keep the magic. But the magic's being made by Wild Oreo. What a trick of fate here.
He knows.
It's truly at the end. Seeker also with the find. Ching in the backline. 5 HP.
Huge.
Left, but the Nanoswarm in the way. Time though, halfway done, halfway left, but there you go, because Alpha Esports Pro will keep their composure, and that was almost there from Oasis Gaming to stay alive, but Alpha will win here on Haven. Stop playing with our hearts like that, because Alpha Esports, they will outplay Oasis there at the end.
Amazing win by Alpha, but what an amazing attempt there as well from Wild Oreo. We have to give props to how valiantly he fought, not giving up. When the going went tough, he got even tougher, and he almost brought that one back. I even may dare say that was a good round for Oasis in the long run because of how much of a confidence boost those type of rounds can be. Even when you lose it, you know Wild Oreo is feeling it, and that could be a good sign of things to come. A good omen, if anything, for the Oasis squad. But we have to talk about how Alpha play that one. And even though we might say, you know, we don't typically see, you know, like a fade have so much impact immediately in terms of, you know, what is at face value, we definitely saw the final end of the scoreline reflect what Gian Sandy was doing on the server and how he supported Jin to be that second guy in.
Look, this cast, he barely said his name too much on the scoreboard, and that's a win for Alpha Esports in that instance bodes well for the future of this team. We always look for these moments where we say Alpha Esports Pro looking to be a wild oil machine, an absolute unit, a squad that comes in through, it comes in clutch when they need to. And how many times have we seen it from the Alpha backline, especially Ching, of course, reliable on getting those clutch frags. But even though Jin had a stellar game on the Jet, 21 kills to his name, I still have to really look at Ryu and Chris M and what they did in this game, because Chris M, from round 1, his presence was always felt all throughout the map. Same thing for Ryu, just moments after moments where the Breach was just going for those big ultimates and big setups that Alpha Esports able to rely on. The 2 faces though of Alpha, and just them showing that they can be strong with a utility-based play to give them that kind of space. Be amazing, of course, on just going for the duels when they need to. But this is a game where Alpha has decided to play the setup before going for the firefight. A little bit different here. Assess the situation before coming on in, and really, you can see here the attitude of Alpha looking better than ever here.
Man, Jin rather is such a
Wrong VCT, man.
Yeah, wrong VCT. But you know what's so funny? They have such a similar name and play such a similar play style almost. You know, they really like to run down the opposition, take things head front, and really such mechanically gifted this player is. He's really the perfect kind of, I guess, player that you'd really want, the perfect asset, the perfect piece that you'd want on an Alpha Esports squad like this, who have always been about that type of play style, have always been very in your face in many ways, and for them to pick him up has been such a big benefit. We're not even going to talk about, you know, the rest of how they have even kind of utilized all the pieces that have still stuck together and have been other additions like Ching, who we do know he's been on this team for a while now, but aside from, you know, Jin, he is the latter addition compared to the 3 OGs who were there from the get-go. And he has also been such an important factor. So many clutches from Ching, one of the most clutch players you're going to find in the entire VCTPH right now, and for them to have a player like him is huge. But Wild Oreo, man, his play here really helped them keep in the game and really, I guess, help them keep their heads still in the series. And that could be a moment that they can rally behind and see, like, guys, we're not out of this just yet. We could make it into map 2.
Yeah, but guys, we're gonna be taking a break because our hearts have been beating like crazy in that series. And that was only the first map. Dax here on Black and Blue. You guys are tuning on in to VCTPH Week 2. We'll be right back in just a little bit. Well, it seems like the path to the Oasis has gone a little bit haywire in that last map, and Alpha Esports able to wash the sins of the past for a better tomorrow. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting into map number 2 between Alpha Esports Pro and Oasis Gaming. My name is Dax, here with Black and Blue. And come on, Black and Blue.
Oh.
That game was just an absolute show, and I loved it, you loved it, but this is such a good look here for Alpha Esports. It's like they decided to change their clothes today, and they put on a suit, a tie, and a briefcase full of utility along the way.
Well, the last time we saw these two teams kind of match up against each other, it really was, I guess, kind of this is going to sound mean, but it was kind of a vacation for Oasis because 13-0, we saw them do that on Haven. We've seen them do, really dominate on other maps like Bind, like in Ascent, when the last times they've matched up. But we've never seen these two teams, from what I recall, play on Icebox itself. And this is a map that has, in the latter kind of, moments of this year, looked a lot better for Alpha than it did in the past. And Oasis, this has always been a map that they've been kind of reliable on, at the very least. And this is one thing that I do kind of want to note, in where I'm not too sure if we can kind of fall back to what historically used to happen anymore, because that was completely blown out of the water. This time on Haven, really one-way show in the favor of Alpha Esports Pro. And if you're an Oasis Gaming squad right now, you would be worried, but there is that small caveat wherein, with Wild Oreo popping off on that final map, maybe that was the waking up moment where they really find their chorus and how they're able to continue this next verse.
And I'm very intrigued to see also what Oasis is going to do right now for the next bits of, this game. Because once we get into Icebox, this is where we usually see the new and improved Oasis brand, wherein you play Wild Oreo on the Viper, you play usually a KO there, and it's up to Alpha to really adjust, if ever, since they love to run that chamber instead. So composition-wise, that we might be able to predict here, it does lean a little bit more on Oasis Gaming if they can find those targets just based on how they play the map. But for Alpha Esports, you mentioned it, they're throwing stats out of the way, they're throwing history out of the way, and they're trying to make a completely new statement this week, because this is the perfect chance to really redefine yourself. Between week 1, week 2, you had 2 days. We had 2 days to do things that weren't Valorant related. It's good to actually breathe the air outside. But beyond that, there are teams, of course, that don't want to be too one-dimensional. There's like, okay, these guys are going to be fragging out, for the case of Alpha Esports, that they have all of these different preparations that they can do in the middle. And it's such a vital week to win here, Black and Blue, because you're playing for that top 6, right? You're playing for especially seeding for the playoffs. And if you only have one chance to beat your opposition and try to basically push forward a new identity for your team, well, it should be today, because this is the moment where people have adjusted to each other from the playstyle of week number 1.
Although, of course, there is that thing where when you talk about how Stage 1 was, especially where teams would have at least 2 series up against each other during the group stages, because of how, the groups were split into Group A, Group B. That gave, teams a lot more capabilities of coming back on that second series after finally realizing what to do. But yeah, as you talked about, now what it really favors is teams that can adjust on the fly, teams that have a wider playbook to be able to utilize mid-round, mid-map, mid-game, and really realize that to its fullest extent. Now, the realizations here is that Alpha Esports Pro looked pretty damn good, man. This is the best they've looked ever, honestly, ever since their inception. The pieces that they picked up have been the right part of this entire machine that they've been trying to push on forward, really in your face type of play style, but still, they have the proper utility to try and support that. As I talked about last map, they still stick on the Killjoy, they still have the Astra, they still have these pieces that you might think might not necessarily work with an aggressive playstyle, but they make it work because they know that you need that bit of roundedness to kind of give the edge of the sword a bit more hold in the long run. If it's all sharp on both ends, if it's all thin and razor, thin, then it can be a lot more difficult for that thing to still remain working. But looking at side of, Oasis, they do have a lot going for them at the very least. They are a very experienced team in coming back from these type of situations. We've seen them go down 1-0 in a series and come back to win map 2 and 3 afterwards. And Icebox has been an okay map for them, but if I want to talk about compositions here, I'm not. Because while we might have seen, Jet Reyna come out the last time around, we've seen Alpha Esports Pro Play and Icebox, considering how they threw everyone for a loop there at map number 1. I'm not going to be expecting that entirely, and I'm really expecting to be surprised here.
I'm on the other camp, man. I already started talking about the compositions a while ago, and I think I'm more on the right side this time with our little debate, because the Reyna and the KO both come out for Alpha and Oasis respectively. So we're still going to be sticking around with Ripper, looking to flex on alongside Wild Oreo. You're going to have Coco on that Killjoy, and different. Oasis Gaming will, we beg to differ sometimes here on the broadcast, and I disagree. The one who wants charity. I disagree with your disagreement, and so.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Indubitably.
Indubitably, perfect. That's a great rebuttal right there. So, I'm looking at Alpha right now, and I like this composition for themselves. Because Jet, Reyna, Chamber. Time to brag out, time to win, time to shoot people, and time to just push as far as the eye can see before we get that conflict. Because they're going to want that little bit of that space around the map to utilize as much as possible. And when Alpha Esports plays a composition that's very much telegraphs their aggressiveness, you're going to be expecting Ryu and Chris M to solely look to support the team as much as possible. So we go back to what really has been the Alpha Esports standard, and I could say the same case about Oasis. These time, with this composition, you can really see the tendencies of individual players on Oasis Gaming.
But if you want to talk about individual players, even though, Oasis Gaming have those really important pieces like Envy, they got Wild Oreo, who played a while ago in that, final clutch of his, and they've got pieces like Marky. They're not necessarily known for that type of individual play that maybe Alpha have kind of branded themselves on from the get-go. Although both of those teams now kind of having a more well-rounded style, and it has been benefiting, Alpha Esports a lot when Oasis have been known for that in the first place. But KO out on Oasis' side, as he talked about, not the same on Alpha. They're going with the exact same composition we saw them play last time around versus Bren, and look at this, just trying to really barrel themselves down. Marky, though, great shutdown here on Jin.
For Oasis, it's all about that catch gameplay. They need to catch Alpha in their tracks. And while Alpha are trying to barrel down, Oasis are just basically the tacks on the floor, the roadblocks in the way. And they are blocking a clear push towards this A side. We got Marky right behind Fordsen, and it does seem like they're trying to just cover up the maze as well as the other side as much as possible. But Marky peeks. Kursev just not ready for that one. Taken down. Oasis Gaming looking pretty sharp this pistol round. Alpha Esports, yeah, it's not as clear cut here. We got Gian Santi though over onto the Jets. Wants to go for a push 2, and to the backline they might be able to go. But while Oreo still ready to contest here, and the beautiful scan allows Oasis to mark their targets. And last one, Gian Santi, he finds 2 before he falls. Oasis with the pistol.
Marky, a 4K on him, and that's gonna enable him to get his blades potentially really early here. If he goes for 3 kills, he could have those blades by the bonus, and that could be where Oasis start to turn things around. Defensive side, for them to get the pistol on the defensive side is huge, especially on a map that can be typically attacker-sided when you look at the final score of how things go. But is this wall really gonna be placed down here by Oasis, by Wild Oreo? Not something you typically always see on the defensive side, but I'm curious to see how they will utilize that A main control they seemingly look to want to fight for.
He's very Sentinel based on the Viper, and I believe we've discussed this last time too when we watched Oasis Gaming on this map. He loves to go for that diagonal wall so he can play the zigzag on it, just break some sight lines, and look to hunker down and be the Sentinel really of the Oasis roster rather than Coco. But Marky, though from above, so below, and now will be Ching the God 6 feet under thanks to the shot dark. Marky also there, and it's a pretty clear-cut setup here from Oasis Gaming. They get the takedowns as soon as the wall goes down, and there's no escape for Alpha Esports. They're like mice stuck in a scientist's experiment, and Oasis have gotten the results that they wanted.
You can see there were like 2 kills there that Wild Oreo really wanted, but his teammates took away from him. Not bad. It's okay. No, steal my kills, my friend. No, it's not like that. I'm memeing.
He was the only one.
I'm memeing.
He was the only one there at the end. So maybe Oasis also want kills.
Yeah.
Give it them.
Spreading the love.
Yeah, spreading the stats.
Here.
No hard carry for you, good sir. But
Well.
yeah, last two rounds pretty clear from Oasis that this is the defense that they want to telegraph towards the side. And here we go yet again, but Marky! This time he's feeling it. No fear. Marky goes after G and Santi. And he's gonna claim that bounty to start things off. So now, Jin on top of the pipes, gonna be navigating through and over. Fights towards the rope. Ripper going down. Waldo is set on up. Nice snake fight though from Chris M. And an even better angle here by Jin. Chris M getting two. Goodbye to the two of you, good sir. And
Coming back.
Coco left. Doesn't seem like Oasis can really get much done in this round.
Man, with Jin just somehow able to find his way through the pipes there and get that kill, slowly walking his way on in. That was a huge starting point here for Alpha. And really, even though they lose the opening pick, even though they lose Ching early in the round, it doesn't seem like they minded at all. And still, what a response coming from Alpha Esports Pro. But here's a gun round now coming from Oasis. This is where I want to see Oasis really put their foot down and cement themselves to be the team to extend this into that third map, because we know they can, but they have been struggling here today, especially against this Alpha Esports Pro squad who have been looking so refined.
And then Alpha Esports, they just have to deal with the redos basically. Oasis will usually have a specific setup for icebox defense, and they're gonna try to test that again and again and again. Heavily fortified now though for Oasis. This is pretty scary to walk into. Both the Killjoy and the Viper are positioned in the back. And well, as Coco does get seen, Alpha Esports already rethinking their plans. But as I say that, Jin decides to go gung-ho. And over on top of 410, he will go now. Yeah, for Alpha though, they actually rethink it. It feels like they're at the edge of the abyss, right? They're looking at it, staring at it. It is welcoming them to come at them. And at the same time, they know they have to be a little bit hesitant right now. The feet of Envy have been seen. Ching with the takedown off the Wild Oreo, and that's a stellar start here for Alpha. They need to get rid of the Viper. Next on the list might be the Killjoy, but Coco, unseen, unheard, unspotted, finally seen, and taken down by Ching. But it's 2 for 2 there. 3 versus 2 after everything is said and done. Ripper though tries to make this one work, but Chris M will stop him in his tracks, marking the only one left. And Chris M! What a catch and what a shot. 2-2. Alpha Esports play assessment and come out with the execution.
Man, this is looking like a retelling of the same story a while ago, where Oasis able to win the opening 2 rounds, but then Alpha just come back super hard on their gun rounds, always looking on fire. There really isn't a moment we've seen this entire tournament, aside from that one game versus Bren where they got 13-2, that Alpha have looked to slip. They've just been so on point, almost reminiscent of Naos, where last stage where nobody was really expecting them to be at the top, but that's how they're playing right now. They might not necessarily be at the same top that Team Secret might be, but they definitely are keeping everybody on their toes and really surprising so many looks here. They get the opening pick on the Envy. That cuts a lot of the information gathering. Ripper, he has some contact to work off of here. Gets that opening kill on Gian Sandy, but he's going to be needing to do a bit more to keep getting at bay.
Yes, a little unfortunate, but the Oasis Gaming, they have made these eco rounds dicey, so we have to keep an eye out on how they'll position themselves. Not only that, Bladestorm Silent Assassin over onto Jin. Coined by Marky, but before he can request for extraction, it's Ching who finds the spot. Finds the takedown. Now towards these sites, Alpha Esports will go. Oasis look at scramble. But thing is, they have some rifles right now, so this round very doable still for Oasis Gaming.
Spike planted.
3v3. Coco only got a pair to work with. They've retrieved some rifles, but Wild Oreo's out of armor. They didn't even have armor to begin with, actually. Waiting on here, Ching. Suppressed for the meantime, but now he can snap his fingers and try and bail. Actually, no. He doesn't have it set up. He's going to have to find the proper timing here. It's going to be very difficult for Ripper to really slide himself in with Ching waiting behind that. Ryu and Chris M, they find the last 2 kills with the only one remaining. Coco here, good for 1. But that's the round done, and Alpha once again take the lead.
I mean, it's not too shabby though for Oasis. 3 kills, the Viper spit forced out. They'll take what they can get. In Alpha Esports, they have to be wary of those rounds wherein Oasis are playing the Sheriffs. They should be expecting that they'll be looking to make these stopgaps, find a way to play a pinch perhaps, and then look to get those kills from behind as much as possible. It's been what we've seen from Haven, right, where Oasis will make those eco rounds dicey, and especially in that last instance wherein they made it connect, they kept themselves alive. So Alpha Esports always have to be ready, always have to be sure-footed with their approach. And now they're surely going towards that B site instead to play the execute. A little interested though with that wall. Where does it actually go for the vision? Aldron, even to get that intel, checking out the yellow before everything else. Alpha trying to play it safe and sound right now. Despite the weak shot right there.
Okay.
Breaking stabilities, I think.
Yeah, a bit of package, but Coco, he's going to deliver this directly to the doorstep of Chris M. And Alpha, they're crumbling here. What a retake coming from the Oasis squad. And this is looking like to be a tied-up game from the yellow. They're going to say hello. Ending the round, Oasis, quick swing back into the game, not letting this one get too out of hand. And once again, they tie things up 3-3. Team Ace, what a great way to get back now.
Yeah, that was a really off round for Alpha. I don't think that wall was properly set up. It was very awkward on the minimap. And then just the way that they take that site, look around with the Aldron when someone's already checking. You know, Shock Dart to clear out that util, sure, but they're already pushing. A little bit of a desync really for Alpha Esports. I thought it was lagging a little bit in all honesty because of that round, but truth be told, Alpha Esports right now, Chris, we've seen them clean. That was a little bit murky for Alpha there. So Oasis, it will take advantage of a moment of weakness. We'll see though the strength look to flex on over yet again as Jin has decided to go for more reps today. And an even better takedown onto Ripper. So good start here, Marky. With a challenge too. With the tailwind. Here we go, the call and a perfect bait. Well played here by Envy and Marky. Now Oasis is able to equalize the odds. And Alpha has to back away.
Great pick by either side, at least. 4v4, which typically does favor the attacking side because it leaves a lane a bit less unsupported. That can allow the attacking side to use that 4-man advantage to whichever side they decide to push. Only player here on the B side is going to be Coco to hold him on back. He does have that lockdown to utilize, but because of the contact being played here, it's be very difficult for him to find that opening, to find that space. Chris M up top finds a great kill. He's been really weaving his way like a Viper should. In market, Envy though answer on back. 3v2, shutting down the potential plant here. They actually do get the plant, but what can the post plant really hold? Here comes out the tour de force. He's going to have to make this happen with the force of his own hand. Ching, 1v3. We've seen him pull clutches many times over when he's least expected to. Great recon though to flush him on out. Gets the opening pick on the marquee, but Envy will not let that get too out of hand. Oasis take the lead.
That was just so well played by Envy and Marky again. Sure, Marky will die for the glory of Oasis Gaming, but he bought enough time for Envy to get the peek, get the takedown, and really, it's just paying it forward there from Marky to Envy and Envy to Marky. 4-3. Some stellar cerebral plays there from the Silva, really, and you can see it for Oasis Gaming. If they can just break the momentum and speed of Alpha Esports, that's not a problem for the attacking side because this is such an aggressive composition by Alpha. They're looking for frags to allow them to the site. If we get a stall because of utility, because of, well, trying to get that spike down, it's not that safe for Alpha Esports given the characters that they have right now in this game. And they have to go for a timeout because they realize that fact if they don't go for the push as soon as they get that frag, it gets really problematic for them in basically trying to get a objective take in the first place.
Time here called by Alpha. Really, and I think the name is pretty appropriate. That's the fact that they are called Alpha. Basically, their playstyle is like dominate and just the biggest of chads. I told this story a while ago, but I mean the last time around. But we saw Guy and Sandy at the studio. I was like, why are you even putting makeup on this man? Don't you see how radiant he is in many ways? Like they don't need it. They're so star-studded.
He was pretty shiny though. Not gonna lie. His skin was so supple.
Incandescent?
I don't know why I noticed that. Incandescent. I think that's the perfect word for it. It was like he was glowing. You could put him in those human heart nature ads alongside our other host Mika, so it could work.
I think I'd like that.
Yeah, I like that. Valorant X HHN. Pull that up.
There should be like more beauty/Valorant, I think.
Beauty
collabs.
products for,
Yep.
for Valorant. Different kinds of makeups, different kinds of lotion, and it's the guys.
Like this is the neon collection. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, we have a neon collection for apparel, so why not, right? Why
Look
not?
at this util though.
Yeah.
Placed on yellow from the.
I thought you were gonna tell me to look at the powder that we're trying to sell here or something. But now, okay, we're gonna pepper the B side with bullets instead. And it's Shing looking around with a few taps here and there. Trying to get a wall bang or soup. The flash comes and will Oasis execute? Yes, they do. Coco with the beacon to take down. Coco again. Coco going loco over this yellow. And by the end of this rainbow, Ryu is there to prevent him from getting that pot of gold. But now it's Marky to look and burn. One and there you go. Well then, Ryu does some damage, but Ripper is there for the takedown. 5-3 for Oasis Gaming.
Man, Crazy Coco with the crunch. It begs us to ask the question, how does he do it? And more importantly, is cereal soup?
It's cereal soup. The cereal themselves aren't soup. No, this is my question to you. Is coffee a soup?
This is...
No,
I see where my tweet a while ago kind
of went.
Started this whole thing.
Yeah. So if you just eat the coffee beans, okay, and then you put brewed coffee as milk, you get 3 times the energy.
That probably works, right?
Yeah, and that'll probably make your heart explode along the way. So that's a breakfast at your own risk scenario right there.
Yeah, I am not strong in my caffeine tolerance. I'm like a cup and I'm good.
That's a palpitate and a half right there. Like your heartbeat will probably faster.
That's a
than
null
you
command
talking.
right there.
Yeah. You're gonna need a null command and a triple bypass after. That's for sure.
Well, peace to be made. Let's see how Alpha turn this eco round of theirs around. They do have a judge. Not the best weapon, maybe for an attacking side, but if they can really lock things down, this could be just that small key that they could use. Shock darts out. Not able to connect. Ripper finds Chris M. That really does remove a lot of the concealment that they could use in this round. As Jin finds a kill with a rifle, make that 2. He's completely storming on them to use the Hunter Spirit to try and destroy that, letting Jin keep his heads up on the swivel. And if he gets another kill here, this is done. What an eco already coming in from Alpha Esports Pro. And Jin is able to dismiss back into safety, getting shut down by Marky. 3v2 weapons in hands of Oasis. They don't really have much to fight with here. Alpha going for that, and Marky's able to find him on the default position. 2v2. Rifle in the hands of Gian Sandy, trying to spam through with the Headhunter. Wildori keeps him at bay, and he keeps him in the game. 6-3, continuing their lead. But what a dicey roll thrown here by Alpha.
What is up with these eco rounds? You can't take your eye off this game because that was clear to see of Jin. And again, it's Alpha Esports reading how Oasis loves to play. When they know that they're at disadvantage, Alpha Esports deciding to push, knowing the fact that Oasis Gaming is coming from behind them, coming from those. Oasis has that tendency to play that map control, and Jin just does not disappoint whatsoever in the front line. It's just so really to have any kind of in a series like this between Oasis and Alpha, and you can see that these guys are going to get tested by each other more and more, especially if the endurance on for the rest of the series. The Oasis, they want to force a map number 3, and they're in good position right now to keep that advance. Haldron scouting on these, and does get dangerous peek right there. Waldor inside the cloud though, and right beside him, Jin, who gives him a tap on the shoulder before giving him a sucker punch out of nowhere. Waldor, now Paul, really fit the light here for the side of Oasis. And that's Insanity catching out Envy. A great take by Alpha so far. It may be better by Jin. He's Braxy and Sandy on the board. It's the GG's coming in. Good game and good. Not that's G and Sandy with the third. That was flawless from the duo.
Oh my goodness. Alpha, systematic dismantling of the defense there of Oasis, and when they really put their foot down like that, it can be so difficult because you might say, like, you know, if there was, for example, a KO on the other side, a breach, whatever utility being thrown at you, okay, This is how we counter it. But how do you counter a man who's just going insane? How do you even counter Empress? Maybe you can throw some flashes in his face, yes, but that is much easier said than done, especially when it's Jin at the helm of it. 9 kills for this man. Marky's got 13 on the opposing side, but Alpha are slowly and assuredly starting their comeback here. Oasis, great timeout for them to call. Almost like they have a new piece of coaching staff for them to call it.
Are you trying to say something? I'm trying to say that someone who left the team behind their place.
I mean, all I'm gonna say is when you lose a piece of your team, like, you know, it's very painful, bro.
Yeah, go on.
Especially when, you know, their stature is 5'11" from LaSalle.
Yeah, you know it. And Secretary Single, by the way, absolute hobbyist, content creator, gentleman, lovable, careable, and all those good things. Shout out to Fluffy, by the way, on the panel. But
oh, don't forget the O2. Fluffy
don't forget the O2. Yeah, that's true. So, was O1 taken?
Huh?
Was Fluffy O1 taken?
Yeah. Well, I don't know what the O2 was. Maybe that was his your previous account, and then he's like, I'm gonna make a new one.
Make a new one, and I'm gonna stay with this one, the second coming of Fluffy. But well,
I mean, I don't think anybody really sticks with their initial emails, do they? Either.
I mean, mine's still active for like all the spam in the world. But the spam out with a snake fight. The wall guard with the takedown there. Marky don't kill. Not get the kills. He gets caught by Jin in this. That way disengaged by G and Sandy, but Envy will be on the floor. Oh, Florian rather pushing forwards as the body do hit the surface of this A site.
Spike planted.
All left to Coco here in the 1v2. Jin will find them, and Alpha Esports one away from tying it up.
They keep on turning these things back, and it makes me wonder if it's because of... This would kind of, I guess, seem intuitive, actually, against your normal intuition, but because of the fact that they don't really play such a utility-heavy style, means that they can make plays like this even with a man down, because it really is about placing themselves in proper positions to get these kills and hitting those darn shots, and that is what Jin is so good at. Hitting the shots he needs to, and as I say time and time again, it's about big-time players making big-time plays, and there are very few players as huge in impact as Gian Sandy and Jin combined.
So it becomes the one alpha mega that we've been looking for here from them. Still though, by the powers that may be behind, Alpha Esports looking to go for the overpower, but Marky shows him resistance with precision. Expect to get that takedown. Now then, controlled here by Oasis. Engaged though, will not be as in as Oasis wanted. Chris is gonna get that takedown. It's a dig also on the park herself. Will make the angle count forward in a second. So things are looking good here for Alpha. They have the advantage, and they still have time to rotate if ever.
Man, this is still a round that they can come back into Oasis, especially if Wild Oreo goes big here. But oh yes, by this time, things are really coming down through the motions of it.
Scanning ahead.
Last player standing. Shot coming back.
Taking that shot down. Alpha Esports now setting up the Viper's pit, and really just the push and pull of Alpha Esports. Find ways yet again to get the right call in the situation. They haven't lost besides Jin, so and well, leaving Cope now to his own devices. Chain goes chain. Eventually though, Chris M is there to get the takedown, and we are tied up in the half.
Switching
Alpha
sides.
Esports able to claw their way back to get rid of the Oasis advantage.
6-6. This could be the beast awakening within Alpha in this tournament, as they have really proven with their skill, with their might, that they're a team to be reckoned with. After these performances, looking like a potential, representative of PH. We're gonna get 3 into that APAC slot. They could be one of them, especially with just how great of a player this roster is really all-encompassing. But Oasis, they made this a lot closer. Maybe not a lot closer. The opening half of Haven opened up at rather ended at 7-5. This one 6-6,
yeah.
so not that big of a difference. But the real caveat here is now Oasis, they're on the attacking side. The side typically favored on Icebox, not to jinx it, but we have seen them play really, really well on their attacking side a lot more often than we have on their defense in general. They're one of those teams that, much like Alpha, when they really want to execute, they just completely hammer things so oppressively. Marky placing himself in unorthodox positions. Now, if Wild Oreo was on the raise, then he would be right there behind him too. But we've seen him be on this Viper. He's not really having himself the best game in terms of frags, but his utility has been very important to Oasis to keep them in this. And looking to see if he's going to wake up here on this attacking side. We know he has a huge pool, huge talent Wild Oreo has, but he's going to have to twist it, lick it, and dunk it to get them into map 3.
I wonder if I ever gave a Wild Oreo and, well, Oasis is the one who has it there. Have you ever seen that ad where it's just all about what you can do with Oreos? What do you mean? It was like a few years ago. There was a song. It's like, wonder if I gave you an Oreo, and then you do something with it. You like imagine whatever you can do with it. I don't know. I just remember that suddenly. A little bit of wave of nostalgia as we get back into the game. So we had a quick little pause. I think right now everything is a-okay for these two teams. But to the point that actually you were making, overall for the series, the attacking side has to be the favored side teams. Oasis execute heavy. Alpha also looking to be potent. Guys looking for potent with the pushes. And case in point right now, we had a while ago where in Alpha Esports, right, they stepped up heavily when they were on the attacking side. Will it be the same case for Oasis to force a tiebreaker? Will Alpha look to put a stop to things? Will Angie the first one who stops two before he falls? Ryu with the trade, but advantage already here for the side of Oasis. Not here from the high ground, tapping away, but he misses. Two shots there at the end, and it's Ryu who does get a takedown. Marky though makes the frenzy count. Ching in the backline, 3v2 scenario. Still a chance for Alpha Esports if they have the turret in the way. Coco also will stop him before he gets an ID, and it's all Oasis here for the pistol. 7 Oasis with the initial advantage.
Great pistol round from Oasis, as he said, Dax. And, you know, the frenzy is a weapon that we have seen be... it always was viable. But we've seen it really find more hands that want to use it here lately, especially in this stage, I've noticed. And I really do think it's because of the fact that teams are realizing, and especially with the meta shifting into really gap-closing tools, how formidable it can be and how mobile you can be while still being accurate and while still, you know, leading fire upon the opposition. And as I said, the meta right now is initiating and gap closing. And the fact that a lot of teams really utilize that strength of their composition, and you can see the full effects of that with the frenzy coming on hand. But Wild Oreo getting that kill on the Jin, huge for him to find. Marky knows there's one here in the middle of the site. He finds a second kill of the round. Wild Oreo doing another, and things are just crumbling down. Alpha trying to hold on to the site, but that doesn't continue for much long. This should be Oasis extending it 8-6.
I can't believe a man of your background would promote run and gun in this day and
I'm not saying run and gun. I'm just saying smash and dash.
You're
taking that face value, Dax. Don't scoff at that.
Apparently,
no! What are you
doing? In B! No! Did you see that? She even freaking like
last player standing.
Are we gonna go to Twitter again? Are we gonna get another
No, none of that more.
No. We're done with that. That was last week's news. This is
oh my goodness.
I can't blame the guy for the attempt though.
Yeah, I mean, a split second here or there, it could have actually been the knife kill, the hatchet really.
I mean, if he was gonna do that, maybe he should have not bought the Spectre. But then again, I guess, of course, Oasis Gaming want to make the round secure, and then they make the round insecure after that. Okay, cool. We had a little bit of a chuckle there in that last round, but now Alpha Esports all serious with this push here. Black and blue, both the Jet and the Reyna together. Duo, yet one. Will spot them out and Coco already. Look, will they challenge though? That's the question up there right now from GM Santi. Does he expect Jin is here though? Shots to come. Get the kill kill. Coco now between Jin and Gian. Not the best place to be whatsoever. You are surely dead, good sir. Marky, though, opening it up towards MV side. So it's all about taking angles here, but Jin with the best one there. It's absolutely acute here for the chamber. And it's 2 after everything's said and done.
One enemy remaining.
So difficult to win these fights at a range when all you've got is Spectres. While Oreo gets one, he might be able to retrieve a rifle here towards Snowman, but they're watching him cross. He's able to make it across. No, he doesn't. You're jaywalking, buddy. And Gian Sandy, he's a cop waiting around the corner telling you, hey, here's a ticket. Get it done. Oasis, only a round they have here over Alpha, but I'm looking to see if this gun round shall be converted in their favor. Now, I do think, maybe Oasis there could have fought maybe a bit more for Orange, because it can be very difficult to try and play that default kind of style on the post plant with a bunch of Spectres against rifles. And so, if they're able to close the gap, get themselves closer instead of staying there by the default, things could have went a bit different. But hey, that's end all be all. That's all said and done. Let's look now how to continue this round. Can Oasis once again string another round here? Do Alpha once more tie things up? Coco shutting down the initial push, and Gin gets a trade.
Smash of impact here from the side of Alpha, but Oasis Gaming was prepared for it enough to get the takedowns. Marky there for the free, and this round is almost over in a blink of an eye. Speed kills and speedy take care. Even better right now for Oasis Gaming is Null Command is still online. Ching cannot use it for quite a while. His disciple has been stowed away to the apartment. Now the departure of his life will be the catalyst of Oasis Gaming getting a pushing for the lead. So 9-7. Marky having an incredible game though after everything is said and has been opening things up. We're watching how Jin and Jian move right here on the defending side dressed towards A. But on the other side, Marky is able to make these openings. Marky is able to get the catch, and even though we're not getting much of his POV in these instances, how effective he has become for Oasis Gaming to swing the tide back in their favor.
You know for sure there, Jin, as soon as he got that kill, he was like, mash E. Just like get the hell out of there, and that he did, and that's what he really is so good at, and that's what Alpha understand this map to be about. You look at the composition, you see the Jet, Reyna, and Chamber, all agents that can dip in and out of the fight real easily, and so like if there's a wall like this, they're gonna continuously try and dip in and out of that and really punish the planter, but Envy able to get that kill. They're still fighting for the backside here, while Oreo, everything going in Oasis' way. This is looking like a flawless, but Jing says no to that. Okay. I know what I saw, but I understand at the end it's a 10-7.
I think they just wanted to say hi, real. Like, hey Ching, what you doing? What's up? It's you again. How you feeling? And after a brief conversation that ended with the headhunter to Marky's chest, it is Oasis right now making quick work of Alpha Esports on those economic rounds. And that's a lot better here for Oasis. I think really eco rounds themselves have been the biggest game changer here for both of these sides right now, and the fact that if it's just supposed to be secure for Oasis, do so as much as possible. But a few last chances here for Alpha Esports, and this must be the big one. Oppo doesn't hit its mark, unable to spread wides into background instead. Marky now pushing forward, but he gets this time. All they're ready with trade, but first time went to Alpha, and you can see that they have the momentum there. Coco cannot finalize the shot off the Ching, even after the spray. Ripper on the board, but doesn't matter because Ryu is there. And everything is left now to Envy, Alpha Esports. And these scenarios, this is where they can really shine. Plus, Alpha will say, no, Oasis too happy. They will get punched for their hubris. Envy all alone. 1v3. Alpha, they're prepared supposedly here towards his A side. Ryu right now throws the dart, forces Envy to push forward. There's the intel, there's the spot. And over to we go. Chris Emmerto will go down. Envy, the S again! Able to give the 1-2 punch! And he gets a drop down on the opposite. One more time! The invincible, the incredible, the amazing Envy. An ROG clutch for Oasis.
Man, when it looked so difficult for them to come back with, Oasis and Envy especially, invincible, indestructible, and undeniable the impact this man has had. One of the best initiators that you're gonna see in the entirety, or players in general, in the entirety Philippine circuit. and he really does get them across the finish line. Well, maybe not the finish line, but that final hurdle to securing match point. Oasis, economy built up. Alpha, pull out the operator. I thought it would have been the difference maker, and that it was looking like so. But Oasis, they have a secret tool. You might have an op. We have an envy.
He just feels to be one of the strongest parts of the Oasis brand, and it's a bird, it's a flex pick, and well, the Sova comes in to take names, take heads. Indy's just so cerebral at the isolation. He is just able to figure out exactly how Alpha is stationed, even after getting forced to push. And rarely do you see a player just do exactly that. Keeps and praises with the prefixes, but we have to amend it with now a new story towards this round. You can see here Alpha Esports already anticipating this A side a little bit more packed this time, though, towards that a no early push from Alpha because it's a hero rifle in the hands of Jin. Blades for Jin. This is an absolute make or break moment right now for Alpha Esports, right? If they lose this, they're still gonna have the bye. But to win this round, they need that impact from both of the two. And there's the Empress 2 along the way, but that's a big pick up. Marky! The transfer is through! And Chris M cannot get to do the connection whatsoever! While Oreo would finally get Santi after the answer over to Marky! And this looks to be the round. Coco backing on away. All the Ryu and but Alpha Esports, they put all their chips in the front line, and well, the gamble doesn't really bear fruit. Ryu is there to make a complaint and read the rule set. That Sheriff now. A resounding thud to the floor. King, high grab. Ryu yet again! The rules of engagements have been changed! We see that the game has become a book, and well, Ching will find for there! It looked to be they had that one in the bag, but there's a big hole in the way, shot up by Ryu, and it's 11-8 now by Alpha Esports. They're coming back.
Wow. Clutch for clutch. Big play for big play. In Alpha, that could have potentially sucked the wind out of the seams here for Oasis. Mark had an incredible spray transfer, and I thought the round was done, but knowing the 2v3, there are very little teams as potent in those clutch situations as Alpha is right now. Every single player on this team, we've seen clutch things out. We've seen Ching do that. We've seen Jin, Chris M, the entire roster here do huge things in really just explosive moments. Oasis, 11-8, match point at the cusp here. Barely out of reach from Oasis. That is something they can get to. That is a hurdle they can cross in this round, especially after the timeout. Now, a hallmark of a lot of great teams are teams that can secure the next round right after they call a timeout. And that is something Oasis have been very capable of doing time on over. But is Alpha going to get the better of them in this series? Can they deliver the same sentence really executed to them times again before in the past? They've got 2-0'd 2 times here by Oasis, and that's a favor they're looking to return.
You can never rest on this game, can't you? And is they felt that was a secure round for them after how they dealt with the Jet and the Reina, after how they dealt with the opposition in that last eco round. But there is just no stopping right now. Aryo Ryu has become the ultimate clutch with the Sheriff, and let's see if he can do it yet again here with the rifle now in hand. Operator also for Alpha Esports. Oasis has to goodbyes yet again, and we're gonna be saying goodbye to Ching because Marky able to avoid the last few bullets. Now he's throwing out more of those Blaze Frenzy, the only thing in his hands right now.
Yeah.
5v4, and Oasis does seem like they might go for that B site here.
I know Asarai is a big fan of the Frenzy, but I'm not too sure if this is really going to work out for Marky.
Is that meant of the game?
Yes, this is it.
Well, he found it. No Frenzy for him. Doesn't want to be part of the Asarai fan club. It's the rifle now in his hand. Ryu though. Coco Ryu again? Eyebrows and raising the level of Alpha Esports one more time. Are you really answering his own question here with his name? That is his name, that is his game, and his aim has been so stellar so far, hitting these shots.
Pit for pit.
Now into play too. Pit for pits, hit for tats. Shot at 25, and as Jin comes on in, Jin gets a takedown with the Wild Oreo. Now it's a play of Oasis. Got into play. Also, the chance is losing steam here. Oasis Gaming struggling right now as Alpha Esports comes big yet again.
A flawless retake there in the 4v5 coming from Alpha Esports Pro, and I don't know about that take for them to really push into the backside, into orange when you're on Oasis. You put the Viper's Pit, which means you kind of want to play, a bit with that ultimate, but the fact that they played so far forward just really allowed the side of Alpha to get those picks, gave them the opportunities to win those fights, and when they did, man, they did in such spectacular fashion on the retake. Oasis, one gun round here before they're forced on the eco. Not the same could be said for Alpha. If they lose this round, they have the bye, they have that tour de force as well to really utilize. And Oasis, they are looking in a lot rougher waters now, but still, match point could be seized here. A Spectre in the hands of Wild Oreo, who hasn't been having himself the, best game in terms of the scoreboard. So they're going to have to rely on his utility instead to really come up big. Lockdown plays. Not going to get them entirety control of the site, but for the most part, it gets them just enough. Look at this wall as well. Looking for a snowman kind of push here, I think is what they're expecting. Null command as well. Everything being dumped into this round axe, and Ripper finds the opening take on again. Jin.
Side Jin, you try to make a play, but Oasis Gaming doesn't utilize the rules in the world to do so. Chris M though, unseen, unspotted in the push. While they're gonna get caught from Ripper. Chris M score on. It's 3v3 after everything's said and post-plant location though here for the side of Oasis, and they're relaxing just a little bit because they know they're on Infi, but you have to be on your toes again because Ching with a takedown. Where's the peak though from Alpha? Ching with another one. Shot does not connect. No time for Oasis to get back, and Oasis is falling apart as Alpha Esports has picked up the pieces and have gotten the score lines. A nice set of last few kills there from Indy, but it's all a moot point because now Alpha is double digits in and they're just way from the score line.
The small consolation there is because of the plant and the kills that they were able to find for themselves. They have this buy to work off of. Now, Coco just needs to hold down the blind, make sure that nobody swings from yellow to kill Envy, who is keeping that spike, on check, who's keeping it marked with his Hunter's Fury. But he goes down, and that simple, crucial piece meant everything for the Alpha Esports squad. You saw them try and take that snowman control, but the wall wasn't entirely up by the time that they actually went for it, and for them to kind of second-guess themselves instead of full committing for that snowman take with all the utility they dropped, really, signed the end there, the beginning of the end for the Oasis round. Such a painful round to lose, considering how much utility and economy they dumped into that one specific round, number 21. Here, though, tour de force pulled out by Ching. We talked about it in the last round. He goes for the shot, does not connect.
Oasis Gaming feels like they booked already their tickets to map number 3.
Melting.
But suddenly, they get a call from HR, and then they have to work the leak, and still have to work for this win. Chris them with a takedown. Coco's there too. Hostile takeover right now from the side of Alpha Esports, and Oasis can't commitment towards this B site. Wild Oreo and Ripper, they're both stuck here. They just have to find a way to get on potential flank, potential here by Oasis with Chris M. He's already right behind the barrel, though. We're gonna get seen. The head is spot.
30 seconds
We'll get that takedown. A nice free rotate though by Oasis. They realize middle is open. They could go back to B where they have the toxic screen set up. Ching though, waiting on the other side. They're gonna get thrown.
Nice.
But the wrong direction. Wild Oreo able to run him over from the other side, and Wild Oreo is not done. He's going hog wild right too. All left now. The G and Sanity. Well, he has to go insane in the membrane if he wants to make this play. Dashing already. So time is not on his side, and the angles are neither. 12 to 10. Oasis Gaming. Match point. On map point. Still not. Alpha can still fight. Yeah. Before coming into this round.
Yeah, I'm looking for Alpha to extend this into overtime, but you kind of heard me comment there real quick. Nice shutdown. That's because when Wild Oreo found Jin trying to, push himself on towards the back of the site, if Jin was able to get a single kill there and utilize his utility as a Reyna, that dismiss, that devour, and being in a scramble in that position specifically on the back of the site, that is a Reyna's playground. So many corners for him to dip in and out, and that could have been a round where they really get turn things around and just crush the hopes of Oasis, but they get match point here right now. Alpha, though, still have a bye. Important round for them to take. And I may say it, if they take this round, we could very well be looking at that overtime. And I'm even going to expect it at this point because of how close these two teams are playing, how good Alpha has been time and time again consistently throughout this entire tournament for the most part. So, timeout here by Alpha. One that they desperately need, probably one of their finer moments to call it. But Oasis, I love the heads-up play there for them to utilize that mid position, realizing, okay, it's a bit too hot here towards that B main angle, towards B long and yellow. Starting to wrap around and re-hit B from a different angle, and Ripper finding the barrel of Chris M sticking on out. That's why you keep things compact and close. But hey, Alpha, they have some rounds to win, and by goodness, we know they can do it.
No, I like the fact that they still went if they need to go, so they could go for that, just have that option if ever, and that would have circumvented wherever Giansanti was positioned in the first place. So really for Oasis, good thing in that round and how to make that play work. On the flip side though, you see for Alpha Esports that it was pretty tight on the money, yes, but they're able to buy up 4 rifles thanks to Ching only being on light armor. So he's able to sponsor 2 in this instance, and Marky pushing on forward. Getting the kill though. Ching gonna fall now in backline, and Oasis Gaming, they see that there is a sunny day right behind this site, and they want to go for a better tomorrow, but can they exit at this moment? Spike taking on down now. We do have a bit of intersection with toxic screens, and Tiger not being taken here by Chris M, but Jin is not fall in the back line. Jin will die, and well, that's it. That's Chris M can keep it calm, but his name is on the deceased list instead. Oasis Gaming, they stay alive in the fight. We're tied up in the series.
What a map for Oasis to win back on. We said they're very consistent here on Icebox, one of their better, more reliable maps, and that they do get the job done. Elated at the win, but they know all isn't over. We're going to map 3, ladies and gentlemen, and Breeze is a very curious map, I think, for us to be ending on. But let's talk about map number 2 real quick. We really did see where it can be a lot more difficult for them to utilize their composition because of the fact that, Alpha Esports Pro, they don't have as much utility to simply throw at you that Oasis might have. They really rely on their big players making those big plays, but when it doesn't come on in, as we say many times over, it's a spectacular way to win a map, but not the most consistent way to win a series in general. And in that case, Oasis edge it out in the end with a bit of heroics. Yes, I will admit, but their play as a team has been spectacular, and Oasis edge this one on out, almost going the distance there into one of the final few rounds of the regulation. But they get in the end, and I think map 3 is going to be a huge map for both of these teams.
This is the playstyle that Oasis expected from Alpha. This is the playstyle that they prepared for. You can really see that they have gotten some heroics from InVS, but more often than not, they love to be able to check how sure their push can be. And as we get the MVPs here, Jin, of course, having quite a series to remember, fragging out the Jet last time, fragging out still on the Reyna here. Marky on the flip side, though, monster game, and he has been the unsung hero of this gaming for this map because we talked about how Invi has been so special with the clutches. Ripper and Wild Oreo have been doing incredible too. The utilities and the frags, but none of these rounds would even give a chance to Oasis Gaming. It wasn't there to say, guys, let's push this way when Alpha is braiding on their necks. Because if Oasis just had like a no duels composition and they get kind of stuck in between a rock and a hard place scenario, and Alpha Esports could make those pinches with Jin, G, and Santi work. They would catch up to the bulk of Oasis Gaming. They would suddenly be able to hammer them on from another side, and that was just prevented by Marky not only deciding to go in for his team, but also getting the vital kills that they need to prevent a complete collapse. But a few highlights here and there. And really, it seems like for Oasis Gaming, the problem at the start were in that they just couldn't stop the Alpha momentum when they finally got it. It was answered by the fact that when they were now on the attacking side, they were still able to make that space thanks to really the Flames giving it to them.
That space is just incredibly important, and you cannot understate how much space taking and really gap closing is such a huge factor in this map, especially in a map like Icebox, dipping in and out of the fight now. They have two very different philosophies of that, with Alpha Esports Pro doing that with mobility, as you can see. Obviously with the Jet, with the Reyna, with the Chamber, but on the opposing side, it's more with utility over mobility that we do see come in for Oasis here. But still, that being said, it doesn't mean that they aren't going to be active moving around the map. You can see Marky just popping off so many times, and Envy. This clutch cannot be understated as well, and how important that was. That really gave them that small bit of fresh air for them to get a full lung in of what they really needed to do. In that case, while Oreo as well coming in big, quality over quantity of frags is what his game was about, and that is what really helped them get over the end.
And Oasis Gaming, they were prepared, they were ready for this one, and now we go into a dot. This everything said and done. So that's map number 3, and I do believe it will be Braze. To be absolutely so exciting. It's a short day here for VCT, but these series are going long and we'll be going on for quite a bit of a break here in Dax, here with Black and Blue. You guys are tuning on VCTPH. We'll see you guys in just a bit.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking the basement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round me, you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant, you're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it, I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest
Sometimes we look for clashes to fight forever, but right now we're looking to get into the last chapter of the group stage gauntlet between Alpha Esports and Oasis Gaming. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The first game, the first series, and the first day, of course, of the second week of the VCTPH group stage. I'm Dax here with Black and Blue, and we're not done here, Nico, because we still have one more map to go, one more brawl to really keep an eye out on. But before we move on into the more cooler temperature of Breeze, it was quite a cold reception by Oasis to Alpha until Alpha almost made Oasis just completely collapse there at the end.
Definitely so, and there hasn't been a map, or at least a time before, where we've seen these two teams play on Breeze. We know that Alpha can be very proficient on Breeze, but that warm welcome that we were expecting to come in from Oasis on Icebox, a bit, as you said, a bit chillier than usual. It almost seemed like a cold end, and almost seemed like maybe a potential 2-0 in return to the favor there of Alpha Esports, but they extended here, Oasis, into map 3, a map that, once again, I said, this is really where I think it does kind of favor the playstyle of Alpha. These big, sprawling maps do help enable a bit of the individuality to come out between players, and especially when you have some of those big-name players like Alpha Esports Pro has got in Jin and G and Sandy, just to talk about the few. You really do expect for them to do big things here. Now, we haven't really seen G and Sandy kind of come into the fold in terms of how much his fragging power is typically seen on these two maps that we've previously witnessed, but I'm looking for that to change all in here. This is one of his best maps. This is one of the comfort maps we've seen him pop off on. But on the other side of things, so has Marky. This is one of his statistically best maps in general. We've seen many things be thrown at him, and still he's able to fend all of that off because of how good and how comfortable he is playing on a map like Breeze. So I do think this is a comfortable map for both of these teams, but especially with the fact that, how Alpha have performed in the past, I'm looking for them to really overthrow what could happen here. But Oasis, they have the numbers, they have the experience to really secure this, and so I really think this is going to go into the fullest extent, if not overtime, then at the very least to the final bout of regulation. At that point, it's anybody's game.
Come on, it's anybody's game because we have incredible duelists into the front line, and I think we can talk about yet again still the battle of the Jets here in the PH scene. Everyone really gunning for best Jet crown. You have your usual suspects like Dubstep, Georgie, and then of course G and Santi and Marky are there in that picture as well to mention. And it really just goes to show that this is going to be the perfect test to try and outmaneuver and outskill the other. Coming into Breeze, we're going to be expecting those open sight lines, try to find ways to get a small advantage, enable themselves with the position. But I really look into Breeze right now and see for Oasis Gaming is how much they've built themselves up to not get too reliant on that fact, not to get too testy, but just make a very secure execution and call it a day. Because I'm going to give you some incredible numbers right now for Oasis Gaming. On their last few outings on Breeze, they have won 86% of the time on the attacking side. These guys have been absolutely secure when they get the attack going. And it really boils down to how they're able to flex around again on those roles. You're going to be seeing Coco on that chamber. I'm really expecting another KO to come in. And it's up to Alpha Esports to stop those executes from happening. But the problem is, and the problem was that we saw there on Icebox is, if Alpha doesn't get the frags, they don't have many of those options that they actually had compared to when they played in Haven. And we saw it on Haven, right? How they were able to reel back, how they were able to reassess what was going on and then answer back with their own utilities this time. And I'm really expecting the same case as we saw on Icebox, that it's going to be still more that frag centric. We're going to be getting that Jet Reina chamber core again. And I really wonder right now how Alpha has to adjust against Oasis, because this is now Oasis Gaming more prepared for Alpha Esports in this certain combination.
And when you look at, if you want to talk about the statistics here, yes, we do know Oasis really are that better team on their attacking side compared to their defense, and especially with a map like Breeze that can be a bit more attacker side. I think that's true for all of the maps we've played here, Icebox, Haven, and now Breeze, especially to Breeze to the fullest extent. But you look at the numbers, we see, them winning their past two outings. If you look at the past 3-4 months, 100% win rate for Oasis' squad. But if you look past that, if you look between maybe almost like the past 10 months in general, which is a large time span, yes, but the point here is it drops down to 40%, and that's because only in recent times have Oasis found that comfort. Now that's at least something going for them. The point here is they can't fall back to their old mistakes of how they used to play Breeze, because it used to be one of their worst. Now it's one of statistically their best, where in Alpha they've almost always consistently been good at it. Not always great. They've had some bad outings, like when they got 13-3'd by Galaxy Racer, just a few months ago. But in general, aside from those, very few moments where they do kind of falter like that, they are a pretty consistent team in winning these Breeze maps, and they do it in such spectacular, dominating fashion a lot of the times, like what we saw at least recently, 13-9 between both Bren and Talon, and we see more of that if you go further past. But it's Oasis who have found their footing as of late. Now the thing is, when it is kind of like in that honeymoon stage for you on that map, how long does that really go? Yes, they've had dominating performances on that, 13-5s, 13-7s against very top tier teams, but we wonder if that is going to continue to come in true. That was against Naos and Action respectively, and I'm looking to see more of that Oasis here on Breeze. We know that, well, if the name does suggest, this should be a bit of a breeze for the Oasis squad in terms of how comfortable they are playing on this map, but I really don't expect, especially seeing those opening 2 maps, for it to go that way. Oasis, a great team, utility-based, one of the more utility-based, but they also know how to play that attack super well as compared to a lot of other utility-based teams that kind of do better in the defense and not on the flip side. Dax, I see you giggling real quick. I think this is just, a good sign, because we're all very excited and happy to get this map 3.
No, I just want it to happen, man, because we're going the distance for we still got Team Secret and Bren Esports to watch later on too. But isn't it ironic? A team named Oasis Gaming struggles in the most peaceful looking map that you can really have a vacation on. So ironies aside, I think this is now the problem here for Alpha Esports. I've been looking into some of the stats for the series, and we have to look really again back at Insanity. He had a solid game of that Fade, wherein he was able to be effective at setting things up for the team, looking to use those utilities pretty well. But I don't think he's really shifted back to his Duelist role as much as he would like, because he didn't really get too many frags there on that Icebox mount, relatively shut down there by the likes of Marky. And it's a triumvirate for a reason. You play that Jet, that Reyna, and that Chamber, if that's the composition that Alpha Esports is gonna run, and you expect all of those 3 players to frag out, because that's really the core of your composition, that's the crux of your strategy. And without one of those pillars really propping themselves up to the standard that they themselves know that they can play on, then it becomes difficult for those retakes. It really becomes difficult once they use all that support for those 3 to really pop off and get those takedowns, that Alpha Esports runs out of options in some of those situations. But we know that they still have a lot of power. Honestly, one of the most absolutely powerful teams here in the PH scene, because in a tight situation, someone is there able to bail them out. But we said this before about Oasis Gaming, and we can say it about them again and Alpha at the same time. You can't really expect too much if you're put in too heavy scenarios, right? When it's too difficult to handle and you have no other ways to manipulate the battlefield, what else can you do besides frag out? So that tough question needs to be answered by Alpha. Can they get back to a completely full standard right now for themselves coming into map number 3 as they shift playstyles, or they bring back what worked in map number 1? Do they have another setup like that over to Breeze, or was it really just that Haven map that they prepared for in that utility-based composition?
I think Dax, unfortunately, if we're going to go towards statistics and towards history, that it's going to be the former, wherein they're not really maybe going to be able to give them a totally new look. Because if you look at the compositions historically that they've played with this roster, it's been the exact same comp that we just saw on Icebox. They're going to expect a Jet, Reyna, Chamber, Sova, and Viper once again, as we saw from their Icebox, but this time, the KO potentially coming out on Oasis's side, which we've seen to be put to really great effect. And so, yeah, I'm not too sure how different Alpha can come into this game with, and if a lot of the same problems that were proposed to them on Icebox still cannot be mitigated, then this is going to look like another Oasis map. And as I said, same exact composition we were expecting here for Breeze is pulled out, as we saw from Icebox, and almost more of the same as well from the Oasis squad. So we're gonna kind of almost get like a relook at Icebox, but just on a not even very different setting, but just a different setting in general. And so Alpha, I'm expecting maybe a lot of the same problems that did kind of hamper them during Icebox could be present and maybe even prevalent here on Breeze. There is the one thing going for them though. Breeze a bit more open than Icebox might be, and that does help them really utilize the mobility that this team does try and bank on.
We're going to be backing on some tried and tested compositions here for both of these squads. Oasis Gaming move back to the KO as per usual. Alpha Esports still the Jets, the Reyna, the Chamber, and of course Sova and Viper. This is as classical as it can really get here for Alpha Esports in all honesty, and it's a perfect way to hit that redo button, basically go for more of the same thing as we get into a different map instead. Breeze though has been a new exciting chapter for Oasis Gaming, has been a landmark of success for Alpha Esports even way back when. And now it's a monolith to figure out who we're going to be dedicating this victory to, as we're almost going to be back into the game. But let's not forget that even though Alpha Esports lost that last map, that was almost a collapse of Oasis Gaming. Time and time again, after that clutch there from Ryu and Ching, it really changed the pace of the game. So if Oasis was able to build on the momentum built by Wild Order from map 1, can Alpha do the same and say, okay guys, we almost had them there in map number 2. Let's wrap it up here in the third map, as it's an aggressive push from Oasis Gaming to start things off, playing Operation here towards the elbow, and Operation Marky dashing in will be failed because Ching will catch him immediately in that instance. Not only that, Wild Oreo getting peppered by bullets. It's dangerous here for the Viper to go alone. Take this, Ripper though taking the kill onto Jin. It's a scramble towards B site here for Alpha. They get the spike planted, also a forward position towards the arches there.
The thing is, they're all very low in the Oasis squad, but Alpha, they're taking a beating here. Coco with a headhunter, able to get that kill, giving them the man advantage. Wild Oreo walking through Decay, utilizing really what is so powerful about it. And Chris M, will he get the kill? Yes, he does, shutting down the opposing Viper here. Snake for Snake. Ryu, though, big kill for him to find, and it's all down to Envy. 1v2, they're both quite low. A body shot to the chest is all they're gonna need, but he finds the head of Ching the God, and he is definitely not indestructible here. Envy, 1v1, both low. A single bullet will do either on end, but Chris M playing time masterfully, perfectly. He gets a kill, but does he have time to get this defuse off? Barely enough. It's gonna go down all the way to the wire, but he doesn't because the orb has already gone off. Implosion, explosion from Alpha Esports to start off the map.
Chris M just realized, hey, you hear that ticking time bomb? We kind of win because of that. And well, for Alpha Esports, they got the spike plant that they needed, and they were able to anticipate the Oasis push yet again. This is one more instance that we see here from Alpha Esports, that they've really done their homework versus Oasis Gaming. They expect this aggression to come from middle angles. They know this is a squad that wants to surprise you and jolt you from such a sleep position at the moment's notice. And that was close though. That was very, very close, but no cigar there for our boy Envy. Now, guns are out. Spectres, a rifle even for G Insanity. He wants to get back to the momentum that we're looking for. And a nice check by Jin! Expecting something amiss there, courtesy of Wild Oreo. Will lead to the takedown, and not only that, Alpha Esports making it to the side, getting the frags that they need, and the Reyna getting the heat that he wants for the rest of the game. Ching also Marshall, and it's looking to be a done deal, courtesy of Alpha Esports Pro.
Yeah, Jin, the hairs on the back of his head started standing up, and he knew that there was something amiss, something awry. A snake in the grass, and that he finds. 0-2, good opening start here for Alpha Esports Pro. With Oasis, rifles abound. This is a lot more difficult a lot of times to make an eco, and in that same case, a bonus work out here on a map like Breeze, which has so many long angles to contest. You'd almost see teams kind of not really force up Spectres, but as soon as they do, they make it work on out. Some teams like to opt for a bit more, maybe a Bulldog here and there, plus the Marshall, but in this case, they get that rifle. It's a smart idea to always have a single rifle in those anti-ecos just for the secure firepower advantage. Well, opening round here, potentially from Oasis, while Oreo gets a kill on Jin, which is a huge pick for them to find Dax.
Here.
Being planted in Alpha Esports, they keep this pressure on this B side. They keep going at this angle as much as possible. Jin Santil hugging the broken wall. As the Aldron will look for the scout. Wild Oreo finds Ching there. And Oasis Gaming looking to play a game and keep away to frag these frags and go for the takedowns. All left now to Chris M, but we get the answer of a flawless victory here from Oasis. They like to keep their distance. They know how to play the angles. And Oasis Gaming will turn it around on the third round and keep a good bank for themselves too.
Yeah, flawless round here in Oasis, and I guess as advertised, so difficult to win those bonus rounds against full rifles abound. And it gives Oasis one to work with. With Alpha, we've seen them, be very proficient at converting these gun rounds right after a bonus of theirs. That could be the case here. No operators yet. No economy built up on either side. Full up on out. This is one of the maps that we've seen a lot of even attacking operators be quite prevalent, especially now that we got a chamber here. So let's see how they utilize what they've got.
Time for Alpha Esports to show that they can keep building this momentum. And you can see here from Oasis Gaming, right? Sight lines right now has spread out as much as possible. Get that intel. Maybe even get a drop on the frag or two. But Alpha now, through the middle, they will go. Double doors is the call. This is Waldoria. Going by the pyramids, has to back away. He's just fronting Bren. A default plan from happening over my dead body. The Viper will stay, but Envy looking to make bodies already all alongside Waldoria. Both Jin and G and Santi go down. So the fearsome duo of Alpha Esports falling so quickly early on into the round leads to such a stifle push here for Alpha Esports. Ryu, though, he's been popping, and he's found the frag onto Oreo too, but this is a little bit more on the systematic side, courtesy of Oasis. Marky even catching one more. It's all about picks right now here, Black and Blue, and in a game of picks, it's Oasis Gaming with the crown.
Yeah, this is looking like a lot better from Oasis here, but we've seen time and over. Whoever wins those opening two rounds rather of the half, typically loses the follow-up. Yeah. It always just, goes 2-2 after, so Chris M. Marky.
Chris M. Marky.
Giving him a chance?
Oh, no chance. No second chances, man.
Nope. No, as you like to say, Dax. No.
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 No charity.
No, that's the wrong thing, man. Man, you forgot our roots already, bud.
Is it not?
No charity is when
you drop an ego, yes.
No.
Like
So
give gun, right?
No. Yeah, you can't. So if you have a teammate with money, and you have no money, and he asks, "Do you want me to buy for you?" You just say no charity and run off with your force buy. That's what no charity means.
I think the phrase has kind of, evolved past that, Dex. We're in 2022.
Fine, we'll integrate it into our casting, we'll figure it out, man. But, we're not gonna figure out anything here for Alpha Esports because they rush in just to die. Oasis, this is another tendency that they do here on this Breeze, and I think it really works well for Oasis Gaming as Ryu is just a sheriff master right now. Well, and Chris M also on site. But you notice here that ever since Oasis has contested this middle a lot more here on Breeze, they have done so much better rather than just sticking by A or B side. And Oasis Gaming, they get the lead 3-2 right now. Now Alpha Esports should have the guns to fight in pretty much the same location we saw them a while ago.
Well, good round for them to convert against the eco here, but still, Alpha always so deadly formidable. Potent on these anti-ecos, Dax. Rather on their ecos especially, to try and, at least do some damage economically towards the Oasis' side, but now that gives Marky an opportunity to pull out his operator. Should really help cement themselves on this defensive side. Now, mid-control is something that we do commonly see from Alpha in general, no matter what the map is. And again, especially in the map here like Breeze, which is such an important mid position and what it connects to. Trying to utilize that, but the counter snipe here coming from Ching is going to come in very, very important.
It's a necessary contest because they don't have as much to blockade that nest. Envy, though, peeks on forward, beating Ching as his own game, even though he's just holding the rifle here. So 4v4 after everything is said and done. Oasis can effectively reset the pace of Alpha for now. But Alpha, they're setting up a pinch towards this B side. Does seem like Envy, though, might be the X-Factor here if he peeks out in time. Jindo and G and Sandy looking to help one another. Chris M pushing forward. And despite the desync here for Alpha Esports, they're able to make it through to that B side anyway. After a good kill on the Viper there in first place. And G and Sandy! He's going for more! Jindo's right there to help him out. Seems like these guys are just saying this, they're sharing pretty much the same thoughts here, Black and Blue. And it's crazy to think the sync really between Jin and GN have been so stellar here for the side of Alpha. But Envy, he's notorious for the clutch. He's done it before in this series. Can he do it yet again and add another notch on his belt? Pushing forward, Chris and peeks him. There's intel here for Alpha Esports, but this time Alpha will take no chances. It takes 3 to kill Envy, but they will be able to get to the third round anyway. 3-3 now the scoreline.
Tying things up once again. And none of these, especially this last 2 maps, have always been really just so tight-knit. Haven a bit more one-sided, but the first half was really, really close on still. Question is, who can outlast the opposition here? When you go to map 3s, especially when the other maps can be a bit drawn out, it does come down to who has that mental fortitude to keep on fighting and keep on consistently having their level really play up to their standards. And both of these teams have proven in the past to be able to do. Looking to see if Marky can do some work here with the operator. He has his tailwind burn. He can dash out at a moment's notice, but can he really choose his timings properly? He and Sandy waiting at the other end of things. He goes for a blind shot, nothing connecting, but what? With the fragment, Ripper gets a huge kill on the Jin. Chris M on the trade. Ripper finds a second kill on the Jin. Sandy gets a third! Ripper going big, ripping them apart! It's all on the chain to God to make something happen.
Yeah, so far away though. The Chamber has to retreat. Knows that he can't utilize the best kits of his arsenal because of that null command, and reboot and retooled. The Terminator here is sent back in time by Oasis Gaming to change his fate. Has brought them forward into the round. That was a big time setup there, basically by Ripper. The fragment into the peaks. Null command utilized heavily by Oasis. In all honesty, I thought it was game over for Marky as soon as the engagement started, because he got hit by the Leer, had to move a little bit more, had to go for the Cloud Burst. But since he still was able to get the dash on the way anyway, no push there from Alpha Esports. Oasis Gaming able to keep the operator alive, and this should be a save. So Oasis now, again, proving how valuable this KO pick really is for them. It's such a good disruptor of the momentum of Alpha, as Ching will beat Wild Warrior there into the exit. But you can see it here as Ching gets another one. That's beautiful here for Ching. It's not even just a consolation prize, it's a second place award here, because Oasis will take the score, Ching will get the exits, and we will now go into the next round with Oasis Gaming with the lead. But back to my point real quick. Ripper is just looking so stellar on this KO, and this KO being a factor disrupts what Chain wants to do, disrupts the chain of kills. What Jin wants to do is he's breaking the immediate push from GN Sanity. And just the fact that Oasis Gaming is employing this KO is one of the biggest reasons why they have made the lives of Alpha harder in the last 2 rounds. And the last 2 maps even.
The fact that he has been, that piece for them, as you said, it really does.
You want to play? Let's
It's kind of like a thorn in the side of the opposition here. So, Gian Sandy, you see Marky almost flick to it, but he's one step ahead, utilizing that verticality to really gain himself an edge here and get himself the high ground, both, well, metaphorically and
he saw it.
literally. He sees a barrel.
Saw that. A little bit of a peek, and now Peekaboo, G10 sees you. Chris M also on the board yet again. Alpha Esports stifling the corner that Wild Warrior loves to play, and this B site has been there for quite a while. It's now time to see if they can grow that spike into a well-respected adult in the future. But then again, Envy right now with the shock darts, still a chance here for Oasis Gaming to make this retake work. Coco coming in from the tunnel, but this is a great setup courtesy of Viper. Chris M now waiting, watching, and stalking more victims. Envy goes down. There we go with a jumping. They know where Coco exactly is, and Chris M again. Automatic with the wins, with the shots, and with the clears. 4-4. Alpha tie it up.
You want to talk about backline players, not just Chang, but man, Chris M has been such a reliable force here for the Alpha Esports Pro Squad. Always, as I said a while ago, even in map number 1, just plugging all the holes that are left on open and hitting his shots when he needs to. You don't really see many big pop-off moments from him, but he doesn't need to because he gets a ton of quality frags when he needs to. And that being said, he's at the top of the scoreboard for their team as well. Really cleaning up house when Alpha throw Oasis into a scramble. They have a gun round here. Blades out for Marky. But the fact that they're doing this on the defensive side isn't too bad at all for the Oasis squad. Looking for some aggression to be shown here from the halls. No hall pass though, so they realize, okay, keep yourselves walking. Otherwise, you might get burnt.
I didn't know that was the punishment for not having a hall pass, man. That
it was in my school.
No. I think you should report your school, man. That does not sound safe at all. I get a slap on the wrist and that was it. But now, Alpha again. Look at the slaps and pulls towards that B side to wake up Oasis to the reality that they can't hold this together. But Coco! Nice corner, being contested, and he's not done! He fights two before he falls. Ripper comes in as well! And as soon as the robot just goes for the drop, he drops the Reyna right in front of him. Alpha now put into such an awkward scenario.
Last player standing.
Even, but it has been broken in by the Oasis. A hostile takeover back in order, and Oasis Gaming making it a 5-4 scoreline. I love the adjustment from Oasis Gaming though, putting Coco there instead, knowing that he can get out if ever he needs to, and just a different angle for Oasis to take. It really was special, and the thing is, he went for the push because he didn't have the rendezvous available. He just went in, got two, knowing the fact that Alpha Esports loves to check the left side, as Chris M has been hard countering Wild Warrior for quite a while. So a solid adjustment and a great way to capitalize on the tendency of their opposition there. So 5-4, Oasis Gaming adjusting too, as Alpha Esports has done.
A gift.
Coco, man, huge play for him with the Mirror Spectre. Those close range angles are so difficult to try and shut down with a Spectre, and how mobile, silent he can be as well while doing it. Viper's Pit here. Gonna be popped on towards A main, but still Alpha realize they can go around this, taking that hall, and once again, they don't have a pass, and so have to be careful. Might be a Proctor waiting at the end of this. His name is Envy. He's gonna get found out though. Jin, great find, shuts down the immediate hold that could have been stifling that hall push, and now they're gonna be able to open this door. You can see him communicating though. Do not open it just yet. Wait for the proper timing. Chris, I'm catching Coco on the lure. Coco, he had to go for that play to try and get them something going because of the man disadvantage. And even with that, even with the control they're taking towards halls, because Chris M found a pick here towards B, they're trying to opt for that B side attack, but Marky does not shut him down. Insanity finding a pick here towards mid though on the Ripper, and looking to do the same while Oreo. Marky, great find on Chris M. That gives him somewhat of a hold here towards that B side, and now Alpha, do they continue onto this? Yes, they do! Marky gets it through the Lear though. Still 1v2. Wild Oreo going big, but Key Insanity bailing them out of a tough situation.
Yeah, Alpha Esports, they're that type of students that say, okay, it's 15 minutes, guys, we can actually cut for free. No problem, our teacher is gonna show up. And then the teacher shows up at the last moment, tries to make them stay there, and they have this little bit of a debate. It's 16 minutes, we're 1 minute late. We can actually get the hell out of this class, and it got so dicey there. You mentioned it, Marky coming up big when he needs to the most. A good shutdown on Chris M, stifling the push of Alpha Esports, but at the very end, it's still Alpha with the numbers to collapse on, and this is democracy, and Alpha Esports has gotten my vote for that round. So a timeout right now, called by Oasis Gaming. They realize here that they just need to change it up a little bit more, as the scoreline is so close. We're almost done here with the first half, but you notice here, whenever Oasis has a small adjustment, Alpha's the one who gets caught off guard. So maybe having Ripper somewhere else a little bit different, put Coco yet again where Wild Oreo does, and vis-a-vis. Those are possibilities that Oasis can consider right now. But Alpha Esports, man, Chris M having a series to remember, a more supporting role at the start of the series. Now he's at the very top. This is really such a big time step up here by Chris M, the quiet type really of Alpha Esports, coming in huge for the team now.
Well, it really is one of the playgrounds for Viper, almost a quintessential important pick you'll see any team really utilize here on a map like this. That wall, doing so much work and playing around the utility as well is something Chris M has really gotten lots of moments with. Aldron to find information. Ripper still gets a kill though, bailing Marky out, who does go down in the end. They still get a kill. Stinger in the hands here of Ripper. Insanity taking control of that site, and they do have a site Alpha for them. Sheriffs is all they really got to work with here. Actually, not even, just one. SMG is so difficult to win fights out of range here, coming in for Oasis, and this should be an Alpha round, which it is. and they secure at least the even half 6-5.
I would just applaud it if that Stinger actually beat that Vandal in that fight.
Yeah.
I would just start clapping. It would have been a sight to behold, that's for sure. But take a bow, Alpha Esports, you get the round. And now we get Oasis Gaming with the gun bias, but it's just looking so close yet again in the first half. This series has been absolutely neck and neck. Both sides willing to play those first two plays. Both sides looking absolutely mechanically cracked right now. And both sides just trying to anticipate what each other are gonna do based on their research and tendencies. So this is such a well-researched machine right now from both Oasis and Alpha. But Oasis Gaming looking to end it already on a high note. Envy will get two. Null Command is there too. And Alpha Esports, they felt their gusto. But as soon as a little bit of wind knocks them back on their feet, one enemy gun comes out. And the flex is gone. Envy even with the third kill. Marky right behind Ryu right now. And it's all but over here for Alpha Esports in the round. We will go into a full reset half. 6-6. Flawless by Oasis Gaming. And we're tied up yet again coming into the second half.
Switching
Dax, these opening halves have been so close. 7-5, 6-6, and once again another 6-6 here on the third map. And Oasis really just dumping every single ultimate that they've got in that round to secure it. And Envy, man, for him to find 2 picks just from the complete safety of that nest position with his Hunter's Fury. Well, it's hunting season and he's got to pass this time. Finds all the prey that he needs, and Oasis tie things up 6-6, which is a pretty good scoreline going into that attacking second half of theirs. And halftime pause here can give them a bit of brevity. Such a tightly tense series that both of these teams are playing. Very different philosophies on how they approach the game, but you really are seeing a battle of the two intuitions that Alpha Esports and Oasis both want to intend and impose on their opponents here. Man, what a series already to start off week number 2.
Yeah, it's a serene moment, that's for sure, but this has just been quite a party for VCTPH. This is how we kick things off for week number 2. You know that some of these teams are going to be fighting for their lives just to make it to the top 6. Others want to get to that top 2 bye position where they get into the second round. And of course, certain names trying to make certain cases for themselves. Can Southfield Esports defend their crown? Can now us bounce on back? Is Alpha Esports a squad that can make it to the playoffs? Will Oasis Gaming make it to APAC yet again? And finally, let's not forget Team Secrets looking to be back on top of the PH ecosystem.
Yeah.
This week, we're going to be answering a lot of the questions, even more so into the playoffs. But if this is just a semblance of what may come to the rest of VCTPH, you guys are in for an absolute treat, and we're happy to be here for y'all too. This series, though, so close, all about clutch players doing big-time clutches. We've seen it from pretty much everyone right now on this server, in these 2 rosters. And I really feel like for Oasis Gaming, they do have a bit of advantage, though, that we end in a 6-6 scoreline, because they have been absolutely notorious on the attacking side. They have been incredible at making their executes work time and time again. And just the balance between utility and speed of execution by Oasis Gaming has had so much finesse compared to everyone else in the PH group stage, that this is where they can really shine. And it's Alpha Esports absolutely tested right now because we're tied up.
And Dax, as you kind of touched upon a while ago, you know, this stage, more so than any other stage we've ever had, I think, in the VCTPH, has the most storylines to be told by every single team that is here in such an interesting way, especially with it, you know, the history that a lot of these teams have garnered within the past year or so. It really does boil down to how much can be done with how little time there is to tell it. Marky opening up here with the contact is Alpha looking to take aggressive control of the cave, but that's where it might be sent. The Insanity, though, huge pick to find Ripper, and it all starts crumbling down as Chris M gets that kill on the Marky. Off the flank here, Jin just pushing the envelope, and that's what they send to the postman. 4v2, so difficult now for Oasis to win.
Yeah, just absolutely sealed right now, this cave. These guys licked the envelope there and made sure that it went into the mailbox right in front of their eyes. A must win for Alpha Esports that round was, and they did not fail to those expectations. Now they're gonna be able to be the ones to control the tempo of economy, and you can see it here. that they're willing to play a bit of that long reach game with the Guardian on Jin, with the Marshall here on Ching. And I absolutely expect that to happen here for Alpha Esports, that the operator is going to be a big force later on alongside the Tour de Force. Maybe some cheeky angles that the Reyna will try to get in and out with the kill. There is that tendency here for Alpha Esports to be willing to play the aggressor. And in a map like Breeze, where there are these open sightlines, bouts of speed, bouts of invulnerability, or instant translocation, that's where Alpha Esports can get away with things that they shouldn't have.
Really, it doesn't matter what should or should be. It only matters what does in the end of things. Holding onto the site here, Chris Sam, Markey taking a lot of that damage on the opening spam shots. Chris Sam, man, look at how much he's doing here to keep them firmly in this round. But Oreo, once again, only player to really get a kill in that round. And 8-6, Alpha, they get the opening 2 very cleanly, but we've seen teams, both of these teams, really bounce back for that third round turnaround time and time on over this entire series. I don't think there's been a moment where that hasn't been true. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Oasis, this is their time to shine. Alpha look to make that a lot more dented than they otherwise would have liked.
Yeah, I think it was like probably that one instance all the way back in the first game where we got at least one bonus round, but mostly, right, once you get the rifles, you still have a fight in you. And for Oasis Gaming, there's a very crucial piece of this puzzle that they need to get the connection on. It has to be the suppresses from Ripper. He's the one who can able this team immensely to prevent Alpha Esports from getting away with bloody murder. But there you go, call the detective to Indy's body, because we see a murder here towards the A side. Marky, though, is able to break the envelope and finally find the frags that he needs. Jin Sandy catching out Ripper. It's 3v2 after everything's said and done. Let's survive, of course, for Alpha Esports. And Oasis Gaming should have the range to contend with the opposition, but the shock dart is there, and Marky can't get away! What? He tried to round the corner, but too little HP! And lightning crashing through the metal. He's the one who felt the stack shot there.
Standing.
Goku, though, will fall, and Alpha Esports! Are they able to make this happen? It's nearly 2 here right in front of it, and Ryu with a final frag to end it all! Nicely done by Alpha Esports. When they need to go big, they go gigantic. 6-9 now, and for Alpha Esports, they're stopping and striking Oasis Gaming off the history records here.
Awkward round there for Oasis Gaming. It's like Coco trying to tap on the way, and Wild Oreo kind of being split on which decision to take, which one to make. And that's where one of those moments, easier said than done, yes, I know, but you have to commit on what you're about to do. You have to go for the guy you're aiming for, or just bail out of there. In that case, went for the halfway measure. He and Sandy, the rest of Alpha Esports, take it to its fullest extent. 6-9. A very nice scoreline for Alpha to get in this moment. They could be closing off the series very soon.
Yeah, this is just looking to be a schooling here by Alpha Esports if this continues. We've seen them, once they got the momentum in the second half of Haven, everything changed immediately. And now we get the range that they've been looking for a map like this. Jin Santi, he's on the operator, also has the blades if ever someone does invade his personal space. But B-site now, held together by 2. Ryu has also been absolutely impactful. Honestly, Alpha Esports, this is those moments where we can really see that this 5-man unit has stuck with each other through thick and thin for good reason. Aldrone, though, gets a nice catch, but this is such an awkward angle here that Waldor is able to take advantage of. Ching decides to teleport on the way. Ryu will get the trade, but Coco is now gonna get the takedown. Jin Sandy. Coco again gonna get 2. Jin comes on in. Ryu, of course, still able to hold on to the corner. And Alpha Esports now to fight back 2v2 scenario, though. In B again, looking absolutely incredible. But a nice clap from Jin. Gets the 1, gets the 2, 3 overall, and that's gonna be it. 4 in a row for Alpha Esports. We're counting the numbers here for Alpha. But at the same time, it's a countdown that Oasis does not want to look at. Gonna be 6-10, and they save the up 2.
Well, a round 1 there by Jin. Him being able to sneak himself all the way behind that pillar. And the fact that he found Coco first. The ROG clutch coming on in really helped that round. If it was Envy to go down, since he was low, maybe still a bit more winnable, but in the end, 6-10. That's what the scoreline suggests to continue on as Oasis call a timeout. Potentially final real round that they can throw in here. Otherwise, they're going to have to once again try and come back on match point with the guns. That's not a fate they want to face. We've talked about how Alpha have consistently been such a formidable team here on Breeze, one of the best teams on Breeze. For Oasis to leave that open, they could be really regretting that decision right now if everything does start to crumble. Operator out in the hands of Gian Sandy. On the defense, I'm not too sure how Oasis can deal with this.
Oasis has been riding the Breeze high for quite a while, and the stats were there. The momentum was there to play this map yet again, but Alpha Esports, as soon as they got that pistol, everything completely changed in their favor. And not only is it because, you know, Jin and Insanity are really propping themselves up, but just, you have to give big props to Chris Hemmer and Ryu, who have been so notable at hitting these absolutely impactful frags. Ching, of course, too. When it comes to clutch, he's the one you look for. But I still look at what this Viper, what this Sova has been doing. The so-called support line of Alpha Esports. And they have been the ones to really keep Alpha absolutely afloat in the bad times and the good. And, well, it's that damn great right now for Alpha Esports. Oasis, though, we know that their hearts are as one. These guys, a very close-knit team, to say the least. And living together, playing together, grinding together, of course, to get ready for stage number 2. But their escapades and their accolades might not be enough for this Alpha Esports advantage right now. Not only do we still have the operator here, Nico, it's also the Viper's Pit, I believe, set up by Chris M. So options right now for Oasis looking limited. It's reservations they're trying to get through, but all the bookings have been foreclosed by Alpha. These guys are hoarding the locations of Breeze right now, and it's a struggle to make it through the site.
6-10. And man, their struggles here are reflected on this round. The server, look, 30 seconds left, still no real foothold. They can't have execute, but that's what they needed. That's the small opening. That is a chance that they were hoping for. Envy finds them an opening here. Coco doing the same on a Jin. There has to be an information that Ching is on the back site, and that they do know. They do have a trademark to at least give him some sort of stopping power. Marky, great find. This is Oasis coming back into the round. 5v2, looking like a flawless with Gian Sandy, the last one left alive. Saving the op, does get a kill on the Envy. Try and make it expensive towards that painful Oasis economy. And Alpha, a round that they're willing to give up. They know that they're still in this fight. Whatever happens in this round, they can continue on forward. Most important thing here right now, I think, is for Gian Sandy to save his operator, but he's still continuing in the fight where Dripper does punish him. So 7-10 could be the start of something good.
Yeah, start of something good, start of something new even for Oasis Gaming, because they finally... Yes, good sir, I heard that. But Oasis Gaming, this is a great way to change the pace of the game. If they're the ones playing it slow, they might be able to creep around the map and find a few notable weaknesses here for Alpha Esports. And when you need a man to rely on, a man to do that job for the team, Envy just comes in clutch yet again, even at the start of the round. So Oasis Gaming, I think right now they just need to change the whole mentality of this series. We've seen some fast, hard hits from them be absolutely effective, especially in that last map. But this time, maybe a few duels here and there. Just keep away from the versatility of Gian Santi and Jin, and look to pick apart the backline again and again. Because we saw this also in Haven. Remember the few rounds where Chris M was actually targeted on that Astra? Oasis Gaming would take the round in absolute stride. So if they can find either Sova or the Viper early on, it might be easier for them as much as possible to remove those support pillars in check. But again, slow play is the key. No PMs needed here. It's telegraphed by Oasis Gaming. Finally, though, to get the execution on a site. Not only that, a bit of a lurk here in the middle by Marky. Coco, though, with 5 Sam. Marky, though, that's a tab to remember. Gian Sandy goes down. Next on the list might be Jin. But the damage has been done. And just crucial targets yet again being sought after by Oasis Gaming. We have a crossfire. They're trying to set up Jindo. Left, right, pick the target. Tries to get in cover, but he is exposed out to the open. All left now to Ching. Ripper does go down, but it's 4v1. And Oasis Gaming, they realize the scenario. They need to set up a bounty board because there are certain people that need to fall first.
Definitely is looking like the start of something new here, Dax, and I bet it feels so right for Oasis to be here right now with each other, 8-10, looking them in the eye, heart to heart. And this is where they're going to really make their mark. 8-10 once again. A scoreline that seemed a bit too out of reach a while ago, but now fully realized in eco state once again forced upon Alpha Esports Pro. That operator for Sandy could have come in big, but the Oasis are doing a great job of catching Alpha Esports out on their aggression. As you like to say, Dax, defense is a mere suggestion for this team on Alpha, and with them pushing so far forward, Oasis know where to spring and lay their traps.
Don't we both have a quote like that? Mine is defense is a suggestion, and then yours is Duelist is a mindset. Yeah.
I think it really comes down to the mentality.
It comes to mentality, the killer mentality. You gotta be that star player, man. But Alpha Esports, they need to go for a timeout because they have to realize the problem here. They're unable to protect that backline. Last round, Chris M died first. Previous round, Ryu dies first. And with Alpha Esports goes in blind, they have the reflex to get a kill, sure. But Oasis will be ready for that trade. Oasis will be there ready for the off angle. And it becomes pretty clear-cut that as soon as Oasis removes just those ways to garner that intel or site blockades on the Alpha side, then they're just going to set up a crossfire. They're going to set up an angle that even if you get one from Oasis, you can't get both of them unless you're just an absolute speed demon with the flick. So things are getting harder here for Alpha Esports right now. Oasis finally finding the last piece of this puzzle. And they're looking to frame this scoreline as soon as possible. Can they actually make it though? Do that 13. Well, Alpha Esports find a way to get back at it. And you can see it here for Alpha. Every time they're on an eco from losses, it's not a full eco. It's a hero rifle for Jin. They know that the Reyna is the best chance they have to frag out and reset themselves again and again. But a bit of the waiting game here from Ryu works out! Patience is a virtue that Ryu has been able to rely on. But unfortunately, humility there in the end because he will lose his life. 4v4 scenario. Chris M only with a sliver of HP left. Jing having to back on away. There's the decay. It's looking very painful. Suppresses there even, but Envy finds the lineup. It's all easy here for Envy. I'm loving it by the arc chest, and it's looking golden for Oasis. Yet the Kanji and Sandy now all alone. Flash strike comes in. Recon Dart is there. They know he's waiting. They know he's watching, and Envy will get the quad to end it for Oasis Gaming again. 9-10 Oasis getting back into this one.
Operator out in the hands of Yin Sandy once again to try and put a stop to this, to try and take it from range. When they get up close, Oasis have been able to really secure themselves. As I say, these eco rounds are so difficult to try and win against the rifles. Envy, perfect timing, perfect positioning right when no one was marking him to get those 3 kills at the Big M and send him on the delivery line. 9-10. Do Alpha let them tie it up here? Or can they extend it even further? Oasis, they have the counter snipe in the hands of Marky here. Operator in his hands once more. We have seen both of these two players be very formidable, but Gian Sandy maybe making himself more known for that op than Marky has typically been, wherein he's kind of been known for more explosive entries on the opposing end.
Yeah, the Marky gymnastics, it's probably a great weight loss training program. You should get a VHS of it, only for $4.99 a video, because you mentioned it, Marky has always been more of that mobility jet. He's solid on the operator too, but many times it's all about the space that he creates with his antics and with his lethality for the Oasis Gaming fold. And again though, Oasis Cloud now gonna get thrown out. Seems like Chris M does have a good setup here, but here we go again. Envy, Hunter's Fury, looking for a target. It's quite a distance though, and he cannot close that gap. Chris M also with the kill with the Wild Oreo, and this is a great impact here from Alpha Esports to start things off. They anticipate the push, it's super deep range. Ripper though still pulsing, the null command is effective, and Coco, where did you come from? He just dropped, it's like he dropped from a coconut tree by this point. And a silent assassin here for Oasis Gaming. Now giving them a chance to put that spike down, basically giving them the round, and we are tied up after everything is done here. Black and Blue 10-10 the scoreline. Giansanti has to save the op.
Man, Ripper, that null command did so much work here for Oasis. Not just in terms of obviously, you know, kind of shutting down the potential utility and abilities and suppressing anybody nearby, or even further to that extent, but more importantly, to put it in MMO terms, this dude just pulled the entire room's aggro. And when they're all beaming down that lighthouse and they let the fire, they let their shots ring loose, that just gives the information to Oasis on where to really point their heads towards, and that allowed Coco to sneak idly by and find the kills that he needed from the backline, like a true rogue that he is. Oasis tie the game up 10-10, Dax. Is this them really pulling back from day one till the end?
Yeah, man, that null connect, and it just feels like it's the lights at the end of the tunnel. It's a something in the sea, and a man chooses, but Ripper suppresses, and it's looking so stellar right now for Oasis Gaming. The way that they've adjusted again, the way that they're able to play that whole back, but still execute when they do have a great advantage thanks to the KO. And they're really just trying to remove Alpha's momentum away from the equation, not necessarily get the kill immediately, but have that trade system, have a way to suppress those utilities that can give Alpha an edge moving forward. And as it stands, Alpha Esports right now, they've been looking to rely on that range game, but they have not found the fish that are able to bite here. So Oasis Gaming playing keep away as much as possible from Giansanti. Now this might be a test though, because you have Chris M on the left, you have Giansanti who might reposition towards B main instead. A stack here from Oasis, looking to be testy in these waters.
Well, you know, sometimes, Dax, if nothing's biting, tugging on the lines, maybe a net might be the better option here. Case in point, accuracy by volume of fire could be a very potential thing that they could use here for the Alpha Esports squad, utilizing their numbers potentially. Key and Sandy finding a very dissecting tool here to get 2 opening kills and keeping them in that game. He's been one of the pioneers of that operator here in the VCTPH, and we have seen him actually, quite curiously, fun fact, stick to that same infantry operator for like a year now. So, yep. Very loyal is what I'm trying to say. Giansanti is.
Best skin line without effects, gotta say. And now Ripper with the kill onto Jin Ching, though, with the tour de force, repositions and reclaims another takedown. Well, that's assertive there from the side of Alpha, but it's 1v3, all left now to Marky. Still with a chance to go for the plant, but the hunting series doesn't get a connection! So still, some spacing for Marky, but Chris M and Giansanti have a crossfire. The classic was brought out, and Alpha Esports with a classic way to win. Look at Giansanti, get those sight lines. And that's what Oasis has been fearing all throughout the past few rounds. Walk into the operator's vision and get picked apart one by one. 11-10, finally Alpha Esports getting another round while they're in this double-digit state.
Alpha, great hold and great picks here coming from Giansanti. Great scalpel that he's got. Really finding those perfect slivers for him to capitalize on. So does Ching. Really, the long-range game. The operator is tour de force in the hands of Alpha, seeming to be the biggest problem, the biggest tool they can utilize to try and take this win over Oasis. Oasis still have enough economy to continue buying in the remainder of this half, though. It's going to be quite a struggle here for them to try and shut down the op without one of their own. They do get some information on where Chris M is. Great 0 point to try and take away his snake bite, but still they win the fight, all completely being shut down. Ripper, the only player to get a kill here for the Oasis side. It's down to a 1v4. Coco's gonna have to come in big. They have no real idea that he's here towards the tunnel. Again, he's giving himself away with that leer, but they know the information. This is so difficult. This is a done round, and Alpha Esports Pro take match point.
It's happening again for Oasis Gaming. You can feel the desperation in the air once it comes to these scenarios. And Oasis have been broken by these clutch situations, have been absolutely hampered in their path to success by it. And you can really see there in their push, they were so hasty at looking to go towards the casting walls that they desperately needed, because they knew that Giansanti was playing from the tunnel, they knew the sightlines were there. And the fact that Chris M was able to stall enough for Alpha Esports was just the news being tightened onto Oasis Gaming next for the series. So this is it. Match point now for Alpha Esports. We've gone the distance. We've gone all 3 rounds. But can AE be the ones to slice the head of Oasis Gaming off? Those bulky shoulders. It's been quite a flex fest here, man, but we're almost done. If Alpha Esports can wrap it up in this round. Oasis Gaming, though, still has a safety button to press. And the Viper's Pit is what we get here from Wild Oreo. So the plant may come soon. They're trying to just make sure that nothing else will hit them. Wild Oreo has to get into cover, too. This Viper's Pit is in an awkward scenario right now. But as time is ticking and Alpha are getting in position, it's Oasis with the plant in the first frag.
Good kills here coming from Oasis on the post plant. Envy finding 2 huge kills plus information as well. Chris M finding 1, but there isn't much he can do here, and he's done. 11-12. We're going to the final round of regulation. This is going the distance, Stacks. As I said, if this doesn't go to overtime, we're at the very least getting that round 24 from the get-go. An Alpha Esports Pro operator out on Gian Sandy once again. No ultimates to utilize this time. If he gets a kill, he can potentially pull out the blades to try and secure it up close and personal. But Oasis, the user Viper's Pit in that round just to secure that match point scenario. And Envy plus Ripper, they could get super high impact frags and super high impact ultimates within this round.
Well, the crystal ball of black and blue works out for him in the end. It's a hazy future here for Oasis Gaming. Still the buys for Alpha Esports. They were able to build up the economy. Operator still in their hands. It's either a testy overtime coming in our future or a heartbreaking defeat for Oasis Gaming. Alpha, though, they know that this is their chance to pull themselves ahead of the curve here for the group stage. And the Hunter's Fury comes online. Gets the tag onto Ching. But does it find the second though? No! Ching will still get the take out onto Marky before Envy is there to get the kill in response. Wild Oreo, though, gives the advantage. So is Oasis Gaming. Not only that, we have the Toxic Terrain in the way, but the shock darts yet again from Ryu. Bounce well. Owl Drone right now, searching for a target. But fine. Being bought here by Alpha
He's
Esports,
melting.
but Oasis Gaming Envy. Why are you still there, my friend? Chris M will get the takedown. The Ripper. Now he's gonna go for the plant. 3v3 scenario. Can Alpha make the retake? Work Kokodo and Chris M with a trades.
They go 1-for-1 though. It's a 2 versus 2 right now. Operator in the hands of Gian Sandy, which will make it very difficult for the retake. They're both waiting in the caves. They have to be careful not to overpeak. Gian Sandy could have their number at any specific moment. Here goes for the peak, but they whiffed the shot. It's all down to Gian Sandy, one of the biggest players we know in terms of name, in terms of stature, in terms of what he can bring to the table. He gets the kill. 1v1. Picks up the Vandal. Has got his blades. Will he win it? Yes, he does. And Alpha Esports Pro. Do they have time? More than enough. They secure the series. 2-1, 13-11.
Defenders
All
win.
boils down to the ROG clutch.
Too easy.
And we go back to the origins of Alpha Esports as Gian Sandy plays it out for the team. 2 versus 1, no sweats for Alpha Esports and their Jets. You can really see it there. Such a bane of the existence of Oasis Gaming. The thorn on their side and the final knife to cut their throats. It's Alpha who moved past Oasis Gaming, who moved past the history that has been plaguing them. And you can see it there for them. An absolutely well-deserved win. A win they have been looking for so very long. And it was absolutely testy for both sides. It was just so close by both Alpha and Oasis. But it's Alpha who had the inch ahead.
Yeah, that would have been a heartbreaking loss either way to any side that would have, I guess, faltered in that endeavor. So close. And even the 2v1, man, he gets it done. Gian Sandy, this is what I'm talking about, man. Big-time players making big-time plays, and there are very few players as big as Gian Sandy. Man, what a performance from this guy. We saw him kind of not maybe have super high quantity of frags on map number 1 and 2, but from the get-go, I told you guys, this is one of his comfort maps. This is one of his historically best maps statistically, and just, you can see it on the screen, how he performs and how he plays. And that is what he gets done. It was looking kind of wavery early on for the Alpha Esports squad when Oasis were starting to make that comeback really happen. But in the end, man, Alpha just have that small edge and have that small facet to play with. What a performance from both of these teams, but in the end, only one can win. and it's Alpha taking that title.
It was only a matter of time too for GNsanity to get that operator to count. They held it for so long, they were able to keep playing those angles anyway. It was just Oasis playing avoidance and finding the backline as soon as possible. But as soon as GNsanity started getting those op kills, it was him taking over the game in the last, 2-3 rounds. But you can see it here. Chris M, I feel like I have to give it to him in terms of Alpha Esports, because all throughout the series, he has been such a deciding factor for some flashes that they would win, for some clutch moments overall, and really Alpha Esports, this is a pro team looking to make quite an impact in the pro scene, and this series has proven that they're here to play and compete with the biggest boys of them all. Absolutely well played all around for the series. For Oasis Gaming, it just gets so dire once they're put in those kind of 12-10 scenarios. You can really feel that they're a bit more hasty than usual. You can feel that there's a little bit more desperation in what they want to do, and really for Oasis Gaming, they just need to keep their calm. As Alpha Esports, they're the ones who were just absolutely tested, who had to deal with the sudden regroup and rally by Oasis Gaming. But they knew what the game plan was. They knew exactly what they needed to accomplish to make their win condition happen. And it was quite a series to remember. First half, oh so close. Second half, still oh so close. And in the end, it's the Pinoy Jets who brings the flag of Alpha a little bit higher on this poll.
GNsanity really spreading his affliction as wide as he can. Insane plays. What a cerebral player. Oasis, though, what a valiant effort for them throughout this entire series. There were so many good moments we seen from really their backline. Coco coming on big. You see, a lot of their players really, especially like Ripper there, always being such a reliable presence. Once again, utility was their game, but mobility is a name Alpha has made for them, and with that, man, they are really looking like one of those contenders to go super deep and super far in this tournament. I'm expecting them to make the playoffs and expecting them to potentially even win it all at the end, or at least get in the APAC, which is looking so viable for this Alpha Esports squad. But guys, for that is the opening map, by the way, opening series of week number 2 here at the VCTPH. We're still in the group stages, halfway through it, maybe almost, at least in the group stages part. But for the moment, we're gonna go on a quick break. So I'm Black and Blue, with me, the ever reliable, amazing Dax. We're gonna see you guys in just a bit as VCTPH will be back after the break.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to fool you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. Yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth to rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. What tells the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Chest and she.
My God, out of the excitement, my voice got left behind in that matchup. But as I was saying, what a way to start week 2 of VCTPH Stage 2 Challengers, folks. Alpha Esports Pro with a fantastic 2-1 against Oasis Gaming. I must say that I am awestruck with how things are unfolding right now. And I know, Fluffy, that you're still kind of sad, but I think even you would agree that AEP deserved that win.
Oh, for sure. It's heartbreaking for Oasis fans, but it's such a deserved game and a close game. So, like, all the rounds were basically nail biters, and both teams had players that really popped up. You see here the series highlights of Ginzanity just insane on that fade pick. A nice adjustment from them going into Haven, giving them so much space, so much pressure for the side of Alpha Esports Pro. And Oasis Gaming, on the other hand, they had a lot of big plays, especially from Indy on the second and third maps, clutching out so many rounds back and forth. The series truly was one of those lost for words times in Valorant.
Of course, as we saw, map 1 was something else. Gi and Sanity on the fade again. Chris M, Ryu, Ching, all just stepping up. I called Jin 819 a superstar earlier, but the rest of the team was just all so glowing. I've heard the casters say that this is the best Alpha Esports Pro has ever been. G10, do you agree with that?
Oh yeah, 100%. This is the best they've been looking. This is the best they've been performing, and they were able to get that win against Oasis Gaming, making their record, 1-2 in terms of number of times that they've matched up against Oasis Gaming. And, I do want to talk about Jin a little bit more later, but I first want to commend Chris M. My God, Chris M really stepped up to the plate here in the series for Alpha, became a very viable rock for them to really rely on in quite a few rounds, especially when Gian Sanity wasn't really getting the kills that he needed. He was getting shut down quite a bit. Chris M was there to pick up the slack, and then Jin as well was very, very consistent on that Duelist. But Chris M, it's nice to see that the other members of Alpha Esports are also being a very valuable members, rather than just, we talk about this team in terms of Sanity and Jin all the time because they are the stars, but we kind of forget sometimes that the other members are also very, very solid for Alpha, or else they wouldn't be here and they wouldn't have gotten the wins, versus Bren and Oasis.
And we're going to be moving on to our series MVP. I know that you guys had your heart set out for Chris M, but again, here we go with another Jin 819 series MVP. This man is just the man, the myth, the legend. Fluffy, tell me more about Jin 819.
I mean, it's great to have a player like him in addition, I guess, to the roster of AEP. He's the type of player that, like G10 mentioned, can back up a lot of the plays that Gian Sanity can do, or by himself, he can be one of the holes and pillars that AEP can rely on, especially when it comes to those clutch situations. We can see from the statistics here that he has a lot of damage per round, and even his headshot percentage is pretty high, considering the fact that he's normally one of the main entries, normally the person who has to go for not just the initial kill, which is such an important thing. We talk about tactics all the time, but getting the kill, landing, and confirming a lot of these entry picks is a big part of the momentum you need to start off a round so well. So congrats to Jin for doing such a great job on that.
Do you have anything to add, G10? I know that you had your heart set on Chris M, but it's no secret that Jin 819 has continued to perform so far in this stage.
Yeah, I'm just saying, statistically, Jin has been, I think he has been the most standout player in Alpha Esports Pro at the moment. Sorry, Gian, I know we're going to be getting to you in a moment, but so far Jin has just been, the one who has been keeping it together for Oasis Gaming. Yes, Chris M stepped up today. Yes, Gian Sanity is usually, very on point with his own Duelist play, but overall, Jin kind of deserves to be in a series MVP and, maybe performing this much better on AEP for the rest of the week.
I'm glad you guys had your pieces out, but I'm gonna step away for a while, boys, because I'm just gonna have a quick chat with Gian Sanity as our panelists over here, G10 already mentioned a little bit of a spoiler, so I'll be right back with some exclusive intel. Hello, Gian Sanity. Congratulations on that series win against Oasis Gaming. I gotta tell you, I am obsessed with that Haven match. You have to tell me more about it. What pushed you to try out Fade?
Oh my god, thank you so much. I've never been the happiest in the group stage than I've ever been right now. My team is I just love them. But the Fade, I just spammed it in rank because, the Agents is new, I get a lot of viewers, and then I found out that, hey, Fade's pretty cool actually, and I was like, yo, my team, check this out. What about this? Check this out. And they were like, oh yeah, it's pretty good. And then we thought about how it would be a perfect fit to counter how Oasis plays. And then we just added it to the lineup, and we used the 2 days hiatus from the group stage to practice it, and 1 day scrim, 1 day dry runs, and then it ended up doing pretty well against Oasis. So I'm just happy it all worked out.
That was a lot of dedication and practice for the agent that you randomly found. I was like, oh my god, this agent is so cool. I'm gonna try this out on the VCT stage. Now, another player that has been highlighted over and over again from your team is Jin. Now, I understand that Jin is from Vietnam, and we don't know a lot of information about him other than he is the newest member of Alpha Esports Pro. So can you share with us a little bit of background with Jin and how you guys came to acquire him?
We just found Jin on rank, me and Ching, mostly Ching. how he plays and his background, we found him to be like have like pretty big potential in our team, especially that he is pretty has a pretty low ego and he's very fun to come around because now that it's just when we had our last member kicked and have Jin come in, it's just now that it came to me that like the aura matters, the personality matters of your team. Like it's just so comfy to play around and be with a team that acts like this.
Wait, that is amazing. So you found Jin through a ranked game?
Yep, that's the story.
Okay, that is fantastic. I was not expecting that answer, but I'm pretty impressed. That's amazing. And for him to just really jive with the rest of the team is just amazing. That is just teamwork right there, and I'm just so happy for you guys. Now, I would say that this is the best that we've seen Alpha Esports Pro do ever. Do you think that this is the effect of finally having a proper coach for the team?
I think it's the effect of having like an actual someone who knows how to coach, and like some new members like Ching and Jin, which brings like a lot of like a good and positive aura into the team. And our coach is like he steps up and does the helps us do and gives us motivation to do the academic work, which we like rarely did before. And we're just more confident when we come out into the stage. You know, we just feel better as a team and more confident.
I can see that with the smiles on your faces right now. Very, very evident the confidence and just the energy that's coming out of the Alpha Esports Pro team. Now I'm gonna give you the chance to give out some shout outs. I believe that Vil Sanity is casting the Filipino broadcast. Any special message you'd also like to give to him and the rest of your supporters?
Thank you so much. Let's go Vil Sanity too on the other side doing his own thing. Thank you, Vil. And a special shout out to all my followers, all AE fanboys, fangirls out there. Thank you so much for the undying support ever since day one. I love you guys. We all do. Thank you so much. And for the girlfriends of my teammates, Colleen, Jai, and Ims Yasumi. Thank you so much. And guys, please keep supporting us. You empower us so much. We like check out the comment section sometimes, and it just warms our heart to see you guys just being supportive to us and like in love with us. And that's all. Thank you so much.
All right, I'm gonna leave you to it. Kian Sanity, thank you so much for sharing your time with us. And again, congratulations. We'll see you next time.
Thank you, Laika.
Woohoo! I'm out of
Let's
words.
go.
I love the energy that's just being emitted from this team. You know that they're really jiving with one another right now. And Fluffy, one of the things that Ian did mention was having a coach. So I want to ask you, do you miss that lifestyle? Do you miss being a coach?
Compared to what I do now, it's a different load, so there's a different challenge. There's a lot of different challenges that come with it, but it's nice that their team does have that dedicated coach, because a coach and a proper support staff really does not only put a lot of load off the players itself and just to let them focus on the game, but it also, you know, helps motivate you, because a coach, unlike like an analyst position, for example, is someone who really is supposed to help the players in and sometimes, a lot of the times, out of the game. So you know, it has its pros and cons, but generally, yeah, it's nice that they are showing more respect and more, I guess, gratitude to the coaching staff, because that's really great on the back end.
Aww. Don't worry, Fluffy. I know that you said all of the technical details behind it, but I'm sure that underneath you're also wondering, do they miss me too? And I'm pretty sure that they do miss you too. But something that we won't be missing over here on VCT is the action. More of that when we return.
Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile on my face, what in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies? My darling, you are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom.
Flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows just cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they start. She knows just cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you don't keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you don't keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F you from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to be the hard, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
We are back. You're still tuned into VCT Stage 2 Challengers of Philippines. Alpha Esports Pro and Oasis Gaming put on quite a show for us. That's got me even more excited and hyped up for the next series. G10, this is what we were talking about earlier, the old Bren versus the new Bren. How stoked are you to watch the events unfold?
Whoops, it seems like just like Laika, my voice was found in a different multiverse. But yes, I was just saying how very, very excited I am for this one because, as Dax does like to say, this is the Bren multiverse coming together. For those of you not aware, Team Secret is the old Bren roster that did qualify for Masters in Berlin that were picked up by Team Secret. So this is kind of the millennial Bren versus the Zoomers Bren that we were talking about earlier. And there's also Boomer Bren, which is another team, another Bren multiverse variant that is kind of at the bottom of the leaderboard right now. But for this one, we have a very, very interesting situation because Bren has 1 loss, Secret has 0. There is a possibility if Bren win this that we could have a 4-way tie for first.
That's gonna be exciting. I can't even contain myself at this point. So because of that, let's get on with the team introductions. First up in the series, they need no extra introduction after all. This is Team Secret. All competitors are looking up at this team right now, literally as they sit so comfortably at the top of our scoreboard. Fluffy, what is it about this team that makes them so unbeatable this stage?
I mean, there's a lot of parts. I feel like the biggest one of Team Secret has to be their veterancy. They have not only one of the strongest, but also longest rosters going back multiple titles and other VCTs. They've won at least 3 of them, and it's really great to see them come back to the forum that a lot of people know them for, especially as they're one of the more important teams in at least history for VCTC. One of our representatives to go all the way to Berlin, as G10 mentioned earlier. Team Secret is also, like you mentioned, like the king currently, and unfortunately, being the king also comes at a price. A lot of eyes on you, a lot of other teams figuring out not only what they're doing wrong in an anti-strat, especially over the long weekend, but also what are they doing right? What strategies can we adapt to our team? Team Secret is one of those teams that, although they have been there for a long time, has not faded away from innovating into something new. They brought out the Fade as well. They have their 6-man Jeremy playing that, I believe, last week. So just because they are established doesn't mean that they aren't constantly improving, which I feel like is so scary because, they say that if there's an old person doing a job where normally it's mostly young people, then they must be there for a good reason,
Yeah, just to add to that, you did have to sneak in the Fade fund, didn't you? They haven't faded away, but most definitely, Team Secret, they are just as innovative as they were before. It's even arguable that right now, with all of the new teams that they're dealing with, they had to kind of pump up their creativity just a little bit. They had to focus a little bit more, and it's showing quite a bit because they have gotten some very, very good results. 2-1, 2-0, 2-1, incredibly dominant. But is Bren going to be what is something that causes a fade? Is Bren going to be the Photoshop to their layer effect?
Well, you know what? We're gonna find out in just a bit. And since you already mentioned it, let's go on to further introduce the youngins, Bren Esports. Bren Esports, ladies and gentlemen, they may have lost their game against Alpha Esports Pro recently, but Bren is no slacker. After all, this is the team that got a 2-0 against RRQ and Naos. G10, what else do we know about Bren Esports?
Well, we know they're a very, very passionate team that get heated up in the course of battle, in the course of a match. The emotions can get really, really high for these guys, but we also know that they are some of the most talented players that we have right on the scene. Although it is kind of arguable, if you want to argue that their first week wasn't against some of the best teams that they can really show their mettle against, but against Alpha Esports in the game they lost, it was so close. But I don't think that was an indication of Bren being over the hump. I think it's Alpha Esports really stepping up. And this week, with the weekend break that we have, with all of the anti-stratting meetings and all of these strat meetings that Bren has been having, I'm fairly certain this week they're going to go for a pretty good run. And this match against Secret should be where everything pops off. I think, Hot Sauce and Brain Freeze have been having a phenomenal time in the last few matches. Maybe we'll see them some more again.
I'm excited to see some more of them as we head on over to the head-to-head. This time, our featured players are no strangers, of course, to the VCT stage. It's Symbol versus Jesse Vash in our head-to-head. Fluffy, numbers on the board, and pride on their faces right here. What can we say about this head-to-head?
Well, first of all, I think it's very apparent that both of these are both are the best Sova players that we can possibly have here, or at least one of them. The strength is a bit different. Symbol coming in both with that tactical mind and a clutch factor, but we also have Vash, who not only has that, but also with the experience to back it up.
I do agree with that. And look at all of these numbers. There's just a slight difference when you look at the ACS that these guys have. It's like almost evenly matched, I would say. But do you have anything to add, G10?
Yeah, I mean, Symbol, as Fluffy just praised him, is a very sound aimer, very tactical thinking. But Vash, man, it's just a little bit different when you've been competing in the esports scene, not just in like FPS or even just a certain game, but in the esports scene in general in the Philippines for as long as he has. You tend to come up with a bunch of ways to play with your opponent's mind, and that's why Jesse Vash is one of those very cerebral players that has been giving Team Secret all of the success that they've gotten so far.
Of course, we've seen his performance time and time again. We've seen his infamous lineups, and you know what? We're gonna find out in just a bit where his lineups are gonna land as we move on over to our map vetoes. Fluffy. This is a heated matchup. As we know, it's the Bren multiverse. What maps do you think are gonna pop up over here?
I feel like one of the selected maps for Team Secret will probably something like the Icebox, some map that they've shown that they have that repertoire on. They've played a lot of top teams, even internationally, on that map to great success. They also have a decent, or actually a very good Haven, but Bren is also a team that has a very good Haven. So I believe that it'll for sure come up towards one of their picks, either by Bren or Secret. I'm kind of surprised that they banned out the Icebox because, like I mentioned, TS has been pretty good on that, but maybe they have something else in mind.
I'd say that Haven is a decent map. Yes. Oh wow, Ascent. I was gonna say Haven's a very decent map for Team Secret, getting flashbacks from the time that they went 13-0 versus SBE last week in the very first day. But wow, Ascent being picked up here by Bren, this honest old style of Valorant maybe, or maybe they have something new to bring out here to trip up Team Secret. But a Breeze, I was gonna say that I thought Breeze would be banned. But no, it comes out in the second pick here for Team Secret.
Looking at this now, I guess I'll never get to see my beloved Bind get picked in the VCT Stage 2 stage. But so far we've got Ascent and Breeze. Wondering what is up next on our map Veto. Let's take a look. See, just as I said it, I will never get my Bind craving satisfied. Fluffy, what do you think is going to be the next map Veto?
Well, with the remaining choices, we have... What do we have? We have
I also
Haven,
started
which
wondering.
I think is gonna... I really think Haven's
Haven or
gonna
Fracture, yeah.
I'm pretty sure Fracture is banned and Haven is picked.
As you just said it, there we go. Ooh,
Yeah,
what do you think
it's gonna be
this is gonna
Haven.
mean? Do you think G10 that will be reaching a game number 3 and move on to the Haven map?
Oh man, it is very, very likely. These two teams are well matched in power level. I think Team Secret just has a tiny bit of an edge from their momentum, from the way that they've been playing and scrimming, really. But Bren, if they can come together and really frag for each other, set up some really good crossfires, man, it's gonna be hard for Team Secret. I think it's very, very possible for us to reach Haven. But it's also possible to go either way in a 2-0. These teams, you really just don't know when it comes to Bren and Team Secret.
Yes, of course. The level of unpredictability that comes with all of the level of play that we've been witnessing here. Sometimes you think, oh, it's a 2-0. But then, they surprise you. It's a double overtime. Sometimes it even reaches 8 overtimes in a single game. And we just can't even catch up anymore. So to say at the very least, predictions are very hard. But I will still have to ask you guys what your predictions are, because where's the fun in not guessing, So I'll be fair. Okay, is there anything you want to add before we proceed to predictions, Fluffy?
Oh, I was actually going to predict, but we can go ahead with that.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say that I think with the maps that are chosen, Ascent, Breeze, and Haven, that for me, Haven is a map that we've seen Bren Esports secure more often than not, and Breeze is a map that I think that Team Secret can really shine in. So for me, generally speaking, no matter which way it goes before the predictions, I think that Ascent is essentially the decider, at least on the on-paper level.
Ooh, so
you didn't answer the question, Fluff.
So I think that it's going to be 2-1 Secret.
Okay.
Yeah.
We agree for once. I also think it's going to be a 2-1 Secret.
I think this is the first time we agreed on the same
on broadcast
prediction, right?
There's been like one other time, I think, last week that we did.
Okay,
Wait,
this
this might actually be the first time. Yeah.
Well, that's good. You guys finally agreed on something. And, as much as I'd like to go against the flow, I think that people are going to start flaming me for calling dubstep maidenless during our last interview.
Wow.
So this time around, I'm going to be cheering for Team Secret. Just to be fair.
Why do you do that to the man?
No, I'm not trying to rub it in. Not at all. I just think that I need to make it up to our man Dubstep over here. So I'm going to go for a Team Secret victory this time around. Hopefully, our predictions are right, just for the pride. But nonetheless, I'm pretty sure that we're in for a good match this afternoon. So with that said, I think that wraps up our map Veto, and we're just about ready to get the matches started. So folks, this has been your panel, Likeable, Fluffy, and G10. We're going to be passing you guys over to our casters so we can begin with the games. See you later!
So, Millennial Bren versus Gen Z Bren? I mean,
Maybe? Anyways, we're here now, guys, for the start of these best of 3 series between Team Secret and Bren Esports. My name is Asteroid. Of course, joining with me now is I still can't take that out of my head. But I mean, Team Secret has Jeremy, so technically they do also have like a Gen Z, you know? So
I mean, it's only natural, Asteroid, to have a comparison between a Zoomer like me and a millennial like you, just to make the gap just that much more apparent, guys. It is a very sunny afternoon, and Asteroid, hey man, you started it. You know how I am. It's all about that follow through, so I gotta keep it going. That being said, keeping it going is Secret, right? They've still been unblemished this entire group stage. Do you think Bren could be the one, or their Zoomer counterparts could be the one to make them bleed?
With the specific maps that we have for this series, I really think that there is a solid shot for Bren at this. That being said, it's going to be either of two ways. It's either a 2-1 Bren wins, or it's a 2-0 Team Secret wins. Because you mentioned how there's no blemishes yet in the records of Team Secret, and I feel like if they can keep that performance output coming into this series, they really shouldn't have a problem with Bren. I don't really want to make it sound like Bren is a very easy team to beat. They're absolutely not. But Team Secret just plays on a whole different spectrum from the start of Stage 2. All right, so seems like I'll be talking for just a teeny tiny bit more here, as we do see Team Secret bring out the KO once again. Was not able to see actually if Dubstep was the one that picked up or Dispenser, but it being a set, I think it was Dispenser that used that the last time. I think the only time that we've seen Dubstep actually use the KO was specifically on Haven. So if we do go to a map 3, we could be seeing him on that. I really do enjoy Dubstep's non-jet hiccups. On Bren's side, though, pretty much the same thing. It really is going to be about that mirror matchup, and almost a mirror matchup, and I really do like this as well, because there is a lot more safety, a lot more flexibility with a comp that Bren has well utilized for themselves. And that's the setup that we do have. All right, so let's dial it back a little bit while Raph, I think, is still mulling things over. Dubstep will be on the chamber now. Dispenser will be on the KO, and as you can see, Vash will be on another indicator, not his Soba. That doesn't stop anything for Bren. They're just going to charge right on through. Dubstep, I believe, does have a GP. No, he does not. He's just going to be caught in the back of the side. Good damage, but Symbol, because he does have that extra shield, will be able to absorb and clear out the back of things. B main Hot Sauce healing some nutties with the classic, and now Wits, 1 versus 4. He knows now that 1 is into B main, but his Cloudburst used against him, taken down, and okay, just a bit of a hiccup there, but it will still be Bren to pick up the first round. Okay. All right. All right. Are you there? Can you give us a sign? Can you...
Come into the unknown.
So Raph is not on the thingamabob yet, on the
yes,
microphone.
Yes, I am.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Yeah.
Can you give us a sign?
If you can see me wave my hands, I'm pretty sure you can. But hello again, folks. Yes, thank you for holding down the fort, Asterai, as I heard you ridicule me and my ineptness in technology, apparently. But Bren, they take the first round. A head start for our young guns, or at least relatively young guns. As we see Secret, they do mount an aggressive push towards A main here, but the power of the Spectres are a little too much to overcome for them. We do see EJ take space, but will also cost him his life, as Wits will get a bit of a freebie when it comes to the classic. Jesse Vash, thinking about it, wants to do some work with his shorty, but so far, none of the players on Bren are really giving him any space to do so. Dubstep slowly crawling up towards heaven. Might have a bit of an angle here, but Brain Freeze, he feels that something evil is afoot. As Dubstep preps his teleport, could potentially find one if Xavi doesn't time this properly. Xavi's ready to flash, ready to rock and roll, but the teleport by Dubstep, very, very well timed and very well foreseen.
Oh, this is gonna be a one-way smoke on door. So Vash, if he pushes through this, actually, I think he was spotted already. They saw where his legs was. Tries to push on through. Maybe Vash will be able to reciprocate in time. Not gonna happen. Dubstep with 1 HP.
Oh,
but it don't matter, no, because he got that headhunter. It's an okay round for Team Secret, but Bren really loved that defense, that holding hands that they did on A main, where I think Team Secret wanted to peek out already, and then Symbol and EJ, I believe, was just able to swing out and get a couple of kills. Really good flip there from Wits just to make it just a tad bit better for Team Secret. Overall, solid buy round for Bren Esports.
Yeah, they'll be working on quite a bit of guns here, and we'll have a bit of a bank to fall back on. As we mentioned, right? Actually, no, something that I want to be curious about is we've talked about how consistent Jesse has been on his Sova, but everything else has been a little spotty. Maybe this is yet another sign that he might have a bit of a slow game just because he's not on his signature agent, but Dispenser couldn't really find a target he could prioritize. As both of those players peeked out at the same time, Borkum will retaliate with a paranoia of his own. He has forced himself, or rather has been forced, to hold down Tree. Bren is trying to set up a crossfire to double swing, but the timing isn't there. Borkum punishes him. He gets a quick double. He will get tagged up. One hit is all it takes, and he could potentially just flounder. But somehow, some way, he's still surviving for as long as he can. The Nano Swarm is being invested. Look at this, Aserai. Bren still have not found the lurking Borkum. Hot Sauce may have seen the very edge of that barrel, but instead it's Wits to pay for the sins of Borkum, who eventually falls.
Oh my goodness. This is kind of interesting. I thought they already saw Hot Sauce, and then somehow Wits just not really guessing exactly where this was. Now this turns into a round where Bren can really do some damage. 2 versus 2. Hot Sauce comes in for the swing, but dumps him very fast.
Wow.
On the punish. I don't think he knows Symbol is right here, but he's looking at the right direction. Timing is going to be crucial close. Excuse me. 1 versus 1. And now Vash has the weapon advantage, as well as a spike being dropped down on a short.
Standing ahead.
Symbol will not have enough time. I don't think, does he have enough time to actually go still for B to pick this up? No, he has to go straight to A. Yeah, and Vash just capitalizes on the timer pressuring his opponent. Unfortunate for Bren there.
I love that choice. I honestly thought Jesse might have gone for a more direct fight. Maybe positioning himself closer to the cubby there, to the wall. Which is affectionately called Hot Dog, if I'm not mistaken. It's one of those things where you hear it once and it just sticks with you forever.
Spike down mid.
As I mentioned, I wonder what the conscious choice was to put Jesse on that fade. Maybe it's Jesse wants to adjust, but we've seen his Sova perform on this map many times. It's very peculiar if you're looking at a historical standpoint. But Jesse nearly gets the frag on that swing. Unfortunately for him, Bren's a little too quick. Wit's trying to make work with a Guardian, with a limited weaponry, but with that rate of fire suffering, it's not going to be able to hold down the fort for Dubstep to be safe. Symbol finds him, and now Bren have the sights.
I really wanted some aggression with the fade, but unfortunately Witz has the headshot angle, but recoil is not to his helping there. They are able to actually confine the rest of Bren at the back of the site. This is absolutely perfect. No flash or no blitz would be heard, would be hit.
One enemy
B
remaining.
main being flushed out, but that's not the angle where they were going to be coming from. I don't know if Vash knows that Brain Freeze is the back of the site, and Freeze, all he really has to do is just wait for Vash to drop down. He will hear this. If you pop a shot, that's still... Yeah, he knows he's there. There it is. That's the hit on the cross. And Bren again, solid round on the attack.
Secret fumbling a little bit at the start here, having a slow start, potentially mimicking a diesel engine. Maybe it's the comfort pick, maybe it's lack of range that Fade really suffers when it comes to being an initiator. Still almost a very clean retake, fairly expensive on the side of Bren, but since they haven't really lost that many rounds, they're gonna fall back on such needed weaponry still. Meanwhile, Secret, it's the opposite. They're suffering from a light buy. The question is, what do they want to do? They've been trying to aggress on all these side lanes, but have been punished by Bren. They've been very patient, at least on the side of Bren. Secret, with whatever pistols they have, they try to make the most out of the situation. We hear a bit of a blind ult coming from Symbol. As I mentioned, it's completely blind and doesn't hit anything. Wits hasn't been discovered. That fragment is going to block off Heaven just for the moment at the very least. But this crossfire, can it really do? Bren still not overplaying their hand. EJ even dashes away for safety for good measure.
They can re-hit the site if they wanted to be honest, because Hot Sauce still does have his lockdown. There is a lot more ultimates expended by Bren, but ultimately, yeah, there it is. They're going to hit the site. Borkum has already given away his position. He actually dropped down already. He might be able to try to step back up again once there, but the thing is the radius of the lockdown doesn't really allow him to go into that position sneakily unpunished. Now, here comes the hit. Wits is just hiding somewhere beneath on Hell. Goes plays around in the corner, actually. Might be able to pick up a couple of kills. It's beautiful. Now he has to blaze if need be. There's the hit shot. Okay. Lots of really strong ultimates and sneaky plays working in their favor. Brain freeze or Savvy into the corner, excuse me. Wits now starting to defuse the spike. Wits trying to run away. Half on it already. They know where he is. Brain freeze in positions. 2 versus 1. 1 versus 2. This is going to be absolutely crucial, but he does not hit it in the nick of time. And Bren still manages to squeeze one in.
Squeeze one in is very, very apt. That was a dangerously close round for Bren. The eco damage that Secret wanted to inflict was felt, it was dealt. I love this heads up play by Wits. I'm not entirely sure why he decided to dash in Hell. Maybe just for that extra bit of cover, but he did have a Vandal at his feet available, and he may have held that single box for an extra bit of time. But the discipline by Xavi and Brain Freeze has been so important for Bren. They've been the last 2 members alive, at least these last 5 rounds. Now we have a bit of a default on the side of Secret again. They've tried pushing, didn't work out too well. They tried holding down the line and worked a little better, but this time they had stifled weapons. Now we have an equal round. We have equal guns. And Jesse Vash still trying to support Dubstep here, who is on a fairly aggressive position. Bren, do they anticipate this? They've been doing this so much, right? They just hold out on lobby on both sides.
Wow.
Just immediately leaves.
That was pretty fast from him, though. Spots out Vash at the back of the site already. This is going to be terrible as EJ... Oh, he knows the TP. He spotted out Dubstep already. He's committing to the fight. Right click. Straight to the cranium. Wiz is here. Now, he's got to have to deal with EJ at the back because the pinch is going to be strong from the attacking team of Bren. Hot Sauce goes in, but it seems like this double up, this fake away, this fake... I'm going to retract my statement. This fake play from Bren just crumbling at the seams, Rap. EJ opened the B side and nobody was there to follow up on him. It was a big brain play that started to crumble as soon as Borkum was able to sniff out the rotation from the rest of Bren.
30 seconds
now,
left.
EJ, 28 seconds. He's going to have to flush out a couple of corners here with the one-way smoke. This makes it very difficult for him, and they can hear him jumping up and down. Now, the Spencer and Borkum, all they need now is a little bit more information, just a little bit more noise, and now they know.
Next time,
there he is.
The heavy machinery.
Recovery is the name of the game for Team Secret here, as once again, they did stave off that fake. Maybe Bren finally overplayed, because sometimes you just kind of have to play to your strengths. You know how there's always that call where, hey, let's just keep doing the same thing up until it doesn't work. And I honestly thought they would have rotated towards B just because they already had the openings and they had the control, but Borkum was oh so steadfast, refused to let that one go. This might still be a gun round on both sides. Actually, no, Bren, they decide to go for a save and have a bulkier bank for the future. It's EJ, who's opened this side before, replicates, at least attempts to replicate the success. Dubstep gets the first shot, but the last will eventually go to EJ. The Spectre has been so lethal and so fatal. The rest of his team's trying to flood in, but Wits, he's in locked. Nobody knows. Now they do, but a little too late as everybody falls. And Bren, barely any damage here. They did eliminate Dubstep from contention, but they could have wanted more. If they get one more pick, then it's pretty much a good round for them. The lead may be diminishing, or at least depleting very slowly. But for the long run, still a long way to go. Xavi's gonna tagged up, and Brain Freeze actually wades into that at the very last second. Wits nearly becomes a victim of timing, but chooses not to. Xavi, very wary of that flag, but that's also something that Secret haven't done. They really haven't choked up the rotation points on the attacking side. Maybe they're gonna do that just now as they take another round.
I think this was what was missing from Team Secret the past couple of rounds is that since the Fade was selected by Vash and not the Soba, they really can't take a... They could, but I think they might not be as optimal if they took a more passive route of defense or don't have that crossfire to kind of utilize the more aggressive nature of the Fade. And we kind of see that there, and it does disrupt somewhat the offense of Bren. With all of that being mentioned, though, I mean, it still was just a weak buy for Bren. And that was because Team Secret just were making such expensive margins for Bren to kind of just keep purchasing because they keep losing like 4 players per round. So that was really good for Team Secret to have done. Now Bren, they only still do have that 1 round advantage. Dubstep was so close to being knocked off. Another wallbang might actually caught them off guard. We'll see if that happens.
Looks like Jesse's preparing the Nightfall here, but making... Oh, there it goes. The choice has been made. The Sounds are going to be eliminated from contention for at least on the side of Bren, but they hold strong. Make this an even trade on both sides. Map control still very much in the favor of Secret, as that bolt is going to delay the push from Tree. Symbol has not been discovered yet. Exits Rosa, tries to make his way towards B lobby. Jesse could lose this fight, but she chooses... Nope, ref, you are wrong. You're absolutely wrong. Hot Sauce tried to lurk, try to creep in, try to back up Brain Freeze. And now Freeze, he's gonna get caught by the leash. He has nowhere to go, but Symbol has been left undiscovered. He has the timing. Could the patience pay off? No, it doesn't. Dispenser finds him. Freeze has clutched, or at least try to hold off for the rest of his team. But this could not be the case, as Dispenser swings from lane and finds a second frag or third frag for himself. And Secret, as quickly as they lost 4 rounds, they get it back.
And, yeah, just a mistime push there from Freeze. Maybe not a mistime, but just a mismanage of targets. Because he was looking at both of them. I think he maybe second-guessed for a split second that they were not able to spot him. They were about to swing hard on backup side. That might have given him the trigger discipline moment to hit 2 shots before enemy remaining. We'll probably see that just a bit right here. It doesn't really show the highlights, but yeah, I think there was a fraction of a second that they weren't looking where he was, and he was also second guessing. Maybe I wait off just a teeny tiny bit so I can make sure I can hit those 2 shots, and then he's in that awkward spot where he hits neither.
Oh yeah,
almost neither. Yeah,
it's a choice that has to be made. And obviously, hindsight is 2020. Just to remind everybody out there who's probably gonna cry in chat, whatever. Hot Sauce though will have no tears whatsoever, and will actually poke Wits in the eye with that beautiful sheriff shot. Now he opens the sight. Secret, they make a mad scramble, but Hot Sauce tries to play a forward position, but potentially a victim of overheat. Jesse has recontrolled the site, at least momentarily, but Dispenser is making sure that Brain Freeze has to worry about all corners and everywhere as he tries to go for a multi-angled attack. Look at Secret's defensive lineup layout right now. Dispenser is on the opposite side of the world, and Borkum can't really trade for him. Freeze does not want to deal with anybody trying to walk into market, but Dispenser may have found the timing here. He does have the null command, and 8 seconds left for the data for the 0 points. Ooh, Brain Freeze, just a little too quick. He could potentially swing, but the patience, it is key, it is king. Dispenser finds his fellow robot, and Brain Freeze, with his 6th shooter, finds a 3rd.
I thought it was like a delay smoke from Borkum on their own spawn, but that was actually Brain Freeze. I like that because he was already betting on the fact that his teammate would have tagged, who was it, Dispenser with the Sova drone. So being through the smoke actually just makes it even more deadly because he can't really Dispenser can't really retaliate. If he gets tagged, he's basically shot through the smoke of Brain Freeze. So really good stuff there. What was kind of curious for me was Borkum that's not committing the smoke anymore on spawn because he knew that Brain Freeze was there. They might have been able to just force him to peek out, and they still had the null command to make things a little bit more aggressive. Maybe just Dispenser just had like expired information of where
You should run.
Of where Brain Freeze was, but regardless, that was pretty good from Bren. Wow, indeed.
That's why they play the KO. That's why they run the KO. Speaking of initiators, Dubstep, he does put himself, in the position beside this canoe, as he decides, you know what, I've had enough boating for this map, or at least for that moment. He does go for a bit of a lane hold here. One of those types of angles that are one and done. Anywho, you think potentially teams would run a triple initiator comp on this map? I mean, we know the importance of Jet and immediate space taking, but could you imagine KO, Fade, and Sova potentially? But EJ, just too many targets on the side of Wits and punishes him correctly. And Spencer finds Symbol. Dubstep is here, picks up that high caliber rifle and makes so much work out of it already before falling to Hot Sauce. Jesse Vash still ducking and weaving towards CT. Dispenser times the flash. Brain Freeze cannot push forward. The Prowler is there too, just to delay him a little bit more. Even though the rest of his team are on site, he's the man. He has to be on the site. He has to plant. But Orcum, his omen senses are tingling, and he found his counterpart in that smoke. Tied up once more is Secret and Bren.
Wow, I don't know. There's something about the spawn entryway for defenders that just nets a kill that ruins the whole tempo. Look at that. Fragment used just to destroy a lockdown. That is, what now, 7, 8 charges? Pretty dang hurtful, especially when they wanted to use that as a straight shot way onto the B side. That definitely hurt, I think, the plans for Bren. Everything turned very topsy-turvy and everything. And honestly, Dispenser, he's back on track, man. I was mentioning this, I think, last week before we went on 2-day break, that Dispenser has got to be one of the players for Team Secret that I didn't feel was as impactful or as influential as he was before, especially during the early days back in like 2020 or 2021. This time, there's just something different. I don't know what Fate is doing. Their coach, not the agent, but these guys are just looking so far on point.
You could say that Fate is a bit of a fountain of youth for them, as they've had a sharper step ever since Coach Fate stepped into the scene. Dispenser, like you mentioned, again, we keep going back to stage 1. That's really been our biggest reference point for Secret, because that's where we saw their vulnerability.
Yeah.
This time around, the refinement, the well-oiled machine that is this team has really proven to return to rise up again. Wits, despite the smoke, he's thinking about it. The body language is telling everybody that, hey man, I want to op here. Your smoke? It is but a ruse. A false blanket of security for you. The lurking. Oh, he finds Symbol. Tries to make a mad dash out of it. But look at this. Dubstep is still here. The jump spot. Dubstep a little more wary towards tiles now. Wits may relay the information that he has it. This time around, it could potentially be Dubstep to push the smoke. Who knows? Instead, he chooses not to. Just fires off a warning shot. EJ has been very proficient with these blades so far. Wants to lead the charge. Hot Sauce already creating a safety net, a safety space to counter the aggression from Tree. But this default is still ongoing. Not much room has been given by Secret, and not much map control has been taken by Bren.
Speaking of Bren, here they are. But I do like the slow, methodical approach that they are doing. There's a bit of a constellation on A short. Dubstep doesn't know this. He's going to be showing up his long barrel.
30 seconds left.
And Hot Sauce spots it, punishes it even. And because he's knocked off, the trademark falls, and this makes everybody from Team Secret second guess. Are they pushing through mid? Are they going to go through B? This splits up the rest of them apart. Dispenser, beautiful on the flash, the timing. You know what he is. He's the CSGO pro. He's got the CSGO flashes. Let's make it happen. EJ, though, very quick on the charge with 9 seconds on the beat. He's got to go in hard and fast now. He's going to start just plant the spike. Oh no, EJ's alone. He's going to have to fight this one, but Wits comes in out of nowhere, blindsides him, hits him with the blades, and Team Secret finally get an advantage.
Last round in the half.
Going in hard and fast, really going through the motions, trying to penetrate that defense. It was not meant to be. I love the off timing by Wits here. Again, they're looking to thrust their momentum into space, right? But sometimes slow is the way to go. Slow is smooth and smooth is fast. That's the approach by Secret. They've realized that, hey man, maybe that's not our problem at the moment. Let's just not be too aggressive in this part of the map, etc., etc. And they've been succeeding with hints of aggression, just like this with Dubstep, and just like how Wits pulled it off towards A short. This time around, Bren, they relegate their efforts to holding down the lobby of B, as they've done in the past, they've done previously, but all that information is gonna be given away. You still see how patient Secret are. They really are not flinching despite knowing what Bren's up to. Xavi does have a flash prep. Wit still has a dash too, but can't burn it in time. Dubstep, the mobility is there. It's very much present. Avoids the shock dart, but cannot avoid the paranoia. Chooses not to stay.
Ooh.
Yet another attack towards B, Aserai.
That's still not a bad thing though, because even though he got baited to or forced to use his rendezvous, this still baited EJ to use his dash. As you saw, as he broke the trademark. So this is one crucial ability that stops him from getting into the site. And look at the crossfire from Bren. This is going to be horrendous for EJ if he tries to go in at this by himself. That's why you're seeing the rest of Bren just reposition, because they don't really have that snappy play that gets them into the site anymore. You're going to have to try to reposition. And, of course, they're still very much afraid of Wits having that operator in hand. Hot Sauce will still have to manage this trademark. But I think they're going to encase the, or force the issue, excuse me, on this one. Wits misses the flick. He will try to reposition, re-peek the angle. But EJ loves to use onto the cloud burst. I don't think that nobody knows about where he was. He does get the punish on the dubstep, but again, 10 seconds. Bren is really buying on the clock here. This is not what he wanted to happen. This is not what he wanted to transpire. And Jesse bashed him in the back of the site. Oh my God! Look at that through the box shot from Jesse Bash, just denying any form of plantation from Bren. Take that, why don't you?
And he took it on the chin like a champ. Bren tried to recover from this. It is the second half, so it is a new life for them. A new start. They start off fairly strong, Aserai, so they could potentially take the pistol out again. Wits is pulled here towards backside. It's the craziest thing. His operator has been so sharp today, and he's been fearless. It's been doing wonders for Secret, giving them so much space. And this halftime pause could be one of those things where Bren's like, hey, what are we doing? What happened there? And how do we assess Secret, how they're going to approach this? Like we mentioned, they don't have the Vash. So maybe their potentials for faking sites, faking hits, it's not going to be as high. They don't have that deep clearance that, once again, a Sova can provide. They don't have that, the info drone, the owl drone. They do have a prowler. Once again, the range is really just not as robust.
Wait a minute. Oh.
I think I left my... Okay.
Okay, I had a point about this. Since they do not have that Sova, and all of the things you said, I definitely agree with, especially the recon dart, because it does have such a big radius. They still do have the Haunt as well as the KO knife, the Null Blade. So if they do have those hashtag, you know, panel fluffy O2 lineups with the Haunt on a set that you can actually see on YouTube right now with 100,000 views. So shout out to Fluffy, you know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Did you know he's 5'11"?
Yeah, exactly. And he studied at what's the school again?
You'll find out. Just say hello to Fluffy. He'll tell you everything. Fluffy knows everything. Hey Fluff, where did I leave my keys? Oh, it's probably in your back pocket.
Yeah, but anyways, back to my point before the round starts, right? They do have lineups for it, so you can have that. I'll say like Recon Dark-esque effect if you can place the Haunt properly and then flush out a certain angle with the KO blade. Of course, that's not the biggest thing about it. It's the ability to also nullify abilities on your opponents. But other than that, I think it still does answer somewhat what now that we don't have a Recon Dart. At least they do have those two abilities to kind of mimic the Recon Dart.
I have to say though, I feel like Secret's retake, which has always been historically strong, could potentially be even stronger with a Fade. A Fade just excels at that. And Wits doing what Wits does, tagging up Xavi. Now the aggression, it seems that it is in spades on the side of Bren. EJ preps the dash, could potentially find one. But instead, he is the one to get found, and Dubstep has been so sharp. Exactly, he's been so ready. Now he's left that ghost at their front doorstep, which is never a good thing here. Bren, they have to work with a deficit. They have to leave a lane open. One of those rotations are going to be much more perilous than the other. And that's only a byproduct of that early aggression. Look at Xavi, too. Look how low he is. He's but a gentle breeze away from toppling over.
I was going to say something about gentle breezes, but yeah, no.
It's pretty stormy. I think the storm season is coming in for us, you know, folks over at PH. So
and
your parkas and jackets ready.
Speaking of a brewing storm, We'll see if Ace side is gonna be hit by this chain of events. Brain Freeze has been spotted backing away. Borkum just creating a bit more vacuum towards Ace short. Lovely use onto the C's. Savvy can't really push up because he's 1 HP. And now the plant on the spike and the force of Bren get into the site itself. They do have Brain Freeze, which is good. So he can always smoke A main and allow the split of the team's secret roster. Bash is taking some nasty damage. He wasn't really cleared out properly. This is absolutely huge for him. Does get knocked off already, but still, this is somewhat manageable for Bren. That being said, good shots from Hot Sauce and Brain Freeze. Still not the end of things. Borkum coming in for the pinch. Good shots from Hot Sauce. He is making this super manageable. And now they know they've been separated. Borkum got to work quick to at least break the wall. Break the door, excuse me. Charges right up. Half on the spike. 2 HP. And Borkum clutches the round for Team Secret. So close, yet so far away. And Bren almost had it. He had 8 HP. The other guy had 2 HP. It was just a minuscule difference.
Borkum proving to be a Lion Slayer, taking that black and gold main for himself as he tears down the walls of Jericho, not allowing Bren to make a fortress for themselves. This looked really good for a minute here for Bren. I really thought they had a positional advantage considering Dispenser already expended his fragment. But with the savvy on the side of Secret, the adjective, not the player, and the veteranship just proves to be a little too much to handle for a younger squad here. This time around, they do have to resort to a much more passive default. The aggression cost them, and even being passive has cost them just that extra player that could have helped. They have the info that somebody's waiting, but Xavi cannot contain himself. Witz will do that for him. And now Bren are all alone in their respective holds here. Forced to make a decision, be at a crossroads as Hot Sauce has decided to hold towards mid here. Aster, I'm not entirely sure how they're going to take back the momentum here because I feel like in that round they wanted that early info. But EJ, even though he had the dash prepped, the read was there on the side of Secret here. And now they have a site, pretty much a free site. They haven't even given up any weaponry whatsoever to Bren.
I really like that paranoia that Borkum throws out, where it hits the switch and then the B stairs. Really strong. Anyway, Witz, I think this is going to be farming duty for him. If he gets the 180 shot on Brain Freeze, that would be massive. At least, just to clear up the entirety of the round already. This does give Brain Freeze a little bit of time to fight. He tries to reposition, but gets shot mid-air by Bash through the Marshall.
That's so expensive.
Yeah. I mean, Spectre?
No, on the side of Freeze, because he has to rebuy all his utility now.
Oh, yeah, Omen got a little bit more expensive too. That's true.
It's fine. He still has full armor and his full utility belt, so maybe it wasn't that expensive. My math was once again very inaccurate. Seeker, just a quick look on how they surgically separated Bren. I'm not entirely sure what Bren want to do here now. Do they want to go for a full retake style now that they have the weapon advantage? They have the range, so they can definitely hit quite a few pot shots. Do they want to go for that early aggression and not allow Secret to walk up and use the SMGs as I've mentioned? Or do we look at this timeout and assume all the assumptions? I've never seen that painting, by the way. I don't even know where this part of the map is. Is that a billboard? I don't know.
This is outside B. Yeah, near
maybe
newsstand.
I should look up more often, yeah.
Yeah. Well, chin up, King.
Are you going to give a shout out to all the queens out there again, Asrai? Is that what you want to do? Is that what you're going to do?
I'm going to give a shout out to all the kings this time.
All right, that's right. Head up, boys.
Right.
And this is... Oh, yeah, man. Don't drop that crown. As
Oh, I do have one question, though. Sorry.
What's up? Go ahead.
Do you think there is the emo comp that is a possibility now in Valorant?
Like, the super edgy comp?
Yeah, Omen, Reyna, Fade. I don't know what the other two would be, but that's like your core. And speaking of core, this is going to be a core memory for Team Secret if they get this site so cleanly as the Prowlers just go into the site, and gashing and just biting at the defense of Bren. Dismantled already, leaving it only to Hot Sauce as Symbol to try to even salvage the situation. This is a buy run for them, by the way. And Hot Sauce he's heard it already, but Wits just cannot be denied right now. Okay, everybody's gonna say beaking symbol. If they die, okay.
I'm not.
I was gonna say
I'm
if
not
they don't die to
entirely.
symbol, it's just gonna be bad.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what the game plan was there earlier towards main. We saw EJ try to fall back to side as quickly as he can, but we didn't see the flash or any supportive utility on his head. So maybe they were gonna go for a surprise contact play. But Bren, they just W keyed that one. Took as much space as they needed. Even got free upgrades for their troubles. Bren, they have to resort to an eco. Yet another eco. There we go. He tries to backpedal.
Enemy remaining.
Supportive utility was just not there for Bren. It was completely absent.
This is what I was talking about. Well, you know, meme aside about the emo comp. This comp really does constrict a lot of what you want to do. Paranoia, and you're nearsighted. Haunt, you're also nearsighted. Seize, you can't get away from Punish, and it makes it very easy to get blasted apart by even just the weaker of weapons like a Spectre, right? So there is so much choking power that Team Secret does have, and it is squeezing the life out of Bren in these sites.
Squeezing the life out of their sight. Exactly. Just a bit of a vice grip that Bren have not managed to escape whatsoever. Even just loosening that grip has been such a challenge for them. Now Secret, they shuffle up the rhythm again. They slow it down. They still not give up any map control. Maybe potentially putting Bren in a much more, how to put this, uncommitted positioning where they have, as we mentioned, Xavi towards a tree here. We do have Brain Freeze deep into the site, but ooh, oh wow, Jesse just kind of boom, he's dead. Hot Sauce did a Jesse Bash impression there too. He's dead. And now we have a bit of a 4v4 situation.
30
that
seconds
Secret
left.
still have a bit of an upper hand. Borkum tries to fake it. Did EJ hear it? But EJ goes for game instead. Did he bamboozle his own teammates? How did that only do 20 damage? That's insane. The shorty is such a fickle weapon, but the dispenser is not loyal to his aim, loyal to his clutch genes. As Wits cleans up, or at least attempting to clean up the round, Brain Freeze, who's been the last member alive these past few rounds, he's clutched very well, and he's held on. But Secret, kind of running this into the ground, kind of running it up as well. Ow.
Yeah. Okay, good shot from Brain Freeze to reposition. I don't know if he actually knows that the dispenser is just so close on the swing. He's gonna TP now. They're not gonna be able to hear it, and he swings by almost threading the needle. I think the second guess, he just like flicked it in. Where is he? Maybe still inside the smoke. It was a 2 versus 1, but that was so close. Brain Freeze, you gotta give him that shot, but Team Secret just always on the job here, always getting those ROIs.
I like lions. This is a very cool lion mural. And speaking of keeping it cool, and much like a lion, Bren have to keep their heads up here. As you mentioned, they kind of have to not allow that crown to fall, because Bren has been somewhat notorious of dropping. Once they start hitting that low point, it just becomes a very heavy anchor in the most negative sense. And it's growing pains for them. They're so used to excellence. They're so used to their meticulous play. Sometimes it's a bit of a pitfall on their side. EJ, despite not using that dash immediately, still manages to survive. The utility is here, and it might stop Secret. EJ double dips, hits Wits, removes his fellow Jet counterpart, but that trail is going to give quite a bit of information away. Salvage is the name of the game for Secret here, as they do not have that coveted control with Borkum. Nope, it is not meant to be, as Xavi, firing on all cylinders now, holds down the line for his team, and EJ even gets a third on a swinging dispenser. Jesse, this is a tall order, but Jesse is no stranger to the clutch. He marches forward. He will get tagged out. He might get sprayed down here. Finds a little bit of solace on his box. He even finds Brain Freeze. Hot Sauce. Ice and fire work in tandem to seal another round on Bren, but Jesse, you know that man is ice cold. Gotta be very wary. Bren come alive, finding a 6th round for themselves.
During our break, you know, when we were talking about that Oasis Gaming Alpha Esports match, you know, prepping also for this Team Secret Bren fight, I also wanted to just mention how this is one of the most consistent, or if not most consistent, most dominant we've seen Jesse Bash in. He's usually just been, you know, clutch Jesse, gets kills with the Hunter's Fury Jesse. He's always the one with the nice little lineups. But his IQ in positioning and in these fights have been absolutely beautiful, Raph. I mean, if he maybe had a bit more leeway there, he might have been able to get the 4K in a possible clutch. But yeah, just really good performance out. But still, Bren do get the round. It's a nice round for them. Definitely ridden from the coattails of the operator buy from EJ. But there is so many rounds that they need to bring back since, again, it is 11-6.
Yes. That's like at least 5. Actually, no, it is 5 rounds that they have to win just to equalize. And I want to go through the map selection before anything happens here. We're going to have a little bit of an innocuous period, as Secret love to go for that slower default when it comes to penultimate rounds like this. But let's take a look back at the map draft, Astra. I'm not entirely sure what map 2 is. Do refresh my memory once more, please.
Watching here.
Yes.
I think it's Breeze and then
Breeze.
Haven.
So with that being said, we do have quite a bit of firepower on both sides. And what is that timing? Speaking of firepower, Witz has been so consistent on the maps that we mentioned. He's been very consistent here too, but it does look like his life might be, or at least it looked like it was gonna go for a close on this very round. But wait a minute, he's not done yet. He finds EJ, will find his own death. Hot sauce sears Borkum, and now Secret functioning without a controller. This is, I feel like, one thing that they have so much trouble with when they don't have that smokes up, or at least really when it comes to any team, when they don't have that the smoker up, the retake just becomes that much more shaky. Now we have some of these players shoulder to shoulder, back to back. Dispenser finds the crouching robot form of Zavi.
Find you.
And suddenly, looks like very much possible.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my god, it's not even possible. Hot sauce. What an opportunist. Oh, timing? Barely.
So as I mentioned, right? Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, this barely gets off. That's about it.
Grounded.
Because the way that Secret play and approach their takes, it's usually hyper funneling all the retakes using their smokes, right? And then try to play off that default with, or at least complementary lurk potential on the side of Borkum, on Dispenser. Without those smokes late in the round, I feel like that's where they kind of show their mortality.
Where are you?
Knowing Secret, they'll adjust as quickly as they can. Speed is the name of the game. It isn't speed that kills, though. It's the sudden stop. So if they run into a brick wall here, much like Brain Freeze, could prove to be incredibly problematic. Zavi adds another brick to that wall. As this is looking perilous already for Bren. A fragment might try and flush out Freeze, but Dispenser finds him anyway. Zavi, the lone man on Heaven, trying to wait for the rotations on his team to come. Dubstep is so far removed from Dispenser, but this Wonder Duo has done so much in the past. This is still very much possible, but with Dispenser's location being revealed, at least an inkling of it, what else can they do? Still a very, very healthy Bren lineup.
Oh, okay. I was wondering, so Zavi heard the dropping of weapons, so he just tries to pop shot the boots again. This is very risky for Dispenser, by the way, but I think he needs it just so that Dubstep can start to reclaim that spike of his. With 40 seconds onto the clock and no vision for Bren, they can maybe run this all the way through the B site.
Wow.
I mean, maybe not. It's a 4 versus 2. They would want to just fight where they're already at.
30 seconds
already. And we'll see how this transpires. Oh, that's a big flash. Miss flash on Savvy's side. Crossfire is going to be real. Dubstep somehow just wide swings out into the open and gets caught. So, a bit awkward. And Bren, they're building up the blocks of a comeback. And they're using those blocks to climb back up in terms of the rounds itself.
They're trying to, I think they're trying to set up a crossfire, but the timing is just not meant to be. The Vampire is definitely in the advantage of Bren in that previous round. Now we see still an equal buy. Secret, they're contemplating, see who can and who cannot. Their ecos have been fairly successful. You mentioned earlier that no matter what round they do and no matter what weapons they have, they still try to manage to get 4. But since Bren has been turtling so hard, how do they open this up? They're That does look like aggression might be the name of the game yet again. Tempo change is not in order as Dubstep gets rid of that turret. Thankfully for him, he has an escape tool, but Borkom is not as fortunate. EJ and the rest of the boys, they're once again dismantling this eco round, making it relatively cheap for them and relatively compact for Bren. And it's suddenly 11-9.
Well, don't we look like fools for saying that this is going to be hard for Bren, you know, to come back and everything. I'm pretty sure Ishan, wherever she is saying, ha, Asaray, you're wrong.
Yeah, Asaray, you're wrong.
That's well, you know, I admit it's a very, very close endeavor. I really love the adjustment here. I think it did start to shift change in the favor of Bren once EJ got that operator. Because you see him just match the aggression, if not even more aggression, to what we saw from Blitz when he had the operator on the defensive side. Exactly, he just jumped up.
And they lost Borkom again.
Yeah. Oh, they also, I believe, used Savvy's Nullblade so that nobody can actually react with a utility and punish EJ. So that was a raw peak that EJ actually had the advantage because he had the dash up and prepared already.
Without the controller, it's a contact play. They really have no choice this time around. They still have the flashes from Dispenser and they still have the utility that Bash provides. But with all these angles open, it's going to be so problematic for Secret unless they find a straight rotator. But the timing has not been kind. The positioning and as well as the map control is the same. It's really not in the favor of Secret right now. Bren, they are once again very, very calm in this round. They don't have to overextend whatsoever. They still have so much utility. Nearly gets a freebie. The dash is going to come for that switch. But this could be a moment where Secret could pounce on them. They're not going to be fighting full force Bren. I don't even know if they're aware that there's 3 people CT. Now EJ is going to make it known. And Bren collapsed onto Secret. As Secret is crumbling on this first map.
No flashes left from Dispenser to help out Dubstep, who was trying to push through on Spawn. Well, I mean, I guess they weren't expecting the aggressive push, but you saw it, as you said, like 3 players of Bren there. If one didn't expect it, there's 2 more that could have reacted just in the nick of things. Simple was almost getting flushed out, but they were so preoccupied of what it was on Spawn that they forgot there's still one at the site itself. Now Bren, solid hold, Team Secret, back to the drawing board, and yeah, that big gasp of air from Raph as EJ just peeked it out through A short. It was already looking dead into the sights of Wits. How did Dispenser save himself from that? I would never know. EJ being forced to back away as Team Secret making sure that he does not readjust the angle on A short as they would really want to hit B once again. Oh.
EJ has been so slippery as an operator. It's been so rare for Secret to actually punish him, and you did say that has been the linchpin of their success. But Hot Sauce basking in that fragment will eventually still find Jesse. Borkom with the Spectre closes the gap and gets the trade. The site still not all that clear. Xavi is still trying to occupy the market space. And that's is to his own death. Now they have a rifle. They only have Freeze's paranoia and Shadow Step to rely on. But we have Symbol using that Hunter's Fury for a little bit of cover. Do they expect Dispenser to double dip, triple dips even, finds EJ, and now the scales Asarai, they favor Secret once more. All of a sudden, they turn around with such a, well, zealous effort. Brain Freeze and Symbol, they've been doing so well. Can they continue the streak? Dispenser makes his position known. Where are the trades? Nobody capitalized on that, but they're just playing time. And they played perfectly. Symbol turns his back for whatever reason. And Borkom has no qualms of shooting a man from behind.
Match point.
Well, you know, there are no niceties in tactical shooters. It is what it is. I gotta say, that sequence from Dispenser was absolutely brilliant. Because after this kill, I was expecting him to just run straight to speed lane, fast lane, activate his ultimate, and then start fighting. But because he knew that there would be absolutely no vision, no information for Borkum, rather than double up, he risked to position himself onto switch first to get a pick, and then just went in for another cheeky spot back onto the stairs. So whether he lives or dies, that would still be fine, but he still also had his null command up and running that he pressed on later dates. So its duration and impact was much better when the round was already at that particular point. That was so good from Dispenser. This is the reason why he's one of the top players back then, and you're seeing his veteran seed come into play now. Dubstep, huge shots onto EJ. That's a really big blow because EJ's already down to 12. He still has his dash, which is good, but he is, as you mentioned, one breeze away from being knocked off this round.
EJ has been providing so much impact and so much, how to put this, strength to Bren that every time he's died, it's almost a guarantee that Secret win. And Wits, with the space that they've controlled towards main, even blinding Freeze. Brain Freeze might not expect them to be this close, as the timing on the sound cue did cover up that dash. But he plays for quite a bit of time here. This is so dangerous by Wits. Oh my goodness, that's even worse! He wins out the fight, but he gets 2 anyway! Oh my goodness, luck is, aside from luck, the skill is so in favor of Wits as of the moment, but he gets denied. What? Oh my goodness, in Secret, they lost the round!
Huh?
Oh, okay,
wait! He picked up the spike! With the From the Shadows! No!
Oh dear. Oh dear! Look how isolated they are! But Hot Sauce doesn't care! He is on a march! He's on a mission! Dubstep is the first to fall, reducing the numbers to an even playing field. Now the attention has been put towards stairs here. What other avenue can they come from? A very compact, very turtle-heavy hold on the side of Secret. Jesse. The timing on Brain Freeze! It doesn't work out!
Oh. And now it's still 2 versus 3. I don't know what Bash was doing there. He needs to help out his team, but he is making a lot of noise that Hot Sauce has to just cover. As of the moment, Borkum and Bash come in for the swing, the 2K, as well as the game number 1. You thought it was already over. I mean, for Team Secret in that round, but somehow Borkum was like 10 seconds from the shadows. You put 2 and 2 together, and you still know that they have time to plant the spike and force Bren to go on that retake. What a play from Borkum.
Look at the high fives all around. And like we mentioned, right? We honestly thought that was the second win Bren needed, but suddenly, I completely forgot from the shadows there. And dear me, I thought that was a round given away. Secret, they pull it out. Surprise everybody.
I was also very surprised because I thought it was already over. It's like
I really didn't see the From the Shadows.
Same. It's like, Wits, wait, why are you bringing the spike, planting it on A, and then everybody from your team is at B? The thing is,
so smart.
The thing is though, it was actually good that Wits didn't get the plant on the spike. Because if
the
he
rotate
did,
would have been farther.
Exactly. So 7 seconds to defuse the spike, about 15-20 seconds to run from A to B. So you do the math. That was actually a really, really good play. Maybe if Bren knew that the rest of Team Secret was at B, they might have allowed Wits to plant the spike first and then take him out as the spike got taken down. But that is so much big brain that I don't even know if they knew they would have been able to do that.
Exactly. I feel like that was already a freebie considering Wits already faked the plant once. I'm not entirely sure why EJ and I believe it was Savvy decided to just kind of hold on tree. And the body language, I really thought that, why is he pushing when he knows he has the spike? And everybody was bamboozled by such a big brain tactic because they knew Bren had to hold on to that, because who knows, what if they TP'd main? What if they TP'd, or at least they stayed A, right?
Yeah.
And the exact trap was set and beautifully executed by Secret. Still, it's map number 1. Bren, they show their aptitude, their capability to adapt and overcome in such difficult situations. So the series could still potentially be very long, Asarai.
Well, it is a long, arduous process. It's like getting something done here in the Philippines, but we'll see how well Bren can do that. We still haven't seen the highlights. I just want to see a replay of everything that we've just witnessed so far. I mean, we're supposed to just cast one series a day, and I wasn't expecting that I would just lose my mind at the end of the first game. Let's check that out again.
We've always had super interesting games we've casted, and we're very fortunate. We're very lucky that all these games that everybody has casted and every team has been providing has been excellent. You know, it's been such a wild ride. I would say even kind of wilder than our first stage. EJ, so proficient with those blades, making a statement that maybe he is also a king of blades, much like Marky. Barkham has been so solid. He's been on fire this entire group stage.
Yeah. Again, it just feels like Team Secret at every round had a certain player get a highlight. Right? That feels like what was kind of happening there. Everybody was so big brain from Team Secret. I don't know if like they have a group study session on how to just be huge in the IQ for Valorant, but this is just phenomenal for Team Secret. Okay, we've been kind of singing the praises of TS too much. For Bren's side, I gotta give it to EJ and Brain Freeze. These two were absolutely pivotal for being able to bring back the rounds, especially EJ once he started picking up that operator once again. You saw that before when he was in SB Empire. He was on a raise that would still pick up the operator and still hit shots. Such a firecracker of a competitor, and you see him be able to do so many things. It was a bit risky, but the risk or the rewards really did outweigh the risks. And you see just, again, EJ popping off when the team needed him to do the most. At the end of the day, it's a 13-10. Still very close compared to the 11-6 that we were kind of given just a couple of rounds back.
Oh, look at Jesse. He is so fired up, dude. Again, the spirit of competition is very, very strong in all of our players and all of our teams, and for very good reason. Like you mentioned, Bren has been excellent in terms of the clutch, in terms of their ability to just improve as the days go by. And for a team that's considered to be as young as they are, and honestly being put as the future of our scene, because most of them are Valorant endemic is the thing, and everybody would love to have that pure Valorant team. But anywho, Asterai, before we throw this to a break, any last thoughts before we mosey on over?
Let me just get my thought on my tweet, because I was gonna say I'm gonna gotta go to social media already. You know how it is. Anyways, guys, we're not done just yet. This best of 3 continues when we come back for game number 2. You know how it is. Me and Raph will just go on, and we'll see you in a bit.
Making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. You go up every session, cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us, boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me, I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly, this is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, easy, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my van. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy, they said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more make the
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as I fix my hair and Astray fixes his thoughts because he is still on that social media rampage and he's having the time of his life. But look, he's trying to contain it as well as he can, but it's really not working. Just a quick reminder, this is map 2. So we had a pretty heated map 1 already, I would say. It was very interesting to see the number of strats that were employed and the way it was closed out, Astray. I have to say, I never thought I'd see that in a pro game, quite honestly.
It feels like how do you say, styling plays, not even highlight, just styling on them.
So smart. Like,
yeah, because I was checking the tweets already from the secret players, and then Faye was like, "How do you like that bait play?" And everybody was just losing their minds off it. I was able to like see our replay, and I just heard my voice saying no, and it's trailing in the distance. Anyways,
he shadow stepped away.
Yeah. Wait, I'm gonna die from the coughing on.
It's okay. It's absolutely okay. Everything is not agreeing with us as of the moment. The precipitation and the humidity is murdering everybody. Absolutely. But
true.
But speaking of, I hope, honestly, I hope that Bren keep themselves together because their matches have still been very, very close despite the nature of how they lost it. So we really do see that pedigree of brilliance. We do see that shiny armor of black and gold, as we like to mention. But they kind of have to keep their composure because they tend to be a fairly emotional team. Maybe that's a byproduct of being young, but who knows?
Yeah, again, they really do, or a lot of our teams right now still revolve around that kind of factoid once again, you know, that they're not able to create these I think momentum plays like what EJ was able to do for Bren. We might have seen Bren get knocked off earlier than what we expected. So it still isn't the worst for Bren Esports here because they really, as you mentioned, kept it very close. But now coming into a map that I feel that they might not have a good shot in. Breeze, I know that Icebox was banned out. And I think Fluffy was talking about it, that he was kind of weirded out because he knew that Bren was one of the teams that really struggled on Icebox. Team Secret actually was a team that fights really well on Icebox. But they decided to go for Breeze, which I think would also be something to watch out for because this is another map where Team Secret do like to use the Fade. Now, I can't remember if they will use Jeremy on the Fade this time or will it still be Vash, but regardless of, it really is pretty scary to go now against this new agent. As you saw, Bren not really have that many answers in some of the attacking sides when they had the Fade, especially with that Haunt combo that they had. It's very scary, very difficult to deal with, and very push heavy onto the side. Really disables everything, especially when you have a KO just coupling that in with the KO blades.
That is true, and I like how thematically speaking too, that I feel like Secret's kind of reminding Bren that, hey man, you guys kind of relax. There's still such a long game to play, and some of those retaliations we saw were just once again, very apt. Yeah, and a little bit of banter, a little bit of friendly banter has never hurt anybody, but we are in a field of professionals, guys, so we gotta kind of tone it down a bit. But as I mentioned, right, the things that Secret have to consider is that EJ's op has been a win condition for Bren, and it's been working out so many rounds towards the tail end of the first map, and now we play on a map like Breeze, where typically we will see that chamber almost all the time. We're gonna see that jet, so it just adds to so many layers that Secret have to maneuver. And like I mentioned, right, once they lose that controller, the scramble for Secret become that much more messy. They love to funnel those fights in a much more controllable fashions, because they have a controller. And that's the science behind it all. But we're not discounting the fact that Secret is still a mechanically insane team, much like Bren.
Well, with all of that, we're just still waiting for the Agent Select to undergo. I wonder what Bren will be able to do now to add even more. Because we talk about EJ and everything, but Brain Freeze was also doing a couple of waves here and there. But it seems like the rest, like Savvy, has been having issues with, I don't know, maybe just facing against Bren. Maybe it's the utility usage of Bren that really throws off the defense, because they're expecting more of a firefight. But Team Secret just really loves to make everything easier by having a composition that the utility works for them. And I've said this multiple times. This was the kind of DNA that we saw when they were still Bren Esports themselves, when they were Team Adroit, going back to 2021, 2020. This was really the de facto personality of this Team Secret roster, and it just comes in at a different face into the series.
I'm sorry, I was trying to fix my hair, but
okay,
I completely agree with you. Like this is where you kind of cycle through all those styles that you've already practiced, you've experienced, because I'm a firm believer that nothing truly gets outmoded. I feel like it just goes back down the line when newer strats, more effective strats become a priority. Because sometimes, let's just say you're strictly anti-stratting for the newer meta, which most likely includes Fade, Chamber, etc., right? But what if you run into a comp that's incredibly generalist, like let's say the Omen, the Cypher? It's the very very base double initiator plus a duelist and whatnot. So those specific anti-strats could potentially be played around. That being said, Bren has shown that to a degree, Secret as well. And again, these matches have been so close, right? It's really hard to tell who's dominating who.
Well, at the end of the day, even if you show such a dominant performance, if you're not the one that hits the 13 on the rounds, if we don't go to overtime, you still get yourself a winner and a non-winner. So
a non-winner, what does that mean, Asterai? Should I say
someone who didn't win? Someone who didn't win.
What is synonymous to not winning, Asterai? Okay, let me just be the translator for Asterai. In the world, there are two types of people. There are winners, and Asterai is laughing. He can't take it again. And losers. Okay, there you go. Let me throw it out there. It's just the nature of competition. It's incredibly cutthroat. When you're not winning, you're losing, and that's just how it is, guys. You just kind of have to take that criticism in stride, because that's how you get better. Yeah, take the L, bro. Hold the L. Much like G10 when he proved to be a defender of modern Eminem fans. What are you doing, man? And obviously getting his prediction wrong. But I feel like this could be the day where it changes, as we do go on Breeze, or at least is a map that's fairly robust for both sides.
Well, let's see the lock-ins before anything. Hot Sauce is going to be playing on a more aggressive Sentinel this time with the Chamber. We're still not yet at the newer patch, so we will not be seeing Chamber with just the one trademark. So for those who are still wondering, it's still going to be good. Basically about mirror matchup for the most part. I honestly thought that Bren would be bringing out maybe the Fade at this time, but they're just going to match aggression for aggression with almost the same, just Witch having a bit of a flash. I do like this though, because the thing with this, actually KO's a flash, what am I talking about? But anyways, having a flash that helps you clear out where the wall doesn't separate the site is going to be incredibly crucial. That will give Dubstep some time, some freedom of space to just start moving in. And depending on how this goes, I also do like how the regrowth is a top-off mechanic for Team Secret, because that means that they're going to be a lot more confident, or at least a lot more, what's the word, ballsy, or wanting to at least go for the firefights. And if they don't lose, they just take HP damage. They can always get topped out by wins.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. What did you say? No, I'm joking. Yeah, again, the longevity and the sustain that a Sky potentially provides, it's not something that Bren can discount, considering that Bren have been going for these non-committal hidden run styles. Since they don't have that Sky, they just don't have the luxury of having that extra EHP. And considering it's Wits, we've seen Wits absolutely destroy on this map on his signature Sky. I find Sky's kit quite interesting because it's so good offensively and it's great defensively. So it's no wonder why she's such a favorite of a lot of our teams and a lot of our players.
Yeah. But I like KO more now. I'm sorry. I really
Why
did
are you
enjoy
sorry?
Sky.
I don't get it. What's with the apology? As we see,
I don't
that
know.
Secret, they push forward with no apologies whatsoever. They don't care if they're forgiven or not. Hot sauce! Pushed up a little too long, brooding too much. Like Batman and Jeremy. Much like Deadshot. Finding two targets very quickly and... Oh, dubstep. Oh, me, oh my.
Now, Borgham's is holding the cross here on double doors. He's already spotted a brain freeze. And now we're just down to EJ. Dubstep, though, could be the second victim. EJ's already expended a dash of his, and Dubstep playing A-Labs as he just tries to track and anticipate where EJ is going to be popping off with his head. That was a little bit weird from Hot Sauce, as he got bamboozled. Not even bamboozled, just caught off guard. As Jeremy was just so fast coming out from tunnel, he wasn't even expecting that to happen. Apologetic from Jeremy.
Unapologetic and very, very smooth in their execution. Once again, how is Secret winning their pistols? What is Coach Fate doing? Because we love to make fun of Secret always dropping the first two rounds, but that is them no more. They've been consistently winning, if not the most successful first two-round team we have in the stage. Jeremy is going to settle for that Sheriff. He does have that Headhunter to really bolster his bank, and very, very fitting for Chamber. On the side of Bren, it does look like they're just going to concede this round. A lot of Halls control. Ah, yes.
Yes. Hello, darkness, my old friend. We meet again.
That we do. As the Technical Pause podcast returns with Raf and Asarai. Asarai, how are you? It looks like it is a very lovely sunny day on Breeze today, with a forecast of quite a bit of violence between Team Secret and Bren Esports. Don't you think?
Yeah. It is. It is. I mean, these are two teams that I think, again, are very contrasting with how they play. So, always is very exciting because, again, you do see the different philosophies of how they're just going to shoot down the well. And, you know, that's actually kind of scary if you look at what that was with the bear. Because you know how it kind of reminds me of the Silence of the Lambs? I was just kind of thinking about it.
Hey, the younger audience is not gonna get that, man. I'm
All
just
right.
saying. Also, guys, the Silence
It puts
of
the
the
lotion
Lambs
on it
is,
on its skin.
Yeah, it's a movie you should watch. Culture yourselves, enrich yourselves. Do it now. Well, maybe
Yes.
not now while the game is going, as Dubstep wants to get a foot in the door.
Savvy?
He's gonna have the perfect
Ooh.
flash, but with a classic, he still does considerable damage. Dubstep's already considered a bonus for him, as he is gonna swing out, even nearly finds Warcom. Wits is there to
Hailing
support.
over here.
And now, like you mentioned, Asarai, that sustain is just gonna be so problematic, even more so accentuated by the fact that they only have classics. Barring Hot Sauce, of course, who has the trademark.
Teleport's gone.
You mean Headhunter?
I mean Headhunter. My goodness, the trademark nerf is pretty hurting. You know, it is hurting me bad.
okay.
I'm down bad.
Teleport's ready.
I remember you saying that a lot.
Well, that I do at times. Jeremy and Wits, they have no problems taking this bonus away. A very, very
One enemy remaining.
Dubstep being the only real gun that they lost. It's not even in a position where... Okay.
Okay, Bash. Alright. We see. Are they gonna allow him to keep the Spectre though? I mean,
I
it's
don't
not
think so.
a bad idea. I mean, it's not a bad idea because like next round he's gonna be able to buy what, a rifle? So maybe.
Maybe not.
That's a good spot.
Well, what are we talking about here now? I got lost in our conversation there, Asteroid.
Apologies for that.
It's okay. I love how Jesse's like, I'm still gonna walk. I know you see me, but I'm gonna walk towards you menacingly. Come here so I can stab you. And Symbol was like, what? No. Start backpedaling, start shooting Jesse. Very, very sharp review of all those interesting interesting turn of events, Asteroid. But we do finally see a gun round here. We do finally see a proper gun round.
Gun round might not matter as much, but hold the phone. EJ comes in, says ring ring, answer or else. Or here he is, fully blinded by Wits. Does have the cover of the Cloudburst, and I don't think they know that he's right there. And he's already swinging, looking to go for the ace, tapping heads, taking names, and winning hearts. My heart in specific. Look at that ace from EJ.
That is an ace that everybody loves to see. EJ has proven to be one of the shining spots of the series. Super
enemy remaining.
By just a reminder of how lethal everybody here is. They did have a lot of attention being put towards Elbow. Not entirely sure if Secret want to do that again, but maybe the read is here. It does look like they are preparing for a very aggressive take towards Cave, as the pop flash is ready, but the counter flash is even there. Vash could be the first to fall here, but EJ gets sprayed down by the Vandal. Jesse still remains undiscovered, or at least unshaken by the fact that he's getting peppered down. Dubstep has moved himself towards the front end of the Hall's position, waiting for any would-be rotators, would-be assisters on the side of Bren. And the Sword Force comes out. Has it been used? Has it found its value? Could potentially do so. Nearly! What? Okay.
Oh, Dubstep with the flank, almost picking up the 3.
One enemy remaining.
Wits now already at the back of the site, finds Brain Freeze. It's all on the lonesome Symbol. Will he be the symbol of hope? They know where he exactly will be. Back away. Want to set the crossfire before anything else, and force Symbol to come in to the spider's web. He is hoping that somebody gets a little bit more antsy, but look at the setup crossfire from Team Secret to double up from the two, and then Bash is jumping up and down trying to see where he's going to be. I really love this position. Look at that. It's actually well hidden from the stairs, and he'll have to go wide peak on orange or yellow, you know, whatever you want to call this particular spot, and just peek
it's within that color spectrum. You know, it's orange, it's yellow. It's not
orange.
it's not the black and blue or the white. Was it the white and gold debacle that everybody was super on a few years back?
Oh my god.
Do you remember that? The dress. Do you remember the dress?
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
I never tried to realize or never tried to find the answer to that because I was already having a headache, so I never.
It's like, it's whatever, dude. Just wear what you want. Like,
all right. Back to the matter at hand, though. That was some timely flank from one enemy. Absolutely timely from him.
Yeah, I have a theory that we get sidetracked the most on Breeze. Maybe it's the very beachy-like environment, the atmosphere of it all. And maybe it's because the teams tend to love really going for strong defaults and a lot of gunfights. So strategy may take a little bit of a backseat. It's obviously there. The base is there, but nothing like super flashy comes out for the most part, as Hall's control is number one on the priorities of Secret. They move forward, they take a little bit more space. Hot Sauce attention is trained towards this opening door now. Does this open up enough time for the rest of Secret to crawl up towards Cave, or are they going for yet another bait play? We have a bit of a flank guard in the form of Jeremy towards Elbow, as EJ is very curious, maybe a little too curious for his own good. I think he sees the trap. Jeremy could potentially use this as contact. Jeremy is wary, the back has been turned, and the rest of Secret still continue their quiet march. Jeremy still trying to relay as much information as he can, but first contact could come at any single moment now. It's Dubstep, deafened by Symbol's Vandal shots. Brain freeze. Oh, still not getting... Eventually falling to Jeremy, right? I mean, my goodness, they stayed on that lurk for so long, Asarai.
It's going to be absolutely important that they get the kill on Savvy. This will not allow Hot Sauce any form of confidence to start pushing in whatsoever. And Jeremy was able to reposition, so he can rotate all the way back. The problem now lies, I think he's still kind of second-guessing that somebody might be lurking to challenge him, to take him down. And this will ruin possibly... The 3 versus 3 was supposed to ensue. It's now a 2 versus 3. The question is, do they have post plan? Okay, they do. I'm just gonna be quiet now. This is
one enemy remaining.
Nah. Oh, yeah. Jeremy went on top. Okay, never mind. Such a clean round. I was gonna say maybe they got outnumbered, but you don't know the power that the Force gives, the Hunter's Fury gives. So there you go.
You didn't get the line right again. Every time you get a Star Wars line wrong, it just... Ooh, Asarai. Have the dark side. You know what I mean? But, again, we're all nerds in our own right, so you guys, just shut up. Anyway.
Yeah, I'm Mandela affecting stuff, so it's fine.
Oh, yeah. Wait, what? How does that even Mandela affect to anything? Like, anyway.
Because I don't know the proper line.
So, is this a reference to No, I Am Your Father is...
Yes.
I mean, Luke, I Am Your Father is actually No, I Am Your Father. Anyway, guys, explaining Star Wars and casting the game, I am living my life. As Xavier AK is not. He is denied of whatever staying power he would have potentially wanted. Jesse swings, you know, turning back the years and turning up the aggression. As Dubstep and the rest of Secret look to, or at least are poised to take this eco round away from Bren. And everybody from Bren trying to funnel in from double doors. Hot Sauce gets caught off guard. And Symbol tries to do as much as he can with that Vandal. But drawing blanks, drawing outlines, Jeremy creeps up, tries to get the finishing kill, but it's Borkum to feed his ult orb economy. They do have quite a bit of ults here, Astrai, so either way, if this is a gun round or not, which most likely will be, it'll be so difficult on the side of Bren.
EJ's brought his operator. The boomstick. He'll need this to lead the charge for Bren. This is still very much doable for the boys in black and yellow. Should be able to make things work here. EJ looking to, from the looks of things, actually go for the B site as his first trial. Which is not, I mean, it's a 50-50, which whatever. And now, with that purchase buy that they do have, or the purchase power that they do have, Brandon's going to be calling time out, looking into what the utilities or ultimate specifically they pertain or have as of the moment. Hot Sauce with the tour de force, so they could go for a double op setup here technically. This might not be a bad idea since Team Secret don't have a KO. Hot Sauce can be absolutely aggressive with his positioning, and even though Team Secret should be able to read this when they check out the money, it still is such a very big threat. So I'm wondering how they're going to be panning this out. That being said, Borkum and Wits really have good ultimates to counter operators. So there's going to be a dynamic here where Team Secret have an advantage before Team Secret, or Bren have an advantage before Team Secret get into the sites.
I think one potential outcome could, if Bren or at least Secret decide to go for this full-on B retake, maybe they can use Xavi as anti-post plant. They could pop that ult just so they can't use their abilities to once again just really abuse that post plant and open up the sightlines for their operators. No Viper Wall. What else do they have? No more potential Cloudburst from the side of EJ, and just really forcing them to go into those raw peaks and dry peaks. But things have slowed down once more, Astrai. Yet another period of pretty mundane movement, as Symbol has been aggressing this quite a bit this time around. He uses the drone. You do see Seekers come out quite early, and EJ is going to be fully blind, but he makes his way towards CT. Very, very safely. Hot Sauce is here on the retake too. This KO ult could potentially just pop the moment they get towards here. But not in time as Borkum has already popped that Viper's Pit, making this incredibly perilous despite them getting that null command off. They're very hesitant as the moment. They're still trying to coagulate towards CT. Fragment is going to flush out one member, but look how close Dubstep and Borkum are. Dubstep will pay for his over-aggression as Zavi pops it. The null command is still in play. Borkum playing in his pit will get denied by Brain Freeze. Wiz trades out. Jeremy's a little too far away, and suddenly it's Jesse Bash all alone in this post plant. But you know what? Doesn't matter. EJ is a stone's throw away, and it's very low. One more hit. Didn't even need to be a headshot. Jesse makes sure.
Thank you.
And yet another round on the board for Secret.
Again, it's a difficult endeavor for Bren to retake the site because they went for the double op setup again. I was mentioning that if Team Secret bleed into the site, they would have to fight inside the Viper's Pit. Granted, Symbol, Brain Freeze, they were hitting some really good shots to help them on that retake, but you can already see the difficulties of both Hot Sauce and EJ just to take the site back. That last pulse on the recon dart was absolutely beautiful. Final nail in the coffin allowed Jesse Bass just to reposition for a position that EJ would just not know, because they saw him last at B main, so they were probably expecting, oh, he's just gonna maybe line up something, look through B main towards the spike, but no, he wanted to play a closer angle because he knew that EJ was just incredibly low. One bullet was enough, so getting closer against an operator is just what the doctor ordered. Now Dubstep, he's come into the site, nobody's here, and Bren has forgotten this with Hot Sauce going for the hero off by. This is very interesting. Back will get devoured by the Hunter's Fury, but not before he does get the plant on the spike, but Borgum's spawn as well. Oh my goodness.
This is suddenly so doable. A very expensive round on both sides already. As everybody's still trying to plant their feet. Hot Sauce making the op work, giving it some value, giving it a lot of value. But Witz is still on the rampage. He sees the shoulder of Zavi. Zavi trying to land a shot here. But we even see Jeremy's tour de force just to zone even further. They know even the presence of Jeremy is going to be enough. But Zavi remains unfazed. But was it for his health? Apparently not. The duel of both chambers. One with a custom rifle and one with a standard operator. And a round on the board for Secret yet again. At the very least, they save the operator, and making that even such a dangerous, how do I put this, task.
Yeah.
Spike plant.
Gucci gun. Also, that kill onto Savvy actually hurt Hot Sauce because, okay, we'll probably see it on the highlight here, right there. Where he died, the AoE for the Tour de Force actually stops Hot Sauce from running into the side without getting slowed, if I saw that correctly. So that meant that Hot Sauce really was just forced to back away because he was like, yeah, am I really gonna peek Jeremy when I'm slowed down and he's like hella cracked? Probably not. Just back away, save the 4,700 operator compared to the zero cost Tour de Force, right? Yeah, there you go.
Is it 4.7 or 4.750? Again, the numbers escape me.
I think so. 4.750 back then, and then
Back
it's 4.7
then, right?
now. Yeah,
4.7 now. I see. Yeah. I'm glad your memory is very good, Asar, considering how old you are.
Wow. Yeah, you know, I drink Memo Gold
Flash.
Plus. Memo Gold Plus.
Asar is not actually that old, guys. He's at least 65. As Dubstep has one bullet, and it was meant for Hot Sauce, and that operator immediately denied of any presence whatsoever. Zavi will return the favor, removing the enemy chamber from the equation. Symbol could potentially be the victim of bad timing, but he tries to go for the widest swing in the world. Unfortunately for him, it goes a little too wide. Brain Freeze didn't even have a chance to retaliate as the utility is coming through and it's pumping Bren with so much trouble, but the gunfights still pretty much equal here. 1v2. Zavi will get shot by Wits. And you see Jesse still comfortably playing post plant there. Very, very strong hold by Wiz, who is the king of stairs apparently. Would that mean was it Brain Freeze was the last alive? No, it wasn't, right? It was EJ.
I think it was Brain Freeze. Oh no, Savvy.
No, it's Zavi. Oh my goodness, it was both wrong. This is not the first time we've seen a robot stumble because of stairs. As we know that our machine friends are very, very how would I put this, allergic to Yeah. Such archaic inventions for the more bipedal people like us.
Unless you're also Poe from Kung Fu Panda. You know. Anyways, ooh, that was a beautiful crossfire between I believe that was EJ and Savvy 8K. Also, Hot Sauce comes into the party. He doesn't want to get left behind. He wants to dance, sizzle, shoot. This bullet's got your name on it. Come on, peek me. Oh, brain freeze. This is perfect. Team Secret don't know. He's about to hit the timing on this one. Nobody's just checking the back of things, and Hot Sauce is baiting so much in terms of the money game. Brain freeze though, been spotted already. Gonna be having to throw out his utility, but he got the pinch beautifully executed. Now Vash with 21. Not his age, only his HP. But I think he can still make it happen. All right, hang on. Hold on, because Vash is going to try to do something right now. Let's get the separation. Gets it. 2 bullets and a dream. He will charge up and still get these clutch cold. Ice in his veins. I'm going to give it to him already. Sheesh! From Jesse Vash. What a absolute read against the rest of Bren Esports. We got to have a replay on that one. What?
Ice Cold Jesse, that's why they call him that, man. Again, Jesse just shows up for the biggest moments, makes himself at home, and makes it known that they're stuck in there with him, not the other way around. And maybe this is also one of, you know, maybe it's a friendly scolding from Jesse. Jesse's like, you know what, guys, you gotta rock that black and gold with the utmost respect. And Jesse, who is a veteran of so many titles, proves why he is still on top. And now, yet another more passive default here on the side of Bren, barring that forward position of I think that's brain freeze. I love that little nod that EJ did. It's like, I know.
I also have to wonder.
He doesn't get spotted.
Vash changed to a frenzy, man. How was he not punished from that? That's a misbeat there, but yeah, he got through. EJ now finding the timing, but Borcom so prepared for it already. Hard lurking at double doors. That's a big blow. Again, EJ's operator has been pivotal, but once they can figure out what he really wanted to do, once they figure out that EJ is straining himself to find any modicum of a pick, it's not going to be good. And Jesse Vash, no. He gets another one with the third on that pulse. Not a kill, but a tag, but anything to help you get information and damage, they'll definitely take. Jeremy spots out Savvy 8K, and this is an uphill battle at the start of the round. We're now just left with Savvy. Well, he does have the clutch genes, but against the roster of Team Secret, maybe not. Hold on, Savvy's hitting some nasty taps. 3 versus 1. Vash on the very long lurk. If he backs away into this, he's gonna get swung by the man himself, and Savvy don't know. He got the 3K, but Vash was already there. He was fighting hard for his life for his round, but it's not going to happen. It's not going to matter here and now, Raph.
They are so dead.
This is so hard to watch if you're a Bren fan, because Secret, they've had their reads, their positioning, and their... Well, like I mentioned, the strategy has been utmost perfect. Bren have to make some sort of adjustment here, otherwise Secret might just run away. And considering this is still the first half, oh my goodness, this is probably their second most dominating performance we've seen so far, at least on the stage. What do we have available for Bren for them to mount a comeback? I think the null command is still there. Yes, it is. Symbol is quite close to the Hunter's Fury. If he can manage to get that, then their post-plant, or rather their retake woes, are going to be less of a burden. Now we finally see such an aggressive null command here. What do they want to do with this? What are they planning on capitalizing? Dubstep, holding down the corner, providing a little bit of safety and a little bit of a crossfire for anybody daring enough to walk into shop. But now with that null command out of the way, Secret have a huge window of just trying to win out the utility shuffle. We have wits on that flash and whatnot. And this time around, they forego that heavy 5-handed attack, leaving Jeremy to lurk. As Dubstep falls to the Spectres, Borko forced to use that Viper Spit. Jesse playing with the utmost confidence, being very forward. Attack is gonna come through, but so far nobody has fallen yet. Bren, they hold strong. Jesse has been ruining their dreams and aspirations of winning this round, but Freeze refuses to back down, to bow down. Jeremy has a long trek to go, and honestly, they can just stick this
Yep. Wait, maybe
No way.
if he still swings?
No way.
Nah, no time,
Did they
but
let go?
he could
Oh.
just maybe make it expensive. They're not going to let it go. He opens the door, not in the nick of
Switching
things.
sides.
They had plenty of understanding of the time to defuse. So, really a solid round for Bren. They made Team Secret work for that site, and in the end, Secret lost more than they were willing, or that they were already giving.
Enemy down.
Really good stuff for them, and that
One
kill
enemy
onto
remaining.
Borkum definitely helped out the case
player
of, or Dispenser definitely helped out the case of Bren there.
Now we have a halftime. We've seen crazier comebacks, and Bren is the team that is incredibly capable of doing that. Are we going to see another overtime, Master? It just feels like it's not a series of, you know, you and me. It wouldn't be a series that we'd cast if if it didn't go into overtime. But maybe I could be cursing it. Maybe I could be jinxing it. Who knows?
Well, you know what? I would like for you to jinx it. Maybe we can go into overtime. Maybe we can go into game number 3. It never really is a surefire thing, right? That's why we have these rounds. Even though we see the 10 to 12, all of that stats and everything, all of the round scores, excuse me, there is always a chance for Bren here. And you know, we've said this before. It's like a general thing that we keep saying, but really do feel like Bren is one of those teams that can really make things happen in that particular fashion, especially with how they've been playing as of recent. I think the problem now lies with them that their setups have been just ripped apart by Team Secret. And the only player that has really gone mad aggressive on Bren without any support, without any backup, has been EJ. So I think this disconnect between EJ and the rest of Bren might really be hurting their case. Maybe they double up, or because we do have this side swap, there will just be a little bit more synchronicity between this, or throughout this this team, right? So that if that happens, maybe we could see a flash of rounds be brought up by Bren.
I have the spike.
We do say that a lot, that teams can still come back. That's just a testament of how elite the competition is in our region, and basically in every VCT. Just, it's been full of surprises. It's been so difficult to call. But statistically speaking, this is a very, very tough mountain for Bren to climb. A lot of presence towards elbow, but look at Secret. They have other collabs. Okay, but EJ gets a beautiful collat, a beautiful two-piece onto Wits. Borkum has a valiant effort. Once again, the Sheriff is one of the most iconic 6 shooters. He is still waiting for the duel, but Jeremy with the classic, knowing that he was solo on HT, didn't have to overdo his shot.
Probably have to. I mean, not a lot. You don't really know a lot of teams that play VCT that go for force buys. So you probably won't see Bren do the same thing. I would love to see a force buy right about now. But,
okay.
Yeah.
I want to argue with you. If they don't force, then that's 10 rounds that they have to play at the, basically at an immaculate level. They really have to be perfect.
I honestly agree. 100%.
The best of the
I mean, they probably won't.
Still forget
I just did.
Standing ahead.
Check the replay. Somebody clip that. All right.
Check the VOD. Check the demo.
Watch what's it? Okay, I'm just dying now. But you know who also is dying? People to Bash's Marshall already. And Team Secret, they're smelling blood in the water. They're chasing for the kills now. Dubstep. There it is. Bash just hitting basically everything, putting so much into his ultimate icon. 3 versus 2. Still somewhat palatable if you think about it, because Hot Sauce still does have the Headhunter, but Jeremy's Lurk is about to hit. And he will not miss a shot to take that beat. Vandal will be reclaimed. Now this is where it gets a little bit hairy. Bren do have that buying power, but as you mentioned, they got to play immaculate with this. Pristine, perfect, no mistakes whatsoever.
I mean, I feel like this was the only window that they could force, because if they won this force, then they somewhat reset the economy of a potentially upgrading Secret, but the window has passed, and potentially the match point for Secret here. Bren, they have to hold on, they have to hold strong. Do they anticipate the aggression? Once again, it's Jeremy escaping, or not escaping rather, just rendezvousing out of danger. Borko playing very close, but he will get discovered. Could potentially fall here. Symbol is going to give him a handful of utility to think upon. But look at that. Relatively unscathed. Walking out and walking back to the safety of his teammates here. Jeremy still trying to play the long angle here. Could find a little bit of contact. That door is giving him second thoughts if he should push up or not. Very ballsy move by Borkom here, considering he has a Spectre, and that's exactly why that was such a brave maneuver. But EJ is much, much smoother.
Here.
It looked like EJ was like a Beyblade for some reason there. Just like looking left and right. 180s all abound. In any case, EJ way out in the open now. Savvy, a Herculean effort to try to get the clutch in, as he is caught rocking a hard place. Can't really maneuver too much. Everybody just all around, and Team Secret will be able to clean this second game much quicker than what we saw in the first one. 13-2, and the series is over.
They are so
Oh, a heartbreaker for Bren. But Secret, they're not letting go of that dominating mantle, that top spot, as easily, or at least with as little resistance as one would think. Look at that, number 1, Jesse Vash, reminding everybody who's at the top spot. Look at all that, the high fives all around.
And Dispenser with the Korean hearts. A little bit of blurring there onto Jeremy. Not sure why was that, but overall, we end the series with a bit of a bang there, Raph, of what we saw with Team Secret just understanding basically everything. It feels like they have a playbook into almost all scenarios that is there, whether it's how their opponents play or in a more general standpoint what their opponents have. And for example, you know how I mentioned that there's a huge chance that Bren will go double operator because it's risky, but it might make sense. And look at how they played. They pushed more outside of elbow, started pushing through tunnel, and actually basically forced EJ and Hot Sauce to fight at angles that they're not really expecting at. And then Borkom just uses his own ultimate so that they'll have to peek inside the Viper's pit just to even have a chance to let go of the shots of their operators, which is, I think, what Team Secret was banking on. Bren were still fighting back, but again, the lack of rifles on 2 key members of Bren really hurt the case, I think, for that retake. And it really did show how clean and expansive Team Secret's understanding of opponents and opponents' utility really is.
I mean, if Secret had an anti-strat for every team, that honestly surprises nobody. They put so much time and effort when it comes to their strategy. You can really tell how much they drill everything, coming from the defaults to the rotations and whatnot. And considering that Secret will always have a really big target on their back that people will always try to anti-strat for. But yeah, I'm not sure if that's an anti-strat right there. Maybe I will knife the Sova so I don't waste bullets. Jesse Vash probably, and Jesse Vash later on in the round. Before that, I have to say that was such a crisp, clean ace from EJ.
One of the few rounds that they got because of EJ, by the way. EJ, I think this entire game, this entire series was just banger. But there is really so much that just one person can do. The rest of Bren felt like they were lagging behind. And again, I don't really want to sound like I'm coaxing against the players of Bren here, but the stats really just don't lie. It felt like they were just not able to get the punishes they were hoping for. Plus this one as well.
That's my favorite strat, dude.
Yeah, he got the tag on Vash, and he still somehow loses the fight when Vash was switching up to the Frenzy, which was very weird.
I mean, I understand the Frenzy choice because he wanted the extra mobility, but that was my favorite strat in the Secret strat book. Let Jesse clutch. I see. A tale as old as time. But with you being... Well, let's just be real here, guys. Everybody, and I mean everybody, has all their eyes on all these players in front, and it just so happens that Bren is under the microscope right now because of, like you mentioned, some questionable plays. But of course, that's a byproduct of how excellent Secret have been. That every single opponent that Bren has, or rather Secret have faced, it's been a pure dismantling. That's why they've been undefeated. The Science and the Brawn, they've been working hand in hand, and it's just so difficult to stop.
Well, speaking of difficulties about stopping, we're going to have to stop ourselves right now because the series is over. Really wanted to see a game number 3 with that one. But for the meantime, guys, we're going to go on a break. When we come back, it's the panel and interview for Team Secret's victory in this series against Bren. So, guys, don't go anywhere.
Is it possible we could last forever?
Welcome back to VCTPH Challengers Stage 2. The Bren Multiverse Clash just finished, and the veterans Team Secret just asserted their dominance. Back here at the panel are Likeable, Fluffy, and G10. I could be wrong about this, but I do believe that this is the first time that all the panelists got the correct prediction.
Yes.
Though admittedly,
True.
G10 was kind of skeptical because I think he was pretty superstitious. Were you?
All right. Yeah, I was saying earlier in after we got off the panel for the pre-game that historically, right, in VCT, if all the panelists agree on a certain team winning, usually that team kind of, they drop the ball. They don't get the W, and that's kind of been the actual curse in VCT. But now we've kind of lifted that. We're proving superstitions wrong today, ladies and gents. That Team Secret, we got like the prediction right of who won, but I don't think any of us expected that it would be, that dominant of a 2-0.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at this game. This was the Ascent Omen play, although it was at the latter part of the game. But that was like really, really big brain, Fluffy. I'm sure you have something to say about that play.
Yeah, I think I'm not 100% sure if it's intentional. It looks like it was. I guess we can find out later, but it's such a smart thing to do that when they were low on time and they redirected all the efforts of the Bren defense to move all the way to the opposing side, knowing that they had the ultimate of the Omen available from the shadows, using that ability to take the spike to win the position advantage and also get the spike down. Overall, it was just a great series by Team Secret. They showed a lot of dominance, especially controlling areas, taking space, and not only taking space, but leaving their mark on the space. Either that being a player, or maybe they have a utility or something to play off later in the round to play it forward for them. It's just overall clean gameplay coming out from Team Secret. You don't expect anything less from these players.
Of course. And speaking of space over here, Breeze is a map that has a lot of space, but Team Secret was able to dominate throughout this map. So G10, tell me your thoughts about how this game went down.
Well, for this game in particular, Team Secret, they absolutely leveraged their attacker side. They had some amazing strats and great anti-strats as well. And really, they prepped that second half by getting, that 10-2 after the first. And there were a couple of solid mistakes from Team Secret that I did see. But there were so much more mistakes on the side of Bren. It really did look like Bren wasn't prepared to be facing Team Secret, on Breeze. I'm not certain why that was the case, but they were just absolutely rolled over. And as you can see on the screen, he's our MVP.
Yes, he is. I love this series so much. And I'm just excited to witness the spectacle that we like to call with average combat scores, KDAs, and headshot percentage on our screens over here. How did these numbers come into play earlier in the games, Fluffy?
I think more importantly than the statistics, it's not how much or the percentages per se, but the impact that the player can bring. And it's such a valuable player Wits stepping up also on that Jet during the Ascent game, instead of usually you expect your main duelist to be something like a dubstep on it, but he was playing the chamber, and even on that Jet he was able to create so much space by making a lot of aggressive plays, but notably not too aggressive that his team can't follow up, not ambitious plays and not plays that are too overreaching. Although sometimes, like in the Ascent game, we saw him push all the way up on the defensive side with the operator, with hoping that dubstep was going to cover him. So there are some risky plays, but with proper team support, you can get an MVP like that to really shine. Wits playing so well today.
That's right. And I remember when I first started my FPS casting career, one of my highlights was me screaming "Wits" after a very, very quick op flick back in CS days, and seeing him right now on the big stage, it doesn't seem like that player has diminished at all. Wits is still the same mechanical god that he's always been in other FPS games, but today, it's shown. It really has shown in Valorant. Whenever he does or if he picks up the Jet, as we saw, it really does highlight how fantastic of a player Wits is, which I don't think people talk about enough. So I'm happy that he did get the MVP today.
Of course, Wits had an amazing performance, to which I think Asarai, our English caster, would say, "Wits a minute." Okay, I'm not gonna go through the joke. I knew coming in, as I said it, that it was gonna be cringe on my end, but I still went through with it anyway. But
That's
anyway,
right,
I'm also excited because we get to get some, intel with the team secret, and I'm excited to find out how they've been performing all along, what's been going on behind the scenes. So Fluffy and G10, I'll be right back. Surprise, surprise, everyone! The interviewee for the day is no one else than Coach Fade from Team Secret. So Coach Fade, first and foremost, congratulations to you and your team. What an amazing run so far this stage 2. I do have a few questions for you, and first things first, I have to ask, are we going to be seeing more Fade from Jesse Vash? Is it the end, or are we going to see less of the Sova era?
Maybe not on Jesse Vash, who knows, maybe that's that we played. Can't reveal my plans here. But yeah, you'll definitely see more Fade, I guess.
What is the logic though behind picking Fade over Sova for this specific game?
You mean on Ascent?
Yes.
There's not much logic behind it. It's like we only practiced a few times and we felt quite comfortable with it. Like how the agent pairs with the other agents, progression-wise and stuff. So I think this agent is pretty fun, so we just picked it instead of Sova. And we are like 3-0 up in group right now, that's why you want to try like different stuff as well in tournaments.
You know what, I'm always so amused whenever we go into these interviews with the teams and we find out that, hey, why did you pick this agent? Oh, because this agent was fun. It wasn't more of the whole strategy behind it. Of course, that was a factor, but the main science behind it, or the main factor behind it, was that you guys had fun playing around with this agent, and it just so happened that it also worked out for you guys. So that is pretty fantastic. Now I have to know, what have you been teaching the Secret boys? Why is the team just so solid right now?
Nothing much actually. I think they are quite experienced, so when I come in, you just have to like fix stuff and remind them constantly like what they have to pay attention to, and from there, yeah, everything just took off.
I see. Now, if we do compare Stage 1 and Stage 2 for the run of Team Secret, obviously there's a whole discrepancy behind it, but what are you teaching the boys now? What is going through the mental when you coach them?
I think we got closer, both in real life and in game, and my understanding towards the players are getting better and better. Like Stage 1, I think it was pretty rushed. I joined them for like 1 or 2 weeks and tournament started. Can't really practice well, and we don't have the time, and I don't know what's the best for them at that time. And now we had the time to practice, so I think we found the solution to pretty much everything, I guess.
Aw, that's so nice. So you guys got closer, meaning that you do have bonding experiences from time to time. And as you told me earlier, you're going to be celebrating with the rest of the team in a bit. So I have to ask, I'm pretty sure that food is a form of celebration for you guys. What is Coach Fade's favorite Filipino food?
I can't answer that yet because I haven't eaten anything. Like I haven't eaten since 8 a.m. So yeah, we will find out soon, maybe in 2 weeks.
Ooh, I see. That's gonna be interesting. I hope that you get your fill of adobo, sinigang, and other Filipino delicacies for you. But now we're gonna be moving on to the shoutouts portion of our interview. And just a treat for our fans, Coach Fade, can you give us a finger heart of some sort? Just a treat for your fans. There we go.
This is the right finger,
we
guys.
love to see it. Okay, I'm giving you a chance to give some shout-outs to all of the supporters of Team Secret. Let's go ahead.
First of all, thanks to all the fans out there that support us, like from Stage 1 until now, or even back in the Bren days. And shout out to Sidestep. Wash told me to do this shout out. And shout out to Yum Yum also for flying me down all the way from Malaysia to join the boys here. Look at them. And shout out to all these amazing and grinders, you know, like they put in so much work and I really appreciate working with them.
That is just amazing. Not just the way you guys work together, but look at the chemistry. After a game like that one, look at how relaxed the boys are. Look how loose Borkum is becoming behind the screens. And you know what? I'm actually looking forward to seeing Borkum pop off some TikTok dances next time. But thank you so much, Coach Fade. I had a lot of fun during this interview. Hopefully next time I get to talk to you, I'll find out what your actual Filipino food favorite is.
I'll be back in 2 weeks.
Oh my god, these interviews, man. I love them.
They're amazing.
How are we rewarded with the most colorful athletes, players, coaches over here? I'd like to believe it's because we're such a colorful panel over here.
That's true.
I'd like to believe that.
I'd love to say that as well. I'd love to say that. But also, you know, we are the panel that has been blessed by dancing pro players the most.
True.
That is true. That is true. It's been so much fun being here on the panel. Anyway, we're going to be shifting through. With all of that said and done, let's take a look at how today's matches went through. We've only had 2 series throughout this day. So let's take a look at the turnout. As we remember, the first series of the day was between Oasis and Alpha Esports Pro, with resulting in a 2-1 match. And then the Team Secret game versus Bren that we just witnessed was a 2-0. Now, G10, what can we say about the matches that we just witnessed without revealing too much in regards with the standings? Because we'll talk about that in just a bit.
All right, because I was about to talk about. Let's talk about the standings later. But these 4 teams today have given us an amazing show. It was such a close game, such a nail biter between Alpha Esports Pro and Oasis Gaming. In the first one, I really had no idea who was gonna win. Even at the end of it, it was kind of like a coin flip. But eventually, AE Pro did win out, just a little bit more solid, just a little bit more consistent than Oasis at the moment. But Team Secret, my God, they have been absolutely dominant. Fluff, they've been they've won against, you know, every single team that they've faced so far. And it seems like, you know, in the interviews, it's like there's not much that they're doing according to Coach Fade, but really, it's so intense.
Yeah, I think I'd have to agree with G10 right there. For the first series, when we have AEP versus Oasis, it was a very close game, but AEP is coming back into VCT this time, showing that they're not just here to play, but to win, consistently winning the past couple of series that they've had. It looks like they have that trajectory to go for the win, at least to make it all the way to playoffs, this group stages. And for the second game, Team Secret versus Bren, Team Secret, we've seen them really step up in terms of their gameplay and team play and everything else in between this entire stage 2, but we can also see them improving game to game. You know, they had games earlier on this stage where, you know, it goes to like a map 3 or something like that, and it looks like not only are they consistently doing well, but they're also getting a lot better as they go on. And as we move on, we can see here the standings currently, where we see Team Secret still on that position 1, and Action PH and Alpha Esports Pro to follow.
Again, this is the make or break week, Fluffy. The way the teams perform this week will determine which 2 teams will be left behind and which 6 teams will move on to the playoffs. So the scores that we see here on our screen really do matter, but ever more so, the games that are to come in the following days will matter the most for these teams. Now, we're going to be looking at the schedule for tomorrow, which will be popped up on our screens in just a bit. I'm feeling really nervous, especially for the latter part of our standings over here. But anyway, here is the schedule for tomorrow. G10 at the top of your head. What team are you looking forward to see more of?
Well, it is definitely a little bit of a nail biter tomorrow, because I think it's going to be what determines tomorrow's the day that's going to determine whether or not some teams will be able to progress to the playoffs, actually, because as a reminder, guys, we're only taking the top 6 teams, so we have to drop 2. Now, SBE versus AE Pro, SBE has not been doing all too well. They're 1-3 right now, tied with RRQ for 7th or 6th at the moment. And AE, they've been just so consistent. You've seen how crazy they play, how much havoc they wreak in their game. So this is definitely going to be an interesting match. But I think more importantly, RRQ versus Naus. Now that game, this is between two of the teams that are, in the danger zone, ready to be yeeted away from VCT Stage 2 once the playoffs happen. So I think this one is going to be very, very telling of whether or not Naus or RRQ have what it takes to actually make it in the playoffs. Because Naus, they are 0-4. There is a very, very small chance that they actually make it into the playoffs, but there is still a chance. And in order to actually make it, they have to do flawlessly this week. They have to go 3-0, and that starts with tomorrow and RRQ.
Yeah, I think I have to agree with G10 there. I think people might think that the most interesting game for me would be the Oasis game, but actually it is the second series. And I think that it's a very important series to watch for a lot of teams because it's like a ripple effect. If you know that a team is very at risk, like Now's Esports, if they don't make that adjustment that they had over the long weekend, then really it's only one slot left that will not be able to play, right? So it will make a lot of teams feel a little reassured or a lot better of their current standing overall, just knowing that the decider of that series has a very high chance of not being able to make it.
Yeah, and with all that fluff, I think and with the performance we've seen today, I mean, we've discussed these things, but I do want to ask, you a little bit of question, panelist to panelist. Are you, with what you've seen from Oasis, are you still going to be predicting Oasis for every game or for every match?
Okay, in my defense, they are the team closest to my heart, but it's not necessarily the reason why I predict them all the time. So far I have, and I don't always predict a 2-0. Sometimes it's a 2-1. The team overall feels like they only have a couple issues core issues that they really have to solve. So if that gets solved, then yeah, I'll keep predicting them moving forward. But there are a lot of top teams here. Like if you put them against something like Team Secret, again, they have it with a single round robin format, that won't happen. But let's say if you could, then my response would be a bit different because analysts first overall.
Okay, Fluff, we believe you, don't worry. But I do trust that Fluff, we tease about Fluffy being biased and everything, but in reality, he tries to be as objective as possible here on the show, and we honor that. We love you, Fluff.
Hey.
Yes, I love you, buddy.
Now, it has been another Valorant event-filled day, obviously, and we're bound for some more as the week progresses. And as we come to a close for today's show, we would like to give some thanks to our amazing sponsors for making everything possible for all of us. So we would like to thank PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with Riot Games for bringing the Valorant Champions Tour here in the Philippines. The VCT Challengers PH Stage 2 tournament is also sanctioned and overseen by the Games and Amusements Board.
Yeah, and we would also like to thank our official sponsors. VCT Stage 2 Philippines Challengers is organized by Globe at Home. Fiber strong, family strong with the new G Fiber only $29 on Globe at Home. Game with speeds to up to 150 Mbps. Mabilis na, unlimited internet pa. To learn more, go to shop.globe.com/broadband.
And finally, VCT 2022 is brought to you by the Asus Republic of Gamers. Get the powerful ROG Strix Scar series powered up by the latest 12th generation Intel Core i9 processor to help you unleash the legend inside. No holds barred performance with a crisp QHD 240Hz esports ready display and improved intelligent cooling design with liquid metal. The ROG Strix Scar is the only choice for the best competitive advantage in any esports title. Go to the link down in the comments down below or on your screen for more information about the ROG Strix Scar series.
There you have it, folks. Fluffy, before we close the show officially, I'd like to know what your message is for the teams that are going to be fighting for their lives this week.
You really have to put your A game because it's the last chance to secure a spot to get the first steps into playing internationally. And I know that's the dream for a lot of pro players and also support staff out there for all the teams. So you really have to bunker down and solidify your own game plan before trying to figure out your opponents, because at the end of the day, your core plan is what you're going to mostly rely on. So make sure that is settled this week.
That is such a nice message to share, Fluffy. I felt the coach vibes in you with that one. What about you, G10? Is there anything you'd like to say to our teams out here?
To the teams fighting for, or just in general, like all the teams, if it's for all the teams, you know, good job. We've been having really good shows. Thanks for giving us, you know, some really fun competitive Valorant with some really big moments. But if it's just for the teams that are, you know, facing possible elimination this week from the playoffs, you know, Fluffy said step up your A game. I would argue try to improve your B play. You know, you gotta have a very good mix of both. Except for Haven, it's usually A and C, but he's still pretty good. With all that being said, in all seriousness, I am very excited isn't the word. I'm nervous. You know, I'm nervous for the teams at the bottom. You know, SBE. I have kind of a little bit of a connection to them because they were, you know, they were there when I first started FPS casting, so I don't want them to be dropping out anytime soon. So SBE, please, you know, keep going. Now it's an RRQ. Step it up. I hope to see you guys performing better. I know you can do it.
Let's go then. Best of luck to all of the teams. Give us the good fight. And once again, this has been Likeable, Fluffy, and G10 for VCTPH Challengers Stage 2. Thank you so much for tuning in, everybody, and good night.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle.